between these two teams.
Yo.
But for Evil Geniuses, a team that splintered after winning that championship, this is now a chance for one player and one coach to return to the international stage. There'll be a chance for a couple of those other players, but for the two that stuck around, to be able to get that
playoff
would be huge for Potter and John.
Semi-final
still has the individual daps for everyone. That's so sick.
Oh man, Vanity's my friend. What are you seeing here? What are you feeling right now?
For visit America.
Oh yeah?
We're gonna know tonight. We're gonna know who's going to Madrid, and tomorrow we know who is the first and gain the 3 fucking VCT points.
I think just swapping the Cypher for Killjoy would be a really... Like in theory, that should play really well into the Phoenix comp, the Phoenix Breach comp, because they don't have a lot to deal with the trips. And a lot of the new Cypher trips on this map are very difficult to deal with without a Sova, and they also do not play a Sova.
How do you deal with this comp when you're on the attack, though?
It's hard. I think you need to fight into them. I think a lot of teams, because of the limited footage, don't have the ability to fight into the comps, and into LOUD very well, and they let them play the set retakes.
Do we have the map vetoes?
They constantly want to be using their flashes to fight into you. So if you don't have
That's
an
the big
anti-flash, right? If you're not buddying up to be able to counter that out, you are just going to get destroyed.
They are running back.
We do have the vetoes. So Breeze for LOUD, then Bind for EG.
Also an option. You say kind of
Picascent for LOUD,
something similar into the LOUD
Picasbox for EG,
flash variant of their own.
Ban Lotus for LOUD, Ban Split for EG, and then Set as a decider. So we have Ascent, Icebox, Sunset.
Is EG need to attack into one of those two lanes. If you dominate mid control, for example, if you can get past the enemy Viper wall, the Omen smokes they put in.
My money is on LOUD.
Severely limit what EG
I think LOUD, and then after that, I think NRG wins against Sentinel. I think NRG is above individually.
And that's like for those who probably weren't coming into this, what should people be expecting from that Cypher in relation to this composition?
I think the main thing that Cypher does a great job.
And then tomorrow, NRG, LOUD, probably. My money is probably on.
The attacking team just can't deal with them.
It's actually a tough one.
Yeah, I think your only options
It's
are
LOUD
and ult round. Although if KO ever has ult, Cypher will just play off of the site where his trips are set up. One thing you do actually have is the Breach Blast, which can be pretty effective. We've seen that on Sunset especially for denying some of those untouchable.
I would say NRG slightly ahead, even though LOUD definitely has a shot. Like it's something like 49-51%. Like they are really the two best team. I think
similar to their defense, they have to be trying to get ahead, find these picks early. If you allow on either side of the map LOUD to set up for one of their set takes or retakes, you just get ran over. This game is going to come down to the prep from EG.
And we're down and we are ready to go. This is it, folks. Our first map's about to be underway, so let's go ahead and make some big noise for your casters. It's Vansili and Riv.
A very exciting game.
Oh yeah, they played 7 flashes on Ascent.
At the desk, Mimi was talking about it. What type of preparation EG is going to bring to the table right now? Because when I looked at the vetoes and I saw Ascent, I was like, this is amazing. They're probably going to strat loud. They're going to come up with
the Breach KO Phoenix stuff.
Very defaulty, similar comp.
And they played it twice. Once against Sentinel and once against
going back to Ascent, where LOUD continues to use this comp that almost seems universal across their maps with 1 or 2 changes in it, and still can be used effectively against teams. So EG's had a lot.
I don't like Cypher and Sova. I think you either go Omen Jet, KO, and then Sova, Killjoy, or you go Viper, Cypher. I think. I think Cypher Sova is too much, like, and KO is too much info, like you lose on no mollies, no stuff like that, you don't have a lot of dezoning and stuff. So, not my favorite team comp.
Rushing up Cat, they've been pressuring towards A main a little bit, and Superman not knowing there was already a push-off.
And that's how you fight back. Les turns around, instantly traded by nature. That now activates Loud to try to move in the B side. All denied by the crossfire setup of EG. And EG starts off very well with this pistol round.
Superman and Jogamo setting up a push in mid. No idea that was happening. Loud tries to creep through, doesn't work. A good read by Evil Genius is that Loud would take that slow and look for the outside.
And we see instantly
big push by EG in mid.
Outlaw on the Jet,
this mid wall here will continue to
and
keep that pressure. We'll see if less
an RS on the Sova, so
EG something to think about.
we're gonna have Sova, Odin on Sova.
Loud's composition is very
sure.
strong at flooding A. It'll be interesting to see if EG wants to stay in sight.
What's gonna be interesting is to see if that Outlaw is still on the Jet next round. See if it actually downgrades some rifle for some heavy shield. So they know about the Outlaw.
Of Jogamo. So you're seeing the positioning is quite different from EG as well. Out in the open.
Good trade.
Open. A little bit more forward to avoid the utility being thrown out from Loud. And that's some tells at least from how EG is going to be positioned here as Loud will continue to lose a couple of players, but build this economy for their gun round in round number 3.
Finding some damages. And they play with the Sova and the Cypher on B. Yeah. I really don't like Cypher and Sova. I think a Killjoy is better than Cypher with Sova. And I think a Viper is better with Cypher than a Sova. It's Loud speak, so EG pick defense.
And the rest of the team are going to put a lot into this first buy round.
Too. So they favor defense, even though they are facing the 7 flashes. Team
Derek was waiting very passively towards the spawn and is still watching it. So EG's making sure they're not getting backstabbed for now. We finally squeak through. Derek finally senses it, turns around.
And that pistol finds a lot of kills.
Is gonna slow things down. There's only 10 seconds left. Tui's with no HP, drop down, and EG. They score a pretty decent second round here.
Interesting to see getting that 300 to everybody from the plant was so important there. If they could just get into sight and get the plant down, they would have been pretty much fine with that.
And because it's such a dry echo for
a good hold by EG
for Loud, they can actually
staying very far
buy rifles and
So we get to our first purchase round here.
And heavy ammo.
Go for that shark attack on A. We're just talking about.
And they,
with util, it's
yeah, they have full utility. The KO only has one flash, but that's it.
Spots though here to anchor A with 3 players, knowing this is what Loud likes to run. So we're gonna try to meet it head on right off the bat here on this.
Which, in a team comp with 7 flashes, it's not. It's not too problematic.
Bring a camera forward above the B door. As we're trying to find it for Liz, this will be a great opportunity here to just waste that clock down, because if Loud does not want to make a move here,
Pounds him.
But Derek still has his drone, so he might start getting the position to use it here. But as the aftershock comes out, looks like Loud wants to execute in the B site right away. APOC repositioning on the left side of the
That Cypher position is huge.
Beautiful flash, but he can't get a kill. At least Derek is there to spam with the Ares towards the back of the site. Underhand flash.
Time to put some chaos in down.
Loud is still stuck on the lane, trying to move in the B site.
To help that Sova.
Waiting for his teammates to come in. A double jump down for Loud. And Jogamo comes in from behind.
And that's
2
working.
executions with the Ghost. 2 ace alone. Smoke is out. 1v1 towards the spawn. As he gets hit by the paranoia, Superman repositions again. And Tui's, he's gonna have to come up big here. Spike is down out in the open in the back of the B site. The other smoke disappears, the gun sticks out.
Oh, he knows.
Should be an easy kill. Took a bit, but at least got it done. Now pushing forward. Oh! Superman almost caught him! But
No
Tui's
plans.
right on time.
I mean, planned after time and 1 gun. That's a really good bonus for EG.
There comes up huge, able to bring out the 2 frags required to get in there, and this was big. Going into the site, you could hear that the Viper gas was up, and the wall that they've been using as we watch the retake is really pressuring Evil Geniuses on Cat. 2 members of EG were still at Cat, wondering if this mid wall that Loud is using as they rotated to
Winning that round is big, but because of what happened in the round, but like the way you win by losing 4 guns.
That's all you want. You want it to create that pressure.
And you can see they are in eco, like, and they're gonna get spammed.
That one too far away.
2 Odins and a nope for EG, and they're gonna play like the fucking bunker. Like they're not gonna drop an inch of terrain. Like you can see with the way like those tripwires are placed, they know about the push, they are very aware. Very impressive stuff from EG.
And an operator? Imagine losing this round. You would be asking for a loan at that point. EG put so much into this round, and they have the utility to back up Odins on both sides of the map here. And the things you need to do is you need to be able to catch LOUD off guard, because LOUD come at you fearless. They say that. They do everything to play styles to meta. And you gotta shoot fearless.
They found 3 people through walls.
Sure, they have locked down the defensive side there on that buy round.
Very impressive.
Key thing for EG is that they always want to have fun here. It definitely shows until this time with that
Good
confidence,
shots.
swinging out towards a main, punished right away.
That's a big
Juggernaut
weapon
falls,
down.
and that's also down for EG.
They slow this one right down. It's still 3 for EG over towards A. Obviously, they've lost Jogamo now, but they continue to run this
Like that hope
strategy,
is
happy with
probably
the
their
retake
rotation.
it provides,
Like
and how they might be able to.
they
stop
know
them.
like the
Now
2
we're
sides
gonna
are
see how it activates into
isolated.
A. It's basically impossible to be in here with everything coming through,
And they're storming
EG
A
will not. So retake here from both sides.
with
See
the
how EG
ultimate.
takes to this. It's going to be a long flank check here by A.
It's gonna
They
pick
have
up
a
the
little
AWP,
bit of time
yeah.
before they're diving into the site.
The first
So we have
real
a
test for
Phoenix,
EG.
so
What will the retake look like when you're playing such a
He's
default
spotted.
comp on Ascent? The Owl
And
drone
we have a
getting
KO
nullified, but a null
ultimate.
command set by Sadak down towards the generator. As Derek is trying to see if there's going to be a pinch around from the
for
back.
Sadak.
The late lurks were actually very
For
prominent for
LOUD,
LOUD,
so
but
a
it's actually less,
second
holding towards
big
the
ultimate.
with the off angle behind the chairs, wins that fight, and that dwindles down the chances of EG for the retake. Derek's trying to make it a little bit
should
expensive
save.
here, spraying towards the hell, almost connecting into others. Kawadzin's low on HP. 2 is at 1. You know this fight's gonna go off no matter what. But if you can make it expensive, you'll be happy with the results so far.
And
for
EG really fighting the economical warfare, like
It's a matter of time, right, before we see
they
the
lose
null
again
command
on
come
the
in from LOUD.
Salvador.
Sadak has always been the one that focuses the ultimate orbs when they get A main control, when they go to B.
I don't know if you
Focusing
keep
on
the ult.
being able to take the site and deny your opponents any of their abilities. And
Like,
they took LOUD this
it's free
round,
money,
just
but
a quick step, right?
do
One
you really
step
have
faster than
the
they have been a
agents
few
to make
rounds,
it
and they
work?
actually catch an operator with QCK's sheriff, so you can see just by the half second, by the millisecond,
It's on
what's gonna change in
Sadak.
these rounds, and that was a great opening kill by LOUD to bring that conversion in their favor. Towards top mid, still working the same wall here, and it looks like EG's back to a bit of a pistol round stratus. Derek lets loose. Looking to just sort around here on the side of LOUD, which way they're going, see if they can get any tags. Still have the operator online. for
Picking
Jogamo
up
with
the
Blaze
cam.
going right behind that.
We're actually playing
So it's
hopscotch there,
not
Buzz.
destroyed,
Don't have this Fury
and you
beam,
don't
they
have
stay
as
alive, so
much
that
of a
actually is great
timer.
for LOUD to continue to hold that pressure towards the
And he
main.
finds
Sadak was looking up for
the
that
duel.
1v1 against Jogamo, the one that usually lurks alone on an initiator roll. Still wins the opening kill on the attack with an operator on the attack, nonetheless.
B main control again for EG. They're getting a lot for free, but LOUD is figuring this out, so it may actually punish them. Superman with that 6 cents after a ping says probably more than one person there to try for the 1v1, and they back up into B, but that's more info. Derek's ready to just lace anybody that comes through B main now, and that sonar bolt is up.
Meanwhile, there was a knife being thrown by Sadak towards A main, so he's trying to draw some defenders from EG towards this A side.
They are
There's
baiting
smoke out
B.
there.
That's
Mid-round
that
pivot
smoke
from
market.
LOUD. All the way towards mid, a run through the wall. But Superman could not even catch
He
one.
caught the
Russ
rotation
was
though.
solo on HP here.
And
As
it's
Nature's gonna look for the
Nature.
hero play. The underhand flash runs out, hit by the paranoia. Beautiful
Gets
read
found.
by 2Es and the rest of LOUD. They'll get a plant here. As Apod can't
Oh,
score.
wow.
He's backstabbed. So far, you're looking at this. EG's been so good on the timing, but
Yeah.
LOUD has been quicker on the draw.
Even looking for Apoth there as Derek again from Heaven tries to get a few more kills in too. He should be able to find this. But yeah, looking
Good
for
shit.
Apoth on the late lurk, right? They had sight and they said there's no way Apoth's going through spawn. Let's look for him now, and still we're able to find him.
And you see
Loud
such a
has
great
bit of a read
defensive
now on the
setup
game.
for
They've gotten EG
EG, but
stuck in
Loud
space
is
that Loud
finding
wants
the
to play in.
openings.
You have to be quick on the reaction for both of those oppers. And again,
Very
wild.
coordinated,
really Loud, winning these
Sada.
very disciplined from Loud.
fast flicks for the kills, tying the game 3-3, putting
Pretty cool
EG
stuff to see.
in a difficult position in terms of economy. Only a bogey in hand of Apoth, solo anchoring the B side while you have this slack from EG. Bladestorm looking for aggression, potential trap play, the paranoia, the pinch from both ends. Jusic and Tui's fall. Jogable continuing the backstab here, but stopped by Sadak and Kawadzin on both extremities. The shot's missing a bit, allowing Superman to get that backstab onto Sadak. Now he's alone, isolating one, turns around for the kill into less. And it's Kawadzin alone at 3 HP. The TP away so he could meet up with Apoth. And EG in a great spot for a Thrifty.
They gotta know they've had to deliver the damage that's been done right now to Kawadzin. Pressure on his shoulders. You have to imagine there's no way he swings this angle, right?
He's got a minute to work with. Oh. Well, now he's gonna have to swing because that hat just came out. There's that second swing and Superman is there.
Oh my
And
gosh.
another really close
Just the
round.
tiniest bits of information escalating the fight one after the other, but EG's able to come up with it. A lot of damage being done here, and EG's still
two more
dipping into the bank
Odins.
account to go for 2 Odins and the operator. Incredibly suppressive across the map. You almost can't peek once you hear those Odins ringing out, and then when you do want to peek an angle, that's got the operator on it. So Loud needs to use their utility to get everywhere right now. In spots they don't want to be using utility. We saw that happen towards mid. Sadak was able to get the op peak, and that's what it's coming down to. Just contact operator peaks between these two. Let's see the start of this one again. The Odins ring out. And they are going to be faking a little bit towards A to start. Loud is as they head now towards B. This main control though.
Talking about with the contact and the kill. Apoth going backwards. Fadeaway call to QCK, and man, Loud cannot even move forward around the bend of Garage of the B main. The underhand flag for a double peek. Too easy for Jogimo. Kawadzin.
Oh my gosh.
Those peaks.
Closed
Yeah, I think you don't go B main for Loud.
Oh man, now this team's being red.
You just
Now
work
EG
it
doesn't
alone.
have it, and EG comes back with 2 rounds like that.
And force them
It doesn't even look
to
like Loud
to
knows which side of the
maintain
map
their
is theirs, 'cause
presence,
EG's
but
already on the
like
offensive side. From defense,
this is
you're
why
pushing up
fucking
into
Sova,
the
Odin and stuff like that is
usually
just
frowned upon,
too
but
strong.
Jogimo is absolutely feeling himself right now. An incredible 4K on the solid. The vibes are so good right now for Evil Geniuses after that. We are going to get a Loud time out to sort out how they can start to organize around 2 Odins and an operator, right? Usually you're just fighting against utility, but you're not even seeing EG's util game right now. You're just catching bullets.
Also trap plays on Thrifties, as you saw from that push from the Bladestorm, and that was also not done behind a timeout from EG. They already had a game plan going through that one as, hey, if a Thrifty happens, if we have to eco, we might find a way to actually trap down Loud. And this is what I'm loving to see so far. You're not giving Loud an opportunity to really go for those big set executes that Loud is known for this composition.
Right.
Remember
No
when we
time.
talked about all those mollies and aftershocks and whatnot that's going on in these executions against a team like Sentinels? We're like, oh my god, there's so much util. I don't know what to do against this. Well, they don't even have a time to set up.
Imagine they still try to go A. Let's put that on the table, is that they go A and one of these Odins is tree and you just shoot through the smoke and tree, right? And you still have the Sova if Derek is there. Once you need to get that retake going, they have a lot of solutions here just by putting the Odins in to what Loud wants to put on the table. All right, that 3-2 split. Loud's going to be over towards the right side. Hopefully, maybe faking a few people getting caught in the knife. And then faking it out. Loud has not had the same success hitting A here on this Ascent match.
Trying to double initiator pressure towards the A main. You saw the setup from Kawadzin
Yeah.
here and Sadak trying to push down to see if the Opera's gonna be close. And while you're working the extremities, something that Loud also likes to do in their defaults now, working those extremities. Looks like we had an inkling for Derek. Went for the spray through the wall and already drops less. That's gonna make it difficult for the mid control right now for the mid round for Loud.
This wall that creates that kind of pressure all the time. If it's up, you have to wonder no longer a care for EG, and now it's smoked. So you see Loud having to put different kind of controller utility there to keep that pressure up, keep EG thinking, and hopefully get the numbers correct on the A hit here.
He hit the leg shot there. Nature is spraying towards that tree, as you mentioned here, Riven. Tui's already falls. Not really giving a chance once again for Loud to cross in the site.
What are you gonna do? Especially on the low buy.
Exactly. Low buy, Thrifty, trying to make the economy expensive against EG, but EG continuing to be one step ahead. This shot missing, but the previous one was quite clean.
You can see though, Jog's feeling it. Like to go for quick peeks like that, trying to slide in and out. You know the player is feeling the groove right there. Backs up though, still plays it smart.
I don't think he's specifically feeling himself.
Guardian work.
I just think it's his fucking job to go for those picks.
Come behind, but he gets
Like,
all that information, the paranoia even, just to secure the kill.
Yeah.
EG trying to.
That's literally what he's supposed to do.
We're actually getting it here.
And it is the question of what can Loud do now? Because you're dealing with so much chip damage. If it's not a full member down, you are chipped down somehow by this EG composition and these Odins or however they're firing through smokes before you start. There's such an advantage here that they have against Loud in these situations. Again, stacking 3 straight up in the front of A. Like you said, Vance, not giving Loud all this time to set up what they need for the strats. They can't just source the ult orbs that they need. Quite a few ultimates on this round, so they won't need it. But this should be Sadak running in, Rolling Thunder, and maybe even the Viper's Pit. So there's one.
Now they have to play shorties.
As a counter flush.
Jogmo trying to move in, a one and done pretty much. Manages to escape on time. Aftershock avoids it. Superman TPing on the top. Null Command comes out. They can't cross through. Now on the top of the bricks, Superman is trying to close it down, waiting for a Siemens to come back.
They can res, they have time to
Gets
res.
traded off. A res comes up from Les. TP in the generator for Loud as they have the player advantage in the site. Also have a pit. Usually used towards this, or should I say the heaven side. As you see it right now being depleted.
Spike planted.
Deployed as the Allo drone also deployed from Derek. Looking for that Odin spray. But Les stays alive, full health and healthy. As the pit, it will also stay up.
That's huge.
Beautiful
Clutch kill right there.
There's that ping, even a recon dart's available for Derek. There's that second ping. Recon goes towards the back. A spray towards Dice as Avon wins that fight. Pit is still up as Les is trying to hold his ground behind his own pit.
Oh my god.
Running through. Avon is there for the tree.
Very well played by EG.
Mouse one and said, trade me. That's all they needed to do. This is how insane it is with the Odin, how much pressure they can create, and they come through Apoth with a huge kill on the flank.
The pressure is not created by the Odin, by the way. Like, between the fucking Sova Dart, the Cypher ultimate and shit, you basically know where the Viper is in orbit. Like, that's what creates the pressure. That's what makes him feel like he has to play L, and he can't move out, like sneak out or anything. Like,
Call with that paranoia, because that paranoia also allowed Superman to TP on the top of bricks, and that was checked, allowing EG to really hold their ground, not allowing Loud to cross over. Bob continues.
I kinda hate how, like, Riot casters have to constantly be positive about everything.
Position away with the flash just to gain some space, fall back, and grab the ult.
And it's just fucking Blaze Fest.
They just want those orbs now. They'll take a fight if it comes to them, but EG is gonna just be kind of baiting
It's
that
like,
out.
they can't even be
They've been
negative or
pushing
just
forward, getting the pace
neutral.
Loud now, and
They
now
have to be positive
quiet,
about what they say almost
forcing Loud
all
to
the
make
time.
move.
And even when they are negative or neutral, they have to preface it with like nothing personal, blah blah blah, and all that bullshit. Like,
Look at where he's placing these trips.
it's like, I have a fucking opinion, man. That's huge. Going back is a little too much, maybe. Same as watching the smoke, like, you have your fucking kill.
For their initiation in the A site.
Here.
As things calms down,
30
it's
seconds left.
looking difficult here for Loud to regain the space back in the A site. Attention comes down to this play on tree. Tui's walking forward as the wall comes down on the attack.
It's a dead kill.
Nature off guard, but Nature able to survive. allowing Jogimo to push forward. Finally gets traded out. 10 seconds left on the clock. That trip hit by less. Superman with the third in the round. Wow. And EG is definitely looking clean now. He took a couple of rounds to warm up. You're definitely seeing
They
a
need
lot of
to
green
work
shots
min.
Before the switch.
Incredible.
Like,
to see what EG is putting on the server from last week to this week. There was slight desyncs and a few of the
they
protocols.
clearly play around your
Yeah, we're not
Viper
seeing
wall.
any of that.
You need to
Any of
play
that.
another wall.
And the aggression from Jogimo, again,
Like-
we said he felt online earlier with the way he's peeking. He's taking the entire...
This is why I don't like
himself to
Viper.
start.
Because the way you shape the map
doesn't matter.
can play
He's
against
so
you if you
effectively
play
against
against
the
someone who
aggression
knows
that
how
Monster
to
Strike.
play against your wall.
The recon dart ended up being linked for a spray out from the lane.
Like you clearly can see that that Viper wall denies the entirety of min. That it also prevents you from pushing that
I mean,
min.
what can LOUD do for this last round, right?
You know,
they've tried to work
it
mid
doesn't
a few
allow
times, they
you
find
to
Superman
have
and
the
Jogimo,
pressure, force someone and
They
stuff
try to
like
work
that.
Cat, they find the
And so they can
opening
play
always
3 on a
late.
side,
It seems like
2
mid
on a
wants to be able
side,
to look
like
this time.
they can
They
play
can
3
go
or
back to
0,
A,
3 on
just
B,
like
0
across
mid,
here.
and 2 on A.
In a bad spot here, hit by the flash, but able to throw a molly down. QCK's around the corner.
Yeah.
Still has
And you
one
can
more.
see like the
Doesn't
Jet
win
has
flashes
to be
himself.
careful about mid pushes.
QCK got dropped by Superman as Lau was looking to look.
Just
for
because the wall
execution
isn't
in the
up
site.
and they can
Frontline
like
finally pushes Nature's
push
away.
it.
Here is the ult cancelled out. Jogimo with the headshot on the Kawazin with the blade storm.
They found a good amount of pressure early on, but then EG just had a game plan against their comp and they knew what they wanted to do and
Coming out of EG
they
on
just
that first round. Let's see
countered
if they
it.
can bring the momentum onto the attack side.
That said, we'll have to see what will happen here on that second half. But so far, again,
And this is why it's like the classic or almost the classic comp on fucking Ascent. It's just such a strong team
We'll
comp.
have to talk about that Cypher later on too. Hopefully I have a chance to talk about it on the analyst desk as well at some point, but at least LOUD is still all smiles.
Yeah, the way that LOUD was not able to work the composition is a huge change, which shows you we got what we expected out of EEG and that they came to counter.
And now let's toss it to Ender, where he's got some stuff to say on the Telestrator.
Let's preview LOUD's next half of defense using a game that they've already played versus Sentinels. LOUD's comp is all about being able to fight on 4 fronts, and there's 4 lanes that attackers can use on Ascent. First of all, you've got the solo selfish flashers of Phoenix and KO. You've got the Omen one-ways, that's 3. Then this poor little guy right here, Viper, needs some help, so you've got a fault line to be able to put him on the line. And Breach can move around the map, and especially from Market, influence just about everything. So as you get into this round, they end up holding that fault line for just a little bit, because LOUD need to step forward for information. There, they use the fault line, peek on with it, and look to break the Killjoy turret. But the entire idea is about putting down this Viper's Pit for stall. But what do LOUD do when they are faced with some aggression? They fast rotate into the site. Let's zoom in on that one because everyone is flooding out through CT. At the same time, Omen steps up in Tay. Reminder, to get information, they must move forward. That's exactly what they do on A in the majority of their rounds. The other interesting thing about how LOUD like to play this B site is in past iterations of this team, last year, they would actually put down a Viper wall that allowed them to flood into the backside. Kind of went like that, and they could take that line in. Now they've got this powerful wall in mid, but because they're running the Phoenix, it allows them to throw that up right here from QCK. Check that out. He can flash through the wall, fight forward, or they can just flood into the backside. Previously, they played triple into backside, so Sentinels, they don't want to deal with that. They want to run away, but what are they doing? They're running straight into an Omen, lights out. LOUD are going to play forward, and they're going to look to flood back in. EG must be ready.
Thank you so much, Ender, indeed. They talk about the preparation on the analyst desk before going to this game. What will EG bring out in this game? So a nice little breakdown as how LOUD played the defensive side against Sentinels. Will they run the same thing this time around, and can EG be ready for that?
And an even different wall as well here that splits the site even more for a retake from that seaside that Ender was just talking about. Really cool stuff. So they aren't favoring the mid as much. LOUD will now have to watch mid since they don't have that Sentinel, and Sadak's always wanted to do that. We know he'll do it on split, now on Ascent. They're gonna be pushing B though. That wall comes up.
Oh my god. Almost trying to get that trap play to allow Jogimo to get the kill into Market. Superman moved forward. caught one off guard but misses a shot. That might be it for him right there. The fall line hits him, he gets stunned out, and he gets dropped down. Meanwhile, the rest of EG trying to trade it back. Nature moving forward, but there's a look from Apoth. Nice kill on to Tuis, but the other two has fallen down, leaving out Derek alone on a 3 versus 1. And again, catching players off guard, but when you miss those shots, it's easy for LOUD to punish.
Really cool, like you said, going for a quick trap, trying to dive in and figure out who would be playing mid there. Wow, Sadak able to right that, drop Jogamo as he came flying through, and since nobody from EG can close that gap, it kind of discombobulated the strat overall, and we saw LOUD taking over, pushing around as Ender said they would on the other extremities. So, how do they keep this going? Looks like we'll get those 0 points over towards A little bit of detection. Cowanzine playing that tree area so you can get fault lines on towards either side of the map. Yeah, a back and forth 0 point there. Oh my gosh, fans.
Just trying to move forward here to build on some all points. Sadak is able to get 1, Tuis falls. Meanwhile, everybody else from LOUD closing in when Les won his duel against Apoth towards B main. There's a double flank. Pretty much that happened. One on Cat, split off, the other one flanking from A main Nature. Capitalizing on 1 kill. But no plants for EG for the second round.
LOUD pretty clean there, only losing a few easy weapons to pick back up, so that's going to be really nice for the economy as they start off here. And I think one of the things we see a lot from LOUD is that once they get on the defensive side, they just have such incredible decision making in the moment that makes you really can't think they can win a situation. They pull around, they back up, wait for a flank. Their patience is incredible.
Thank you for the
I think
follow.
that's what makes them so strong is they know how much time they have to work with. Awesome little one way on the light there. They set up for Cat. But yeah, LOUD knows exactly how much time they have to work with, and I think that's one of the things that makes them so dangerous. Here we get into round 15. Just the 2-3 split. Trying to get some pop flashes around. A lot of times, once you get your KO on Cat, there's a lot of areas you can get a really nice flash to. Especially if Jogamo starts to head towards mid. Another wall from LOUD. They keep switching it up. Definitely keeping EG guessing too. Gonna cover a bit of mid, but also make them weave into that A section of main to make it hard. We're getting down to a minute here, so EG's gonna have to consider LOUD will start to anchor the sights a little bit more, and it's gonna be tougher to get them out.
And at the minute mark, look at the activation of LOUD pushing out on the extremities, looking for a potential late flank once again. But Superman is waiting right here while EG now working the map. It's now up to LOUD to try to find that information in the mid-round, and there's that first contact out in the open. Sadak gets caught, but manages to fall back on time. Cowanzine down to 24-2.
And that's AB.
As push forward towards B main, giving a chance now for EG to pick up the spike, flood back within B, and go for this plant.
Really nice market flood. Fans, I could see this being something that EG does constantly with no sentinel utility here for LOUD.
And that wall deep just allowed EG to push mid.
It's 1 for 1. Nice, beautiful double swing that comes out from LOUD. Superman waiting for the first contact for the player on lane to throw out the paranoia out. Now the Aftershock flushing out towards logs. LOUD looking to move in any second now. Apoth here's a TP across, Jogamo hiding in the smoke just by the bottom of the staircase, but LOUD are just running in 1 by 1. And with the clock ticking down on his spike, it's making it so difficult here for LOUD to move in. Sadak's gonna be the last player staying with no bullets left in the chamber of the Stinger, and EG, they convert their gun round.
Jogamo almost getting another 4K there, stepping forward. Ready to take the fight to LOUD as they try to flood in. That was almost 3 of them towards Switch there as they were covering each other, trying to trade, but EG is still finding the openings and finding the back of LOUD, which is usually quite a hard thing to do. They trade hard. They're very good at anchoring each other's frags. And EG is just finding their way under LOUD's skin here. Round 4, weapons on both sides. Not really any low armor to look at except for Nature and Sadak here. Bit of a different change. EG just puts the 3 members over towards the B
And we have the
now.
same setup as last round for EG. Sova and Cypher B main with the Jet.
Cat and lane side of B and stop that mid pressure.
And the same take.
EG was just taking.
They can just walk.
Never expected it. Jogamo got denied right away, and there was no trade.
They can just walk in.
Here's the footsteps of
The same dome to clear the mid again.
Losing Jogamo early is going to hurt EG right now. QCK Playing on the other side of Cat. Here's a weapon being dropped and picked up here for Nature to fall back, and still have to work this map here for EG. They have this protocol is still holding the extremities and using the middle for control.
And so many, EG's ready to take so many 1v1s. 1B main, 1A main. 2 members, however, trading in mid, but you just see how confident they are to push all extremities right now with this mid pressure happening.
Nature flashing out towards the spawn, even a recon dart to see if they can maybe start pushing towards the spawn. That's why we don't really see.
Yeah, but this time you have 2 people backside.
Out from Superman, and now we'll pivot EG now to try to work towards his B site, but the runways this time is on the staircase of the B site. Works out quite well. Apoth couldn't get the lurk in, and with 16 seconds left, it's really not giving any chances for EG to move through, yet they're still committing to it. Aftershock comes out, less supporting Kawadzin in the back of the B site.
And this reminds me of like the old style of playing Ascent when the map first came out with Breach and Killjoy on B all the time.
What a nice round from Loud.
Except now it's
Honestly, we were
Viper.
saying that EG's confident. I was saying they're confident. They're pushing the sides. They're ready to take 1v1s, and Loud recognizes that a bit as well. EG's hot right now. You don't just peek corners against a team that's flowing like this. So Loud backs up into the site, causes EG to walk into a little bit more of the danger zone.
That's
and
an
then they
EG
start collapsing
timeout.
on EG, which is not what EG has been presented with the first few rounds. Loud's been getting up in their face, losing the trades. EG has a better time getting into sight, and they don't have to use as much util there. Loud made EG work for it, and EG could not find the answer.
It almost feels like the script kind of flipped a bit here, because it's now Loud bringing the fight to EG on defense, where EG was really trying to go for those setup plays. Again, looking for that cat control, being surprised by QCK, moving very slowly after losing Jogimo. Okay, we're just going to move and get our ones, but not really trying to do those funnies of sliding out, pushing through double swings, going for the trades. And if you listen to those EG comms in that game against G2, Potter mentions that through her timeouts towards the end. Like, really try to work together, gas each other up, be confident, play to win, don't play to lose.
Get those vibes. Don't be bums.
Exactly.
They're bums, as Nature would say. The Loud fans ready to see a few rounds come back in their favor here. They do have Sadok's null command. Beautiful retake for a site there. Less just 1 off an orb if they can gain B main control. If we remember how much EG used that on defense to control the map and understand where Loud was going, we'll see if Loud starts to get themselves some main control. To turn
We have both KO ultimates.
All right, we're in. Apoth's going to be on that side. A 4-1 split from EG. And yeah, they will. They start to pressure, even playing anti-flash in there. Kawadzin is ready with less. Oh my word.
Usually on these timeouts, you're trying to make plays. So
And they know it's like the lurk. So they should be aware of an 8, and that's confirmed.
From QCK spotting the remaining roster of EG.
They're gonna get the knives.
Controlling this orb, grabbing a blade storm for Jogger.
Are they gonna send it?
This really allows Loud to just kind of solidify their members in a site. You get the peak mid from Kawadzin so they don't get the lurk that EG has had a few rounds before. And they have all pretty much a retake.
Yeah, they're gonna send it.
But Molly, Paranoia, and allow the blade storm to come out. That gets.
But they're gonna keep the kill.
On the top of heaven. So really, EG, all they can do right now is try to gain the space and try to get a plant. Superman with the hero rifle at the dice with this Vandal.
And you can see with that Phoenix pushing behind, they're trying to confine them to the site. And Superman
is there once again at the dice. Derek also gets a trade
having
off
huge kills.
Here comes the lurk, the flank from QCK. The 1v1 towards the back, and Jogimo is ready for it. Now we have a 3 versus 1. Tui's alone, spotting that Nature up towards that dice. Only the blade storm left the line, dropped! And it's a Sheriff from Derek, a 1v1 against Tui's here. Recon dart. Tui's is gonna make noise, so Derek's gonna repivot now towards the back of the generator, swings out and gets tagged a bit by the Vandal. The drop out from Tui's after.
And the timing on the push.
Deflected from EG.
How crispy has this guy been since joining EG?
Another really close,
I really didn't
close
think I'd be
round
playing
for
a team,
EG.
and then I was playing some games at 6 a.m. and I got a
But
message,
hey,
so I had a cup of coffee and tried out. Well, it worked.
Somebody's gotta win down.
Potter very happy she made that message that DM'd to Derek to get him on EG. Right there, we see one of the results. Feeling it.
There's that happiness.
Yep, there's that happiness. 11-6-2.
A little bit less there.
Night and day. You see the back and forth.
And now there are
The give
4
and take
ultimates
right
to
now,
work
and
with.
Right now, EG is taking 4 ultimates ready for them as they start this round. As again, pressure from Loud. They're trying to get a hold of the extremities to slow Evil Geniuses down and get a few more rounds back in their favor here on defense. Les's ultimate could control B main, but don't know if they want to use it just yet because EG
And
has been
another
so confident
mid
just taking another site when they have the chance.
Again, same drone.
Drone up mid.
Yeah, G continues to work this middle.
Yeah.
A couple of them got hit by a paranoid coming out from the A main side. Now that's Superman moving forward, and they're looking for a trap play into tree, but Superman's gonna get caught as he swings out. Caster bless, baby, but gets traded out by Tui's. There's that execution back towards the tree. The Hunter's Fury to try to flush out towards the A main.
That's a big kill for Loud.
Advantage still for Loud.
What a push here from Tui's. This could really be a big portion of the round if he's not detected. And now they
And
have to look
Sadak
in,
being
so it
worried
kind of
about
fizzles out
mid
here on
when
this push.
he has
Still could have a huge
the
booster
breach
movement
looking
once they
at
get
it,
themselves into
like-
position. Let's see how big Apoth can sell what he's doing over at B.
Yeah, this is definitely where it gets
30
difficult for
seconds
EG.
left.
Now they have to make the move, and as they move slowly here, time is against them, and we're playing so passively for Loud. Off angles,
Oh my gosh.
out towards
And
the
they
side.
are
A TP
very
out towards
scared
B.
of a
His fake
beat.
was sold.
They're going to go back to A.
10 seconds left.
Oh my gosh, they get away, but that means that's another for sight.
He should suicide. He has his molly, he should kill himself. Like, Sadak should 100% kill himself if he can. Oh wait, no, it's the EG ultimate. So he can't.
There's the aftershock coming out, and it's only nature alone now as Derek is hiding for cover under the smoke towards hell. The flank out from Apoth, but it's a 1-for-1. Derek in another opportunity to clutch, this time on a 2 versus 1. The tap on that spike first, looks for that spray. Now as the smoke dissipates, the defuse will come out.
What a round!
I thought it was the
Sadak's
Sadak's ultimate for a second.
Loud to completely nullify if anybody could be under in hell. They use the fragmentation grenade and a little
they
bit extra
use
damage with
3
that aftershock,
ultimates
and they make sure nobody can be
to
hiding
lose the round.
underneath. Great use of utility to retake.
Yeah, hopefully we're gonna see it right here, but that Derek 2v1 clutch where he actually couldn't get that wallbang spray into the diffuser, that's the respect also that EG is giving to Loud, knowing that planning in those positions, the aftershock could flush them out, Molly's could flush them out, and as they're inching towards the site, they wanted to be ready for that with the clock against them, so it's for them, it was to play it safe for EG, and playing it safe this time around as well. Apoth trying to walk over through this smoke, gets tapped down to 11 HP.
Push back, Loud playing very retake heavy here. It's just gonna be one inside jog.
The helicopter Bucky moves forward with Superman on the second kill at the Tui's. A lower buy from EG looking to get converted as Apoth is pushing forward. That 11 HP works wonders now for EG. Rolling Thunder out, Derek with the off angle. Les is alone, but Les
1
manages to still
HP.
get that kill on to Derek. 1 HP remaining. Joggimo still low on the bind, still with this Bucky. Is playing it close on that spike. First contact will potentially be Superman here. Unless Joggimo wants to swing out. There is that peek, and Joggimo swings out for the kill. EG are now at match point.
Absolutely blistering speed from EG on that last round. Like, Loud was trying to back up. We saw QCK take a reposition, and then Joggimo was on him. Literally on generator with him at the same time. Loud's gonna go ahead and call a timeout again here, as backs are against the wall for a final point.
Yeah, it's looking more and more like an EG map.
They're behind enemy lines is throwing Loud for a loop, and that is not something we're used to seeing. You do not get behind Loud enemy lines very easily here at EG. Really, really solid with how they're running strategies, and Loud cannot seem to catch up at this point. 5 rounds to get themselves to an OT here. Maybe if they invest in the OT spray, possibility becomes greater. 1%, remember, for 100% for $1.
That's a steal.
It is. It really is. It's crazy valuation, though. They were wrong.
But this is their last time out for sure here for Loud. On this map, 5 chances for EG to close this off here, and you definitely saw off You know, these lower buys that EG keep converting this game against LOUD puts them in a very difficult position. Once we move back in the game, you'll see there's not much money left on the board here for LOUD to work with. So this is going to be the most crucial timeout for LOUD to try to close this. Because remember, this is the last timeout. So not only you have to fight for OT, you're going to have to try to win OT.
Yeah.
With none of these timeout chances left. Maybe working behind here, this Phoenix ult on the defense.
And again, the Cypher on B main
is there to set up on the A side too.
for the map control.
Looks like we're pivoting differently now.
It's like
them working towards a tree.
Yeah, it's like LOUD hasn't even been able to use Less's ult, really. They're just wondering what round it would be good and how would it affect EG, because it doesn't really seem like it will, right? EG just
We have
goes
an
to the other
outlaw on
side again,
that
so fast,
Cypher.
so orchestrated. It would be tough to use it if you're not already making the retake happen. So let's see here. What can nature call for the last round on Ascent against this LOUD composition? They're still staying with the spike down to just get as much util out, drain this initiator retake. They're realizing that LOUD's getting back in by having that freedom of utility that they can dump into the site just as if they were hitting from the attack side. So EG saying, give us all you got, and then we'll re-hit in a second.
Yeah, and the protocols are
And we have
right there to
Sadak
them.
rotating B, like they
Map
don't
going, knowing that the
believe
economy's low here for
in
LOUD.
an
They're still using their
8.
due diligence and utility to even bring up the ult points. As Derek
It's
grabs
gonna
that
play
lurk.
like super
Apop is
close.
moving forward, the Outlaw connecting onto Less. The lurk play coming out from EG once again capitalized. Underhand flash as Apop is trying to tap on that spike.
And they've
Sees
seen
now that
two
the jump is
players.
towards the B site.
They
That
know
might be the
about
opening now
Deutsch
for
and
EG to
KO
execute an
being B.
Paranoia and a knife. They realize now that the site's open.
30 seconds left.
Going for that clean plan now for A main.
Yeah, fully in sight. So still retake here gonna happen from LOUD. 0 point gives them an idea, but a lot of this lower hell utility is already being used.
Run it back now. Derek with the lineup. Cancels the run it back, even gets a kill on top of that. Swinging back and forth, spots two players, the last two of LOUD, up towards the tree. Smoke being thrown, Jogimo in nature with the last two kills.
First map,
EG
EG.
upsetting LOUD on Ascent.
Very strong
What a
defensive
match for evil
side for EG.
geniuses. Incredible stuff that they're able to bring to the table here, and
Very
having
good
to
raids.
fix quite a few things.
And
in the
then
protocol
those,
area they
like,
did from
mid-hits
last week. If we remember
on T side.
during the cast of Sentinels versus LOUD, a message came up
Very
in
good
that
stuff.
chat box from one of the players that said,
Very well
what was it?
prepared.
Oh my God, this util is insane. We can't do anything in sight, right? EG prevented LOUD from finding that util again. They were not able to run this composition like it was ran before. And that is a big thing. And I guess that's what you expect from Evil Geniuses and Potter when they come in to counter a team.
Oh yeah, and EG did a great job as well to just help and hold back here and fade out the utility tool on the attack. So doing a great job, EG, once again, winning the first map on Ascent. Icebox is coming up next, and that's EG's map pick.
Rachel, you okay?
No. I live with a broken phone. I can't trade in.
Okay, that's dramatic. Better plan's Verizon. Everyone can trade in their old phone and get the new Samsung Galaxy S24 Plus with AI on them.
A new phone.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Let's go.
Wait, I'm on Verizon. Can I still get it?
Yeah.
I gotta trade this in, right?
New and existing customers can trade in any Samsung phone for a new Galaxy S24 Plus watch and tablet, all on us. That's up to $1,800 in value, only on Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Is that going to be enough? They know where Ned is. He's dropped him. Another clip. Superman!
Acaba caindo cedo, mas o Cauã avançou em elevador. Cauãzinho!
Smick standing here with Coach Potter after an exhilarating first win on map number 1 on Ascent. Potter, I think a lot of people were so excited to see this matchup against LOUD, specifically because both of you guys have just shown such amazing innovation with your compositions. And headed into this first map, it was clear you had a game plan, bringing out that Cypher. How satisfied were you with how things panned out? And are you at all worried that perhaps LOUD has something up their sleeve for your interesting comp on Icebox?
Yeah, for sure they definitely have something prepared. The Ascent change happened earlier this week, actually, but Vince is he's such a stud. He absolutely takes on any challenge coming to him, and this week I told him, hey, Cypher's gonna be in the game plan. So we changed a lot of things, but we put in so much work this week to try to specifically counter LOUD's comp. We don't think it's that great. There's a lot of scary things about it for sure, but once we went over exactly what our win cons were gonna be, it felt really easy this first map.
It's amazing to see all of that work come together in just 1 week. Congratulations again. Best of luck in map number 2.
Despite Potter doing the dab, we'll forgive that transgression. But that being said, hey, EG wins, so it ain't all that bad. They walk away with a big win on Ascent. Welcome back, Golden Boy here alongside Mimi and Vanity as we break everything down. And, just jumping into it, Vanity, you made the call. You said you wanted to see the Cypher get implemented into the composition. Not only was it implemented, I think they executed it basically as well as you possibly could.
I mean, I think it felt like LOUD had no chance, honestly, in that game. They looked pretty convincing in their wins against Sentinels, and who else did they play on Ascent? Was it They played 2 matches. I don't remember the other one.
Yeah, I'm drawing a
Memory, that's a tough one. Leviathan.
Yeah, and they definitely looked a lot worse. I think the Cypher played a factor in it. I don't think it was the only thing that changed. I think giving footage for this comp to other teams is going to be something that EG did a great job using. They definitely used the resources they had available, and then the Cypher just is like the icing on top.
Yeah, I mean, this comp has very clear ideas. If it has no dive, it has to be splitting into these sites. So mid-control with that Viper Wall is really important. And I was impressed with how EG kind of denied that Viper Wall. Because normally you can put it up, put it down whenever you want. It gives you really easy ways to fight into mid. But they were always buying double Odin Operator, which meant they could be doing that spam towards Catwalk, doing that spam towards B main, and always funneling their opponents into either the Operator of Jojimo or the trips from Apoth here, which are basically unbreakable because you have no dive to get over and you have no Silver Shocks to get rid of them. It was a beautiful counter to this comp from EG. And on top of that, like we see with Apoth, the players were popping off individually as well.
Popping off. Popping off.
No.
You know, you're not going to give that to me. I get one a week,
No.
you know? At the
It's the weekend. Can't do
It's the weekend, so never mind. It doesn't count. All right, well, my terrible jokes aside, Smix is actually standing by with another coach for our coach interview to see what we got.
That was pretty sick. I like that.
I learned quite a bit in that
Speedy.
whole instance. It was fast, straight to the point, and we're back.
That's what Loud's going to do on Icebox Stream.
Ooh.
Always keep them guessing.
I like that one. I like that one. Okay. Well, let's see what we should be expecting on Icebox. Thankfully, we got a person who really enjoys tapping screens. It's Ender here to break it all down. What you got, buddy?
iPad baby.
Well, let me tell you, I love tapping. And my main question is, how do EG play a fluid, aggressive defense with a million Sentinels and no duelist? And they showed it to us versus EG. Now, let's start off with B main control because it all comes down to Jogamo on this deadlock. Most rounds, he is dropping very early sensors in B main and then rotating off of that space, usually to drop his wall delayed into mid, but sometimes, like this round, dropping it over.
Oh, and they have a
site.
deadlock
This
on
round, those sensors are very far forward, and we're deep in the round. It's
Icebox.
30 seconds. G2 thought they were doing something, rotating back into B off this because they saw deadlock over an A. EG showed them that, and they run into these sensors. Now just 20 seconds on the clock. Players are rotating over. It's not going to be easy. But just 2 rounds later, G2 know the way they counter this is they need to deal with those sensors early on in a round, right? So they get in here with the Jet, and they're like, oh, the sensors aren't here. Oh, I bet the deadlock is over on the A site. No, it's deeper sensors. We've got a player ready to swing off of that. It is beautiful, and G2 falls straight into the trap. Now, one more thing, if we sneak back there, that they're keeping fresh is the Killjoy setup. So here in mid, pretty common these days to see this turret that peers into the window inside tube and the alarm bot underneath for full mid control there. Hold on there, got ahead of myself. But in this next round, and in a lot of rounds, they're actually putting this alarm bot down in mid out of the window and have the turret inside tube as well. So a little bit more forward control. And this is at the same time that they are upping with the deadlock. Deadlock is doing some interesting things here with the utility as well, right? We've got both the wall here as well as the alarm to give some pseudo safety to the deadlock, kind of like a Jet. You know, Jet would take that shot and dash away. Deadlock's hoping to take that shot and then hope that between the wall and the sensor, no one can dive on him.
I don't know.
Unfortunately, Jet sort of disrespects him here.
I haven't watched the game, but like,
traded and pulled over, but
just
he still gets it.
seeing
that,
that
EG, though, because
it was like
very
a
aggressive
fucking
looks in future rounds.
13-11 win against G2, who had a fucking brimstone
They're walking up into
on fucking Icebox.
Walking onto Belt.
It's like, what the fuck, man?
Knife as well as a KO left click flash to get a pop way up there. They're pushing through on the flank. That makes the G2 want to go into B site quickly, but they're going into a B site where the double flash pros are ready to pinch them, where there's still deadlock utility there for them to run into. And EG just played so in their face. EG love to get aggressive. And honestly, G2, that might be the surprise that they have to overcome.
I think that's an excellent breakdown because it really illustrates just the unique ideas that EG are bringing to
Like,
the
imagine
table.
playing
And
Brimstone
also, I think it just
on
illustrates that
Icebox
this
when
EG
you
team
could have
is
played
more than fine
fucking
just
KO.
taking risks and trying new things out.
They absolutely are. And
You would
we
have
saw EG,
Flash,
they were up to
the
task
fucking
with their
knife,
counter strat on
a
Go.
fucking
Let's see what
second
Loud has. So
pseudo
going back to
duelist
last year
to open
with
your
Harbor Viper,
sights,
this is the comp
an
that they
extra
were
molly
always playing. They were the
for
innovators
post
with
plant.
it. But it's going to have to beat EG when they are one map away from going to Madrid. That is crazy to say because this was a team, world champs last year, completely
I mean, Brim has a
dismantled.
molly,
Only one
but
player and a coach left, and now a map
You know what
away
I
from
mean.
another international event. It's unbelievable.
LOUD aren't going to let it happen, though. LOUD, they are the GOATs, and they've got EG's playbook in their notes. They're ready to dive into this one, and it's going to be done by early on in
And we have a
round,
Harbor, which is way better than a Brim, by the way. Just because of how more of an initiator Harbor is.
I think he's gonna have to step up. I think get a
If KO is like a pseudo duelist, Harbor is clearly a controller with like pseudo initiator type of stuff.
It's been a while since he's played that role, so very much pressure is on LOUD here. The last year champions of the Americas League.
And a way better ultimate on Icebox, which is a huge map. Like, Brim's ultimate is really good against like for like small maps and maps that have like very confined space, like Bind with lamps and stuff like that. But on Icebox, the map is so huge that like that ultimate almost never finds any utility outside of being a good counter to a Killjoy ultimate.
New strats coming out from EG. And you've been shaking on Jet in the past. This is going to be a very
But we'll
difficult task
see.
here for QCK.
I definitely prefer the Arbor to the Brim, but I think KO is better than Brim.
on Jet.
Yeah, Brim and Arbor.
We've seen from this composition that QCK wasn't that replacement for Ospas. It's gotten a lot of freedom to the team with the way Sadok's been able to work that with the new duelist now, and it's just flowed. Let's see how it happens here.
Already have a high tide coming up the dash across here from QCK, and
locked up.
As you actually heard from Ender, we didn't really see any deadlock setups towards his B side. It starts off instantly towards A, so it slowed down the pace for LOUD. As they're setting up for a plant up towards the A tower, a double flank coming out from EG, slowly being watched by Les.
Wow.
But here comes the first contacts. All three instantly won by LOUD from both extremities. Flankers drop down, rotators drop
And they are
down.
aware of
It's up
the
to
second
Juggernaut and H on a
flanker.
5 versus 2, isolated on different parts of the A site. A triple swing towards the spawn, and it'll make it difficult here for Joggermo to come back and try to clutch a 1v3 here at this point.
I love the swarm from LOUD here. We'll watch Joggermo try to clutch this one up against
I don't know,
three as he
man.
gets just smattered with a bunch of utility. But
Throwing
this
all that
was a
utility
really
is
cool
like,
chaos round from
why?
LOUD. Sadak goes across the rope up top. What is Sadak known for on round one? Sadak loves to get alt orbs. Well, he's gonna get his anyways. He is the crosshair breaker that goes across rope. Everybody's flying in, but the
We
wall
could
from
see an
Harbor
outlaw
actually
for
covers the
LOUD.
majority of everything they're doing, so that rope travel isn't as dangerous. The rest of the team's flooding the bottom of the site, and EG was just overwhelmed there. The deadlock utility really didn't stop too much, and LOUD get an idea of how it's used on A. As you were saying, we didn't see it on B there. Could be on A once again. Moving through a little bit of a low buy here, but EG will be ready to meet LOUD. I like the Harbor pickup as well versus Deadlock here, Vansili. I feel like if you get caught in something like one of those nets, you can just cove somebody or cove yourself, a little bit of protection.
Try play, flash in the air,
Spike down
triple swing, one denied.
Not yet, almost.
QCK's moving up there and just swarming up these orbs. So yeah, it was an attempt to kind of work behind that wall, but it seems like LOUD were ready for that. They played very far back and just denied EG.
Walls on walls here for LOUD. And it's interesting because Tui's is using his as the main take wall, right? Les continues to put his wall on B. You're remaining for constant pressure there no matter what the round is. And you're good to go with Harbor. And look, they can even just really work past this Viper wall. It causes them hardly any issue. And by the time that Viper wall's been up the last few rounds, we're seeing that they're already inside the site. So really, they're just getting back for post-plant positions. Round 3, and Joggermo does it again. Not even has to be an operator this time.
And that's the thing, the moving up with the Harbor walls.
Over there.
A great way to scale up towards the map and great that utility from Joggermo, but again, it's EG playing that fourth position and catching one off guard off the rip. For the rest now, LOUD, they've lost a player in the process. Tuis is down to 5 HP. The wall comes out now for Joggermo, making it
And they have an extra weapon behind. But we saw Sadak and Tuis trade weapons and not going back.
Gets caught, but at least gets one for his troubles. Now it's up to the two controllers of Les and Tuis. Going into Nasus arm now, confirming the plan.
Oh, that's spooky. Wow, playing that time so well there.
It's gonna go pick up the weapon now.
Yeah, but EG's already here.
They have a Harbor ultimate to play with.
But isolating on 1v1s. Finally a trade comes out. Oh, Tuis at this 5 HP somehow stays alive and is in a clutch situation. Apoth just dancing around, trying to spot him. Trying to bait out the swing with a tap on that spike. Tuis is counting the seconds. Swings out, gets the kill! Huge. Out with the Red Bull clutch, and
huge.
Should have been an EG round.
Big bonus for LOUD.
Those hero plays, they do have it with that roster under LOUD.
And LOUD feels comfortable against this. Really interesting take to get up to the deadlock utility. They just deathball it. They find what could be their problem, and they all take care of it together. Pushing forward, cute little wide swing by QCK to pick one up before he's traded by Jog for a 3K there on the full round. But yeah, really nice control here by LOUD. Patient walk up B. They take site, plant. Fundamentals all around here. We're seeing how this Harbor comp gets to work too. Giving themselves a much safer.
Hey, how are you? I'm good, I'm good. How are you?
All right, back towards B. They tempt, but they're losing a lot of ground on A here. Apoth has already gained entirety of A.
And they know it's a
They're going to be
beat.
able to rotate across the site now. EG's ready for this site hit. I feel like LOUD is going to do one of their weights. They've gone to A twice. Then LOUD hits B, right? And now it looks like they might even fake it more. And they're ready for
now
Apoth
it's
as
a
they rotate
catastrophe
back to A.
for EG.
As well, this double controller.
The spot rotation.
Utility rather to cross back towards the mid rounding, forcing EG on these rotates. I mean, you know, on this lower
Tag back to people, but you have pistols
a
only.
little bit more aggressively and quickly as Apoth gets caught.
Oh wow.
LOUD to get some sort of position towards the east side, but Jogimo almost connected onto one on the top of 410. But as for the rest, it's looking pretty good for LOUD so far, unless Jogimo can come nuclear here. Denied. Derek with the second one. Does not connect onto Derek. Does not connect onto QCK, rather. Now Superman's the last player standing.
What do you do if you're Viper? Do you go for the
You saw
round
the
or?
rotate from EG. They still, even though Apoth pushed forward on that A main side, they didn't really know if there was actually still players from LOUD moving towards middle.
Yeah.
So they have to be wary of those as well. Try to work that against LOUD's mid-rounding.
They're trying to get ahead of LOUD right now. I think with the pace LOUD is playing, you have to consider you're forcing your opponent's hand, right? Especially when Apoth gets a free push like that and they're all the way towards B. So they have to wait for that execution. They have to see a little commitment, I think, from LOUD there to really get that rotation in order.
We have a ping
Jogmo's
ace
also an
screen.
online operator as well for this deadlock, and they're going to try to get positioning to use this beautiful drone destroyed.
Good first
On
game.
the defense on a deadlock, punished right away by QCK as Derek's on the top of pipes being hit by the Yelp out from Tuis, slowing things down by throwing a mosh pit towards the right side of 410, breaking the dart, allowing Nature to reposition up towards the generator. Looking for more information as the wingman comes out.
And they
Nice
find
little
him with the
combination,
UT,
though. Looks
huge.
like they heard Nature pivot back towards the generator. A 2v2 ensues, make that a 2v1.
But up off.
And stopped by Apoth on the top of the 8 tower.
Apoth has these moments, usually quiet, just lurking, but when he is called upon, Apoth can lay them down. That's right there, 1-4 as the EG picks up the first round. And nice little control they got over towards A. Even with LOUD's util protocols, they're dropping EG members left and right. They're still able to pick up the round on this one. Derek being right up in the face of QCK there. Little tricks like that did not stop Apoth from holding. And 3 kills from the same position like this too is actually kind of crazy. Continuing to reposition and just nail those shots. Nature is pumped up.
Exactly, you probably have to give it to him too. Despite him getting caught by a shock molly combo, he threw a flash in the air, allowing for him to get the pick. Jogimo once again pushing forward with the operator, catching Sadak. Instantly puts up a wall, and that's going to force the clock down here against LOUD.
Stay down.
So it looks like they're trying to tackle more parts of the map than one now. And I thought this is what might happen. Do they take out the wall? Do they put a bunch of people on it and then make EG have to worry a little bit more? It's just the wall is like an alarm bot with a crap load of health. You have to take it
So
down
much
and
map
make EG
control
worry.
The gun sticking
for
out.
EG.
Gonna fall. And that's the thing too. They're working the map as you're mentioning for LOUD, and they really caught EG off guard here.
Welcome to my world. Spike planted.
All coming out here.
Oh my god.
Allowing players to flush out. The updraft, the right click there onto QCK. Back onto the ground, trying to get more.
That fucking friggin'.
Less, and that's Superman alone now.
Good recovery by LOUD, by the way.
Less stays in it now to keep it
That's
up.
a very uncommon situation to be in. Like,
for this round, that op is way too far.
King Deadlock ultimate and shit.
Pick it up and save it for the next round. So the best he could do here is save this Vandal, look for exits at the same time. But LOUD definitely is looking to convert their 5th round.
Man, how nice would it be to actually have a Sova somewhere for EG in this composition? All these walls and coves and things that Tui's is putting up is just allowing LOUD to run amok in the site. They're able to trade each other. They're getting the angles they want as they run in. And you get to drone the site as well to start it off. So you know you have the enemy already on the move when you start.
Honestly, I feel like EG should put like
still picks up the frag.
Killjoy on one side, Deadlock on the other, and just have someone play the mid.
Much more control this game. They're forcing EG's hand.
Force LOUD to lurk mid and to split their pushes.
Not giving EG as much ground on the map as it did before. It's not stumping their opponent.
Because right now
they
have
where
3 sides.
Deadlock being used because
with the Killjoy mid.
We've seen Jogamo go
There's not enough stop power, I feel like, on
no-brainer to throw the wall down when
EG's side.
Everything. And you are going to get some slowdown at least out of that round, preventing a LOUD rush.
And we see an EG timeout.
How can they prevent that is the question.
5-1, that's early.
Recognizing here now that working those extremities is definitely
that's
the play
6
here
rounds left.
This 4 position that you mentioned a couple of rounds ago from Apoth, it was just a nice shot from LOUD as they rotated it over. So it's really trying to make sure that once you gain more position, do you want to move a little bit more?
They don't want the game to slip away and end up like LOUD last game in a 9-3 situation where you lose a pistol, you're already 11 down. Like, they really want to have the first half be as close as possible. Because it's their map, but it's LOUD pick the attack side, obviously.
Pressure so far from them. Just
and we see pings
once again go through. They have the
on B,
back, so
and that could be the stop round.
Double push here, probably triple push coming in from A.
It's an echo, so
they just want to gain that map control by the tower.
We have the wall,
and they have Thrash too. They can in and out. They can get a little map control by thrashing, pulling it back, getting a reset. If they really
and that wall sits just on top of the Viper wall. Very interesting, like, setup.
And they're not going to have to worry about much.
Orb now being picked up.
We have the Deadlock baiting for the Viper, jumping around.
Jumping in the smoke. Will he catch one?
But they are aware.
Couldn't get that kill. And that's the defenders, the attempt that they're trying to do with the snakebite net.
Good attempt on Nicoron.
To get these kills against LOUD. LOUD continues to push forward towards the spawn and looking pretty flawless so far. That high tide so difficult to deal against, and there's that cove too. Forcing yourself to stick out here, and that's the Dizzy being thrown out. Trying to make some sort of play with this Vandal that was purchased at the beginning of the round for Derek. Hive gets the information, contains everybody towards the B main. Wow.
And it's a flawless.
Getting to the end. It was LOUD working that B site.
We haven't seen it in a long time. Teams pushing forward, playing.
We have a Nope.
Trying to get through the site.
We have 3 ultimates
having the harbor being able
and a
to
Guardian.
off the right side, and the entry from spawn means that LOUD can get even deeper. LOUD can prevent EG from
and
setting
Sadak
up
is
retake
0-5, man.
Then they finally
0-5 when his
Still
team
have
is
the
like
wall to fall back
6-1.
on, and causing so much trouble deeper and deeper.
Superman
EG
too,
can get there overall in
0-5.
the strats. Really working.
But I mean,
operator here
they are
from
losing
Dog.
very hard.
See what he can do.
Definitely changing the pace. They're working towards middle this time around. 3 players.
And you can see they have like
I think they heard the op shot, so they know the op is
the
back in
the Deadlock setup
Positions back
and
in
the
window.
Killjoy on each side.
At least Superman solo alone on this B side, still being pinged out here.
Wall still there. One cascade over towards A. That's why you kind of see.
And they broke
ready
that
for
noise
anything around
stop
corner,
from
but
the
LOUD
Deadlock.
is at B. That was a fast
that was preventing a push yellow, allowing the Viper to play yellow herself. And now she has to back off.
Yep, they're going to be going for it.
But we see that with all the people on, with all the setups on like A and B, they have to be mid to cover. And now they push back. Now they have to retake.
Trying to find that information. They can't find anything because the last two players
But they found enough kills.
Towards green. Now another tap on the spike, lockdown, keeping them at bay. Even allowing potentially Loud to focus back on the A sign and having less on the lurk until the double swing comes out from EG towards B.
That's a weird decision from LOUD to just give up the Viper like that.
Trying to create a different angle here to break a crosshair. Has to be slow too.
And the Killjoy shouldn't be the one pushing. She should be on her stuff. She's too far for us. For her stuff on her.
And they'll get done.
She's too far for her stuff on her outside of her nanobot shit.
Very, very happy. They still have that operator to go back into the hands of Jogamo, holding down yellow over towards B. So a good answer from Evil Geniuses too. It really seemed like LOUD had a stranglehold on the game, and what
I feel like it's more of a shaky answer personally. Like, yeah, they win down pretty clean, but you see the Killjoy pushing when she should be like backing up for her stuff and shit, like.
Spending the big money.
We'll see. If the Killjoy has enough sub power on A, maybe EG is gonna manage to get a few more rounds. But they are on site for free again. They find 2 open kills. That's really bad for LOUD. And they get the deadlock ultimate. They win that round, but again, it's like it's a weird way to win that round.
It seemed like LOUD continued to push through. That was a
like,
rinse and repeat round for
LOUD is getting a bit like undisciplined, I feel, and we have a timeout.
And that was the timing
very
difference
good.
that caught LOUD off guard. Also, Jogamo nailing these ults. Like, I don't know the percentage he has on him because out in ranked, deadlocks aren't hitting ults like that. It's crazy, man. It's crazy. Apoth 2 also having a fantastic series so far here as those two are on top of the board.
A fantastic event on top of that.
Yeah,
even
seriously.
Sadank being 0-7-2 at like fucking 6-3.
Is that this is the first time for players like Apoth and Swoopman to actually step on the stage
it's a
of
weird
the Americas.
fucking map for them.
I mean, they passed with flying colors in their match against G2, and now you're playing against a very tough opponent in LOUD. Again, the winners of America's last year, and you're able to fight toe-to-toe against them as well. It's definitely allowing that confidence to come up here for players like Apoth as you saw those shots come through.
And it's very cool to see that, you know, Apoth, Nature, and Superman, as you were mentioning them, have just been brought on to the VCT stage. You know, seasoned players across challengers, across other leagues in the tier 2 scene, but to be able to step onto the stage like this and slot right in as well. EG still looks as powerful as ever here and could bring this one back to a tie with the momentum they have. LOUD, see what they decide to change. Has been a few A hits here. It seems like the A hit is figured out with LOUD throwing the big screen wall from Harbor, playing off a little bit.
We still have a hate. Like you can see that the LOUD just being the position for Killjoy ultimate. And EG knows they're gonna push, get that info, get the pressure, and that's a huge kill. Like,
still losing the head-to-head when Les actually has his sights on his head. But LOUD looking to pivot back towards the B site, even the spike making its way towards that area. And lockdown will potentially be used, and indeed it does. Superman pretty much in a one-and-done position. Nothing to really allow for him to fall back. He'll swing, but LOUD is ready for it. And as I say that, comes out with the kill, and he'll finally get detained and stopped.
yeah, man, it's a one and done.
Default mosh.
Didn't know about that Viper though.
Just off there for Jogamo as they start heading towards the site. This lurk is going to be so big from Les in the end, and he's low. As long as he doesn't make noise.
Is lurking around the corner and does get the kill onto Nature.
Never mind.
And that lurk is not even needed.
And yeah, you mentioned the flank was going to be super important at the same time. Even if a sonic sensor was being thrown to watch that fight from Jogamo, most players are walking through that one. I don't think you get caught there at that point, so Loud were definitely in a great position on that post plan.
Expecting a push from Evil Geniuses too for Les to be away from the team that long. We were just saying they're not kind of leaving a pressure player on
Honestly, if I'm EG, I put the Viper on A. You have the Viper pit, you can just stop any A hit, especially now that the Killjoy ultimate is gone. They're gonna ult B main with the deadlock sensor. And the wall and dropper alone, that's a lot of stop power for EG to put on B. Like, they have nothing mid. They find 2 early kill, 3 now. 4.
Tui's instantly the last player remaining. Wins that duel against APOC.
They find those early kills, but it could go like both ways.
And there's still decent amount of money here for Loud and a lot of time to work with for Tui.
And this is where you wish you had an Omen to TP on the spike.
But the discipline, the protocol is there on the defensive side, so Tui's now has to activate and try to rework the map alone. Moving towards this A site, trying to bait out some players by making a lot of noise.
Carrying spike. Wave crashing.
This is going to be good enough here.
Oh my.
Net keeps him away.
Oh dear.
Wingman being thrown out and Jogamo from the top rope.
Jeez. A little bit of hype creator there for him and the team. That's got to feel good.
We still have 3 ultimates for Loud.
They have what, been on pipes and in the face of Loud every time they go A to fight as soon as they
honestly, it might not seem like much, but the difference between 8 and 4 and 7 and 5
you can throw up there, but EG is
pretty
still
huge.
working ahead of the game, much like they did on Ascent, to prevent Loud's utility from even mattering.
That T side is gonna be so fucking weak for
this time EG sets back.
For EG though. Like, if they don't get the plant, it's over. Like, they have a team comp for post plants, and that's it.
Almost got caught, oh my gosh. But couldn't capitalize on the kill and the surprise that he had against Kawadzine. And at the same time, Sadak gets that pick. The null command that was being used towards the game.
And we are seeing Sadak.
Oh dear.
Sadak looking for that timing. Derek was painting out the same thing. But Sadak just running that clock down. I mean, not allowing Nature to come back up. That's going to be annoying to deal against. Meanwhile, this is a battle that happened the whole time because look at Loud. The rest of them are just hanging out towards the B site.
Yep.
Just do your thing, Sadak.
Yeah, literally holding a team hostage right there towards A. Sadak just masterminding for a little bit, and now it's going to be the site take. Everybody's safe with the control that they have. And again, as a team here, you don't have to worry that much about the deadlock utility if you're working the map well. Okay, Path.
Yeah, even the upshot
It's a
mid-lane
shot,
is there
but
to
good
fight.
trade.
36 seconds left on the clock as the lockdown comes down, and all of Loud instantly running across towards the A side this time.
And that's gonna
No
give it
defensive
away.
utility to delay. So EG has to try to get a timing, and as Apoth comes through,
Here we go.
The orb that was actually a cove that was allowing, I mean, the double orb to allow Loud to cross over towards the A site. Hunter's Fury should be an easy kill right now for Apoth. He does get a ping at least onto one player. There is that first kill. Tui's meanwhile training it back onto Jogamo.
Oh, wow.
Derek with the wall bang. A second one onto Tui's. A 2 versus 1. Let's re-pivoting now towards the left side.
He has
down
a
towards
pit
the screen.
though.
They have no information for EG. So you see them
He hears
moving around,
him.
making a lot of noise, covering every single angle. And Les is in a good spot for a 1v1. And as he swings out, there's that first one in the back of dice. Apoth on the top of the pipes. Misses the shot.
He's gonna pit. No?
With that snake bite. Les
You
now
have
moving
to
towards
pit.
the top of the A tower. Apoth is guessing around towards the back in those footsteps. It's going to be heard all along by Les. A great spot here for Les to get the kill as Apoth repels up
Yeah, interesting stuff.
Finishes the half with 8.
Big last round from LOUD. That's one of the biggest fakes they tried to throw. I think a lot of what we get out of LOUD is they're defaulting a lot. They want to feel the team out, and they're not quite giving us an idea of what the playbook looks like there. LOUD's like, all right, reckoning A, we're going to start just spreading the map out to make sure that if we get caught by the util on B, they're worried about if we're hitting A and can't work off of everything. So LOUD putting a lot of stuff on the table there. EG could not finish their food. LOUD come up big with an 8-4 first half.
Very lazy stuff from LOUD though.
Hanging out with their co-streamers right here in the Riot Games Arena. It's Rim and Shiro.
In the way they...
Thank you very much, as always, Vance. Mick sitting here at the Riot Games Arena, sitting with Shiro as well as Grim. It is fantastic to have you.
In the way
here,
they played, it was very lazy from LOUD. I'm kinda disappointed
Hello, Gojo,
by LOUD, honestly.
I'm trying to curse NRG and LOUD. Sorry, guys.
Interesting stuff by
your curse worked on map number 1, but maybe something's missing from
EG though.
I really think EG's gonna bring this back. Half 2. I told Grim they'd be 2-0 EG and 2-0 Sentinels.
All right, we are hearing the predictions coming over from the side of Shiro. I heard you before this half wrapped. I heard you say 5-7. I'd like a 5-7, but it was a 4-8. What are your thoughts?
You know, I think Jojmo's cooking. He's like a little snowball effect here if he keeps going. I think he's really strong. I wish the stuns were used more, but yeah, I think they have a really good counterplay there. But they still got it. I think EG's got this.
And I think a lot of people, you know, at this point, when you think Icebox, you think Sage. We're not seeing Sage, and we know you love Sage. So what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, Sage is in a really bad spot. I mean, I think when Deadlock's getting picked more than Sage, there's a clear issue. Yeah, man, maybe, you know, if you're just singing on Sunset, I don't know, maybe there's got to be a change or something. Please, something, bro. Jesus. I mean, maybe. Hey, we'll see. Riot, please.
Okay. Last question. We already know what the predictions are coming over from the side of Shiro. Final question for you. Who are you predicting is going to take this one? What's the final score going to be? And who is going to win with NRG Sentinels?
Okay, so I'd hope EG wins like 13-10, but I think it's gonna be LOUD 13-8, and then next map EG's got it.
We'll see if that's indeed the case.
I say that's understandable.
We're gonna head back as the game
This
is
map
ready.
is
So Vans and Riv,
Sunset.
it's all yours.
I don't think we've seen a Sunset.
Bring the walls back, where everybody's missing the crazy walls.
They were supposed to play Sunset, but they 2-0 Sentinel, LOUD 2-0 Sentinel during their opening match.
Push
So
up towards A. And it looks like EG wants to tempt, who might be pushing B main here. Now, tempt did not work. They're trying to push through that harbor wall. It's just
and we could see a second pistol for LOUD, which would
big advantage. Now man down
make
EG.
it very hard
Find a
for
way, and this is
EG
more
to
just
come
for
back
sentinel work that they lost,
in the
so
game.
this should still be a good hit. They can get in with Derek.
They have a
Yeah,
deep
for LOUD, they're just
position
playing around
already
the
though.
turret that's behind Generator. They're just looking for this right timing contact play on top of that, waiting for the wall to come down.
Right there.
Should be a wingman plan, or at least breaking the turret first is the name of the game. Nanostorm couldn't get broken up there towards the A tower, so that allows Sadat to get the kill with that frenzy. Plant now coming down for wingman, but already it's a 3-player disadvantage for EG.
Yeah.
Derek and Nature holding the back of the A site. Here's the flip retake out from LOUD. That's what we know LOUD for. Very, very good with the utility on the retakes. Wow. And it's pristine for LOUD in his pistol.
LOUD probably saying they used everything. They have nothing to throw at us. Dump the util. LOUD back into the site. The fans are happy to see that pistol round come through. And LOUD
Yeah, I think to go
very close to bringing us to a
10-4
next map with the momentum that they have created.
with your Marshall for LOUD and a force buy for EG.
Evil Geniuses looks like they might go for a shark attack. Full stinger second round, but the spike down, it gives them just enough money to want to dip into the funds. Few with full armor here, Apoth and Jogamo feeling good there.
With a Killjoy and B, nobody mid.
First before they hit together, or are they just going to kind of 2-deathball this?
Yeah. Well, something EG's good at is allowing Apoth to get.
I don't really like that setup from LOUD.
A little bit more aggressive, so wonder if they're going to try to add that pressure towards that B site to start.
You know your opponent is back against the wall. There's a chance they force buy,
from LOUD on that A side, and
giving him the space mid for free.
For EG.
No info. It's really not something It's not something you want.
Playing these low buys so seriously, and they haven't yet showed what weapons they have.
Still haven't.
And they know now.
She catches the teammates. As the flank comes out, somehow Sadat cannot win these shots. The flank from behind of Kawazine from the boiler, traded out by Superman. Plant comes down.
Yeah, and that's too much space given.
So it's a 2v4. A mistake from Sadat that could turn costly for Loud, as QCK is trying to win it back for the defensive side. A first pick out onto Nature. The lurk out from A.
Wow.
As we know him for, wins that against Less. It's up to QCK, who had that outlaw, picks up a stinger. It's going head-to-head against Apop around the corner, and Apop is just a drive-by, walking across calmly with the headshot. And
that's
actually converted for EG.
Right.
That's a turning point for the game. Like that force buy
bringing their own medicine.
and the fucking gap mid, like
one that's always saying, "Fear us, expect anything. We're never gonna play it normal." Yeah, we'll never. Does EG play it normal on their eco rounds? And they force by here on this second one. Apop comes up huge. And Sadak there does easily over 150 damage, but between two members of EG, and it does not connect with a kill. Unfortunately, giving that space that EG needed. Fortunately for them, a push again. Loud is very, very active on this defensive side.
EG's ready for it though. No util in hand, waiting with weapons. QCK's low on HP. Bucky's close. Now to swing out Jogimo. That gap has been closed.
Get Bucky, bitch.
But at least not an opportunity here for Loud to pick up that rifle left behind.
And they are fighting tooth and nail. That's my Brazilians.
They want to play the power of numbers.
Way far back. Loud totally regroups on this one. Just actually, Les is still hanging out by himself. But do you see what EG is thinking? Knowing Loud can still pull something out of their hat that drops every weapon EG's holding right now. So fully respecting this move up. A good delay by the wall coming in from Harbor. Tui's always in a spot to be able to get that down. That's one of the great things about it. Quickly rotating from side to side.
I like this.
The initiator util for sight from EG, and this will prompt Loud to start to make that rotation for exits and possibly the retake.
Yeah, and initially when they started scaling up towards this long B side, they used a knife close towards green. So I was like, how are they actually going to clear towards yellow? So it's a lineup with a Dizzy, just to make sure and confirm as they're scaling up inch by inch towards long B, allowing for EG to get a clean plan as soon as this wall comes down. Though there's 3 players from Loud greeting Derek as he falls. Advantage still comes out for Loud, and this is
still that like Killjoy lurking mid.
Comes out. Nature swings through, still has a flash, but gets picked
That's messy. Keep the better weaponry, but 4 bullets. Finds a random kill.
And this comes to be a defuse in the end because of that.
And that shotgun to the head.
Loud.
Good recovery for Loud.
You gotta be kidding me. How is this going back and forth right now? We know that one because Loud's retakes overall just have been amazing. And EG
and we have a nope
trying to wait
on the
Loud out, play it patiently, see if they'll use more util. It took EG with the buy to get so long to get up long. Then, unfortunately, when they use their util, it takes space that was kind of freely theirs. So that util's not there when Loud tries to get back in, other than maybe the Dizzy. And Loud is doing a great job preventing EG's attacks from finding a result here. Still, the plant went down, so we'll see EG with some money. And Loud goes back to a pretty default defense here, with just a rotation from QCK with the operator now. So holding the hard angles. See if EG really winds the time down now.
Double flash.
They should hear all that noise.
You can see
he
how
made.
difficult it is for EG to gain control of green to start the rounds because of this high tide from Tui's.
You want to be using a lot of this util, which is beneficial to a Gecko because you can grab it.
And we have 2 people in now.
And do it again. But
so
all the way through.
Simultaneous hit.
Denying the yellow hide.
And alert,
it's expected. Sana Queen.
Still spraying with the Bulldog. Capitalizes on the kill.
And now they only have the people main.
The fundamentals for EG trying to go for the split towards the B side did not pay off, but they still have players alive here towards the B side. Jogimo with the first one onto Tui's. Hunter's Fury coming out here to try to retake the site. It's coming out from Kawhi.
It's a lot of damage though.
Players are low. Snake bites being thrown on the ground and delays after delays will be flashes from Nature.
They're gonna destroy the guy yellow. That's a weird dart.
Dodging the shock darts. Knife coming out onto the side too. Now as everything gets stopped from the thrash, the swing comes out from EG, but the fight's still won by Loud.
Still have an extra molly.
Wingman coming out on the left side, but there you go. As they start to back out, there's too many players of Loud to deal against. Gets one for his troubles.
Oh my god. Like, you see Loud kind of standing out in the open there. They're so close. They're coming forward. This Harbor utility just allows Loud to encroach a little bit more and then a little bit more and find the kill they want from an angle the wall's creating and then a little bit
like
more.
Papos has he just had a series of like very bad rounds
it just seems like EG
when
swarmed when
EG
they
needed the most.
See that Harbor wall go down. We're gonna get an EG timeout now as they need to stop the bleeding. 11-5 right now for Loud as we're on Icebox.
That's the beauty of, you know, the coaching staff and also Sadak of how much they're able to study off the tape that they have against EG, almost like what EG did to Loud on Ascent. This might be a situation where they're going to trade.
No, EG's team comp sucks as for T-side. Fucking Deadlock Killjoy, you can't do anything.
In their game against G2, they got actually punished on their defensive side here. And on the attack, they were good for these amount of flanks. That
like Viper, Killjoy and Deadlock is too much, like way too much. You don't have any explosivity to push or anything like that.
There's going to be something happening here from EG. Yes, they have great protocols for EG.
Like, sure, it's super strong in defense, but
so this time out, they have to switch something around where maybe most
when you lose your defense side 8-4, even just 7-5, like, you know the game is almost over.
You can get a good retake onto the site. An easy defuse there.
Like, you even have a Gecko to play retakes and shit, like, you're a defense-only fucking team, just because you think, just because it's such a T-sided map.
Whether or not they have 3
like,
here at B to kind of attack Loud's push.
I think the read on Icebox is wrong for EG. Like, yeah, Icebox is really strong. It's a sided map. Like, it's really strong for attack. If you found like the plants and shit, it's a big map to rotate. You can have late lurks. You have a lot of like ground to cover for the defense. Kinda like Cash in CS.
Well, they'll fake is this time towards the B site. They know that there's at least
but
2 players from Loud towards A right now from EG.
That doesn't mean you can pick just full defensive fucking
but they don't really
fucking
care
team
about what's
comp.
going on at B. They're kind of reading this mid play
Like,
right
you still
now
need
and giving up site,
someone
going
to
back
pick.
to a bit more of a formation of a retake.
Like an op
thinking B may be the actual play. Jogamo
has like as much value in
here from Superman could dissect the
in attack than in defense.
Comes down to that one.
And you don't have it. You don't have it in. You have a fucking Deadlock.
Sadak pivoting over to help under the 20 seconds left on the clock. There it is. With the
Big kill.
There's not enough time left, so those 2 players on the A side is still there for Loud. At least we get a plant down for EG. QCK looking to punish one down by the dice, but all of EG are pulling all the way back towards jail. Potential setups here for a Dizzy double flash. There's the underhand.
They're gonna play with the best, with the better weaponry.
Looking to be in a very good spot in just a few.
Like, you can just take those fucking fights if you're Loud.
At least it's halfway.
Oh my gosh, Loud just dictating the retakes with that Harbor wall on top of the Viper wall. It's like they can create little Thunderdomes to fight in, and if you're in it, you're probably not.
And now you can really play your game if you're Loud. You have the OT secured.
12-5 here.
You have like 7 rounds you just need to win 1 round in 7
here by the deadlock as they did their own
of the map.
For their homework. 2Es popping off on the Harbor too. 3 members right now allowed up on 18 frags, just about. Really big teamwork coming in here on a lot of 1v1s and just potential site takes that.
And this is why classic comps are like classics, because it's
Forward
you just have so much
trying for a shot.
versatility,
a little hot there.
and you're just strong at everything.
Interesting walls.
So every time a team pulls a weird comps, it's either like a cheese, and you're gonna play in a way that your opponent doesn't expect you to. But then if the enemy team knows what you're doing and they expect you to play a certain way, then it's over. You lose your advantage. Very effective deadlock ultimates though. A very, very strong deadlock performance. Even though I think a Jet would be a better pick as an agent.
You ever just bounce to do it and make music? Makes that little boing boing noise. Sometimes you gotta keep yourself on the up and up when you're playing, and that's how you do it. Bounce into the wall. Obviously nothing gonna happen here for Sadak. He is trying to get some exit frags on the way out. Never mind. Never mind. I'm thinking of the post plants here. There's some mollies making a hot foot. Yeah. Still, you can never count out Sadak, actually. You think of last time they played Split, he's just jumping off the balcony, getting a 3K to end the map. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Never doubt the Sadak. Even Mimi says.
And you have 4 kills, 4 ultimates, 4 kills. You got 4 ultimates for EG, so they could fucking rack few more rounds and start to try to make LOUD doubt. And we have very aggressive deadlock.
Knife came out towards yellow, got shot right away, so they had to be wary of potentially the op still being posted in this area. Even avoided, QZK did not land that
That's
shot.
a big shot miss.
Thanks to hard peek a little bit harder now. Util's definitely going to be pushing QCK off a little easier. EG and Jogmo know that, but they're not going to use Util as they get out, though. QCK still comes up with a big kill on Superman, so there's no...
They know about the possibility of a second lurk. They've seen double lurk before.
But they're trying.
Even though the Thrash did not get anybody,
and a very aggressive, very pushy deadlock.
So that allows this push forward within B to get these picks.
They are aware of the lurk kitchen now. A little late for less.
And he's got to be all alone. After his teammate falls, Reckoning being pulled out. Net being thrown for Jogimo as he gets the surprise kill. EG fight again.
That's one of the things you see Deadlock actually, I mean a Sentinel in general, but Deadlock being able to capture you is when the moment is really tight. When you're forced to run, you're forced to move. You don't really get a chance to have as much space with Deadlock on the map, and we see the effect of it right there. A good hold, clear idea of what they needed to do to take that round back from Loud. So Loud's down onto the low by now. You said that might be in effect last round with some of the low armor, but EG
until 3 ultimates.
2 rounds in a row
only
now. And they go back to this
the Gecko ultimate used.
Get a little bit of a Loud,
but we have 2 strong defensive ultimate for Loud, so
be able to create a re-hit where they don't have as much to dump into the site. It's been about 45
you
seconds
should
each time
play
the past few rounds. We'll
for economical damage if you're Loud. Should like fight different lane.
On the map. Even if it's not to push, they're staying moving from site to site.
And they are denying the zones as long as they can.
Cannot activate the dash yet, but he was still looking for that fight. 145 there on it to Derek.
Good 1-for-1.
Traded out by Nature.
If you can force ultimates, it's very good for Loud.
So for EG, it's the same game plan. This is now being read by Loud.
Yeah.
But they pivot still on 2-2 in terms of their positioning.
It's a big kill by Loud. This is going to come up to Nature now, getting the flash out that's going to break some crosshairs. So you see Loud presenting themselves a little bit more, knowing Derek's utility isn't there. Lockdown comes in.
30 seconds left.
Loud will have to reconsider positioning here once we get the spike down.
Nice orb, allowing Cautzine to fall back. Even an ult come in now, coming out on the attack.
They are gonna drop every single ultimate. They play like...
Oh,
barrier didn't work.
Through 2 walls there, Joggable falls, so now it's a safer plant just around the corner. Cautzine trying to look for a timing, but it's that pesky wall, couldn't get through it. And EG, it gives him a chance to reset the clock, run it back in their favor. But for LOUD this time around, they have their own 2 ults to work with on the retake, and they'll use it. Locked down now for Sadak. Superman trying to delay as much as he can, even pushing forward through his own Molly. LOUD slowly working this out.
They have
There's no
time.
danger left.
It's over.
5 HP remaining. The wall to high tide. He can't get it done. They'll defuse it for LOUD, and they'll close the second map to bring this to sunset.
Having the Viper wall, but also having the wall to move around from a harbor here. LOUD created the map they wanted to play on. That was awesome from LOUD, coming in to bring us into a map 3. Now we go to a decider on Sunset after this, but to come off the Ascent, where EG was so strong, a night and day game then from LOUD. It seems like they came in with the great counters for each other and weren't expecting it to be that strong from either side, right? It's wild how they traded each other's maps today.
It's been very difficult to play against there for EG on those amounts of walls that you talked about here, Riv. But
So
now
cool.
it shows how much, again, the work really came in and for LOUD. And now the next map is going to
Nah,
be the map
each
where
team
it
comp
will
just
decide
suck.
the end of the journey
They're
of the
almost
VC,
lost against
and that will
G2
happen
and...
after the break.
Like... Fucking deadlock just sucks. Good series though. The same way that LOUD's team comp on Ascent kinda sucks too. Like when you have a team comp with 7 flashes, maybe it's too much. Maybe you should get more different type of utility and shit. Maybe you're just stacking too much. Like, cause it's a... You have to see it in a way where it's like... opportunity cost, like... How much do I invest in flashes and how many flashes do I need for a round? You know? Like when you have to... You're really losing too much utility investing so much in flashes on Ascent. You have no Killjoy, no Cypher, basically no stop power except the Breach, but Breach is very limited too. You don't go for a KO, like... I think both team comps suck on each map, and the other like was just more well balanced between T side and defensive side. Like outside of the Cypher for EG, it's a classic. If you put a Killjoy, it's a classic Ascent map, Ascent team comp. And if you look at Icebox, outside of the harbor where you could put a KO in, it's a classic fucking Icebox team comp. So yeah, classics are classics for a reason. They're just too good. Too much chemistry, too much like versatility in the team comps. So we're gonna see who plays. My guess is who played the most, who played the closest to a classic Sunset comp should win. I really like what EG played, by the way, when they played G2 on Sunset. Cypher, Cypher Fade, Raze, Omen and Breach. I would replace the Breach for KO and for Cypher, get more info. I guess you could replace the Fade for Sova if you want the Dart again to enter an enemy Cypher, destroy the traps and stuff, and have the drone.
13-7. No, that's not the score for the first game. It's
That's,
actually the score for the second game. And no, EG didn't win it. Loud won it. That's right, because they
outside
won
of
EG's
that,
map
like,
yeah, we're just living in the upside down. Good news is that means we're going to a map 3. That's right, folks, for the match that will determine.
We don't know what Loud plays on Sunset. We know it was their decider against SEN in the opening match.
And I think it's safe to say, guys, that this
and
was the
we know
Loud
it's
that
their
we had expected to
decider
see out of
against
the Loud that puts the pressure on their opponents and
EG.
makes them make
That's
mistakes.
it.
We got literally that here at Icebox.
Honestly, something tells me that during this past week, EG was putting the majority of their time on Ascent, and Loud was putting the majority of their time on Icebox. Both
We
teams knew
know,
what they wanted to pick. So, in a way, it almost makes sense that they came in with a very good plan.
Yeah, it absolutely does. I think the prep from Loud on this one was excellent. In particular, I think the Harbor Viper with these Flood retakes really punishes the way the CG comp wants to play. It's kind of like stage-based. You throw out your first Gecko, you throw out your first Sonic sensors, you collect it, then you go into the next layer. But this comp waits for that utility to be invested and then is instantly
I
back
expect
in on
Loud
those
to
retakes,
play some
and
more
it's so
stuff
punishing,
though
especially in that second
on
half.
Sunset.
But even going into that first half
So
as
they
well, Loud
allowed
was
it
looking
to be their decider against Sentinel, which is a big team
If you
too.
look at EG's last match in against EG or G2,
And if you look at the map
they didn't
veto,
do that here. They were like 3 for 7, which is something that
they banned
you kinda need
Lotus
to rely on
because
with
they
a
were
comp like this. You need
fine
late
playing
rounds.
either
Yeah, we were talking
Split
between maps,
or
and you mentioned that you
Sunset.
were pretty surprised that EG went into this same comp
And
again.
on
You were
Split,
surprised
Loud
that they were playing
played.
Deadlock for the second time in a row.
They
Do you think it was a
played
mistake to go back into
the
this comp?
classic
I think going into
Brazilian
Deadlock
stuff
without
with
changing
no
anything
Sentinel,
is pretty difficult
2
because the agent is
Smoker,
so,
2
it's very
Initiator,
strong
1
and,
Duelist,
what is
no
the word?
Sentinel.
Like when it's the first time you're seeing it, it's like a
really
gimmick.
strong and like a closed
And they
gimmick,
played
yeah,
the
that's a good way to
same
put it.
thing
But I
twice.
think using it long term is pretty difficult because of the limited use case.
So
I think it's
we
something you need
could
to pull out
see
here and
a
there.
team
Like you
comp
could use it as a secondary comp, but I think using it as your
similar
primary comp, the
to
Deadlock
what
doesn't
they
get a
play on
ton of value.
Split on Sunset,
and also,
because
something
both
that I
maps
really
are very,
started to tap
very
onto is
similar.
it really did. We were talking about this briefly. It just felt like EG weren't like a lot of guys were just trying
We
to make
could
something
definitely see
And it felt
a
like we
a
saw a little
bridge
bit of that in Ascent,
for
and we
Lawn.
definitely got a little bit
They
of that
seem
in
to
Icebox,
really
where players
like
were just
the
trying to make
agent.
ones happen and just see if they could make a play occur.
So
And
yeah,
I
I
feel like
could
that
see
also
I
could
could
have
see a mirror
potentially been
comp honestly.
like bad play there for EG.
Cypher, Fade Race, Breach, Shaman for both teams.
I think on Ascent they were always together. Always
I'm not crazy.
Yeah, for sure. I think Loud
Maybe
also
a
realized,
KO
like,
for
they were
Loud
making a lot
instead of a
mistakes on Ascent, and they
Fade.
kind of, like, okay, guys, we need to be better.
Yeah.
They showed
I don't
they were
know,
capable of it, and then
since they
we'll see what
like
happens on Sunset,
Phoenix
but
and
Loud plays a cool
and
comp,
KO
so who
so
doesn't like this?
much.
Yeah.
I will say though,
Or maybe just a
defensively, like, from looking
Sky
at how EG almost need to play is they do need some
for the
individuals taking
EM.
risks. I would say
I don't know,
on the other
Sky is a
hand,
little
though,
too
when they're
weak.
looking
Now,
to walk
it's still
forward
a
and
strong
doing it
agent on
into
Split,
West, the man was an absolute monster, especially on
but
that
outside of
first half.
Split,
Don't look at the
Sky is very questionable. It's kinda like Killjoy. The nerfs were really impactful.
We're not gonna give him the time of day.
I do gotta say though, man, Les
They didn't
is
like
just
destroy her
solid
or
into
kill
this role
her
of being,
completely,
like, the guy on Loud so
but now she's
well.
very in line. She's very middle to low,
That's crazy. It's like
low of the
what was
pack.
the joke that we said last week? It was like he was the guy, the only other person that could possibly take the air in the room was Osmos.
He was
and
the second best player in Americas.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, that was after his teammates.
And that's why he kicked him, so he could be number one.
Wow, drama starting
That's
here.
true.
We didn't say it, Ender did. You can find him on Twitter. No, in any case, so let's go ahead and see where we are right now with the map update and how things are breaking down. Because as I had mentioned, 2-13-7s.
And we have a stout defense side for Lawn.
And now we find ourselves here on Sunset. Now, Vanity, I want to bring this over to you because when we were looking at the map picks and bans, I remember vividly you saying you wanted to see Sunset. Tell the viewers why.
I mean, I don't want to say they're comp, but it's similar to Ascent.
Okay.
Very similar. In practice, it plays really well. I think they lean into their strengths really well. They take the space. I think something they didn't do on Ascent that they do really well.
So we are gonna see a
like
Phoenix
splitting up
basically,
sorry about Loud.
which
I
I
think
don't
Loud
like.
failed on Ascent to take the space with the Viper Omen that they usually do with the extra flashes they have.
Why would you
I think
ever
it's something
play
they're very good
Phoenix
at on
when you
Sunset,
can
and
play
it's something they'll
KO?
probably lead on this match.
Yeah, something Loud has historically always done is they tend to have kind of a comp that they make their team identity. Last year,
Why
with
would you
Viper,
not
we
play
sort of already
Eyes on
seen this triple
Sunset?
flash no dive be played on 2 of their maps in their pool. So it definitely wouldn't
Like
be
that
surprising if they
Boombot
did
takes
something
so
similar
much
on
base.
Sunset. I
Those
think that can
nades
really
are so
work on this map. That
impactful.
initiator utility on defense is great to be always fighting for
They
that
have a
extremity control.
breach.
And as we saw from
They have
Sentinels
a
last night, they're
Phoenix.
so strong in the retakes as
Yeah,
well.
that's what I was going to say. Is there's already been a few teams around the globe that have played no dive on this map, and I think a big reason because of that is how the A site operates. Because you can wrap around both sides, it's very hard to actually get value off of like dashing forward off of the utility sometimes. So there will be a slight wrinkle on this. Instead of a KO, it is a Sova, so a little bit more information here as opposed to having that third flash of a KO.
I think that Sova is also quite important on this map because you're 9 times out of 10 going to be playing into a Cypher, and breaking those strips can be really pivotal on your attack. And as we see on the other side,
I prefer G's comp.
that we saw versus G2.
With the comps, I would give the win to EG, honestly.
Just Loud made it look really easy. But are they capable of doing that? See, that's the reason
Like,
why I
the
get
more I
nervous
look at
about
it,
this, only because this is a
the
team
more
that's coming into it with not a lot of experience as a
EG
unit. Whereas Loud on the other side, you have the general in Sadak who could lead the troops to victory. We'll
has
see
a
where the chips
superior
fall
team
for this
comp.
one, but for now, let's send it over to your casters to call the final match.
I feel like it's weird to know that like you haven't played Sunset as a Loud. If you're Loud and you know what EG plays on Sunset, they've played it before. They're playing something very classic.
Tape to actually play against Loud right now on this map, so we definitely have to know is they might fall back into the same protocol.
It went to overtime against G2.
But, you could always believe in this.
But like,
you could always believe in Potter as well. To fix those mistakes that they had against G2, that tight win that they had in overtime against G2 to make it to this spot right now. How will they clean that up? As they start off here on the attack.
I love the fact
not playing the Cypher on Sunset is just criminal.
Are tightened up if the flashes are able to be used instead of kind of the flash hits and
it's
then
such
they
a
middle out and then
fucking
use it.
strong
There was a
pick.
few seconds between what they needed to sync up. No pushes right now from Loud really to get any control.
And we see a mid take.
Peeking where they would safely. Oh, Cowan lean though. That peak counts big time.
Even spotted Apoth holding back towards the link. That's already Spike also falling down, so you already see Loud pivoting back forward, but as they're trying to answer back through the market, Joggimo is able to even up the tally. A 4v4, EG picking up the Spike and falling back. Not deciding yet where they want to pivot, just in case Apoth could get a little bit more from this link side.
Yeah, good time to wait for Faultline to come back up here. They
The
can
right push on that one way.
You can go right across into elbow, and the team's going to try to take on Tui's.
And we see people jumping one way, Chinese way.
Forcing now Tui's to fall back into sight. Also,
the nade.
Only defender on this A side. Double flashes. He's running.
That rotation is very slow.
Through the smoke. Gets a lucky one onto Superman. Joggimo at least gets the plant. Things are gonna get difficult right now for EG. The cage misses, so that allows now Loud to move forward. Trying to bait out the shots with the camera, even getting shot back by less. Only now 2 players alive for EG, holding out towards the link. Now the swing, the timing's perfect for FuseK though.
And that's one of the problems that Loud has by not having a Cypher, is that not only you don't have that strong of a B site hold and B main hold with the cam and stuff.
A bit of sightseeing on the map, if you will, trying to learn what that pistol round might look like and where Loud's.
You also have
for these base rounds.
no trick mid.
They do see the breach playing left side,
like,
playing left side, so still info to be gained there. Even Loud coming up with the defuse. So
you're passing on a lot of utility.
The next one, lots of bulldog buys and that vandal here for Loud, feeling confident in the money, so expect them to stay back and anchor each other on these fights. They don't want to, do not want to lose those. Yeah, quick scan to get an idea that there could be somebody coming through main here.
Hunt's a little bit deep though. Sadak's able to play a forward position. Shock darts to do some chip damage too, allowing and forcing the swing out from EG. Blocked off by his smoke. Seems like I was thrown on the attack here for.
And you can see, even though it's a Viper,
And they'll fall back for a bit.
a Viper map for a lot of teams, not playing with the Viper, playing with the Cypher is
still with 2 trips, so once they get to the site, if they can set up a
it's really good. It's gonna be the lurk for each comp. Finding that Cypher on defense.
Really just looking for the timing to flood out.
And the Viper for EG. Once they swapped, it's gonna be very important because lurks are really strong.
Deeper fault line to really keep QCK back. QCK's ready for it. He wants to play towards this elbow, trying to get a couple of kills now.
He's playing for his team.
Cowadzine with the support. QCK is also still holding back towards the site. Oh my gosh. That's probably an ult
That's
for
a
the next
flawless.
round, indeed.
Yeah, just absolutely
They basically lost 3 points of armor on the Phoenix.
Going to come out of them on a round with guns like that, as EG tried to stretch them thin.
And we should definitely see a Phoenix ultimate for that bonus. Winning that bonus, like just for the mental, is gonna be very important. I really expect them to execute on A, go and hunt NG with that Phoenix ult.
So there's been 2 rounds we've seen Nature use the utility over towards A. EG may be able to do something with that and fake on Loud right now. This bonus round is going to be big to change the momentum of the map. We do see Nature's in that spot.
He didn't see the Phoenix though. He saw the Omen, I think.
Mid control is just going to be to hang out for now and see if there's a rotation.
Well, they haven't given too much of their hand. The camera,
and that's a big problem for Loud. The door is broken, you hear a lot of noise B main, you have to look at mid too.
To move towards B, which is the right decision.
And this is why you need like a Cypher map control.
Walking down and decides otherwise, wants to support with his teammate instead, and now even deciding that
it's gonna spot 2 people.
Apoth with that lurk on the top of the B lane, beautiful shots to drop 2, and that dwindles down the numbers on a
and that's
how they wanted to play that retake, so that position was perfect for Apoth.
Great control over mid into market, and yeah, Apoth lurk is always going to be so big for the team. Knowing the patience he needs, how long the round can take.
Apoth is very shaky sometimes. Sometimes he has great shots, but sometimes he's just questionable. To be nice, like.
Just didn't give Loud anything to work off of in the beginning. Just takes a few to calibrate it sometimes, you know?
Hey, at least you stay calm in the process and didn't spray and pray.
Exactly. Ultimate for QCK here. May get an explosion on this site retake.
And we see
looks like Loud may want to pressure
a defensive
initial positioning from Cowenzine looked like
a defensive tripwire, which indicates a will to end on B for EG.
Confirm how many players were out towards the A side, and seeing that it's only Apoth lurking once again, they pivot a lot of the defenders.
And we see
back
2
towards
smokes for Loud already used, so he's not gonna be able to refresh that one way deep on A. And the Phoenix ult, they're gonna fight for mid.
Right behind it, and it works out. Superman was stunned from that fall, allowing QCK to get the kill. And an early advantage for Loud, but look at Apoth. He walked all the way up. Here's the footsteps. Cowadzine was waiting, but not ready for the shot. Almost gets that second one onto Sadak. But the advantage is still for Loud. Execution now towards the B site.
They drop the spike.
Really to help him out the cross, and that makes it very difficult there for EG.
It's gonna be over.
For
it should be over.
Superman early was
unless they allow him to have like just 1v1s.
Forced to just contact out and break across.
Spike is not planted. You have time.
Little plant here.
Just wait and play together.
And there's a kill.
And stop giving him 1v1s for fuck's sake.
There's still time. 20 seconds left. He's got Haunt in 3. Maybe bait out another tap here. Looks back towards the spawn. Both players of Loud group together. Now there's that Haunt from the front. He gets shot right away. The double swing out. Oh, and the spread from
Thank God they played together.
Really nice from Loud on how they played out against Derek.
Smart movement, good teamwork. Loud come in. play that one just by the numbers game. As it's getting scary, and Loud's gonna have to start worrying about Apot, his movement, what he's doing, and these openings that he's finding, because the more the Apot's able to pick apart a round like that, I think you're gonna get Jogamo and the rest of the team either hitting a site if they're ready, or really working the map to stretch Loud even thinner. Because that's the initial goal here, right? They continue to stay mid, make sure Loud has to have long rotations, and keep Apot in a spot that will prevent Loud from feeling comfortable on that rotation. Here towards A, we get all the util dumped into main to see what they get back.
Countering it back with the Nightfall, Hunter's Fury on a defense. Kawadzin drops the first two of EG, trying to gain control towards the A orb. A third fully blind. Finally, it gets traded out, but there's only 2 players left.
But the Sova has no sound. He has an Omen elbow though.
And what a good anchoring hold and a play from Loud.
And we have now the lurk from the Viper B.
Just rolling people over as they try to come around the corner with a utility as well, just before it. And now Les not even gonna move.
I actually prefer the other angle. Like, if you see the Viper holding that line, I prefer the line here, where you can like be very deep.
EG too much utility on these fake hits. They're understanding what is the committal for EG and what is a fake so far, and that's sometimes a really thin line to walk. They just seem to have EG's read, considering only to use a paranoia, a few flashes, and still having util to collapse on the team.
Good shots from Les.
Firepower too. You can't deny that. Yep. Kawadzin with a 2K, Les with a 2K. So on top of the util being great, the shot.
No, Sova got 3 kills.
I've mentioned it, how Les has been the guy here for Loud. Had a great series.
He's got 1, he gets the raise, and then he gets 1 on the push after that.
Simple. It's 2 nice clean kills just from crosshair placement, but for him to get a crosshair placement like that is understanding the read, moving for the communication to allow for him to move up and get in these positions. But if he has to come down to a clutch, he'll do it as well.
So we are going to get a timeout now from Evil Geniuses. The score line 4-1 in favor of Loud on that defensive side. And EG got to figure out what they're looking at. Yeah, you have the Loud comp, the switches sometimes, but you also have Sadak on his first Sova play.
They should work more on mid and mid to B. Like top mid and mid to B.
Creating what he needs for his team to create space for them. Or to work
that's the space they need, that's where they need to drag Loud. That's the way you can exploit Loud's comp, is by forcing someone to be constantly like mid and Boba.
On this very map against G2 where even I think the first timeout was being called.
You need to have more activities, you can't just go on one side and give up the whole map.
So to see how EG's been working that map, I mean, they're doing a good job. And they were able to find some opportunities here with these lurks from Apop towards the middle.
And you can see how they are placed. They already know, they already are going to go for that mid.
So this time out, you're hoping that it's going to be a little bit more drilled on how they want to
see the top mid smoke, the defensive Cypher trap to prevent a push, Cypher trap top mid, and they're gonna work on that door.
Man, they love this control right here. How can we make Loud feel uncomfortable, right? That's the name of this strat. Get right up in their face through mid.
Aldrone comes out towards the spawn side, which allows the players to push
good stun,
for EG, potentially trying to catch
but the weapon is not here.
But again, fault line sometimes just
Loud is just solid, man.
Nice little shots coming out from Loud.
They found less, and they're gonna get the plant, which is good for the
roster. A plant is good enough.
Go for that eco. If you can get a kill or two,
even better, but it's not gonna happen. Loud comes in for the defuse, and
you can only do so much, man.
Get a little bit of money in the pocket with hopeful kills around. Les does.
This round is gonna be interesting, though. This was the eco. That's the round they talk about. With the timeout,
EG has a chance to start
and we have 2 ultimates. We have the Cypher.
It's going to be this round. Loud buys next round too, so they're not too bad.
Ultimate
right now. Rolling Thunder to come
and
in next round. We just see market control
raise
really
rocket
contained here. After it happened, Loud figures out they just gather together and clean up the last few members. As much as EG's trying to force the hand Loud with these plays, pushing up mid, getting in their face right away, having APOTH lurk, very, very good corrections and reads by Loud so far. And you have to expect
And
that.
we have the
Look at
same
little high
setup
spot
as the Eco
here for
that
Kalenzine and Market.
work
He's using
on
I
mid.
wondered if they would use that.
It's very weird that Superman has the spike and goes that deep into mid.
To scoot somebody in and back to mid, Vans.
Yeah, and EG want to try it a little bit more this time around. The smoke on the right to focus on the left. Showstopper on top of that to pivot and pinch.
And he literally saturated into a fucking wall.
Rocket is still up to clear the B site.
That's a Rosa.
Are at the entrance of B main. There's that first pick from Les once again. Good crosshair placement, the basics, traded out by Derek. But QCK still accounted for, gets that kill, has a running back, but he doesn't need it!
Oh wow.
2 instant kills onto APOTH.
Still has the Cypher ultimate, now he knows where they are. And they have to play together, please don't give him 1v1s. You did it last time. Good shit for Loud. And so as I said, that working top mid was their like salvation. They are kind of an out strat, but Loud answered very, very well. And it's gonna be super hard to not go for like.
They route through market, they go back through the top side of spawn, so that area is not a problem. They take
9 and 3.
And then they get killed by QCK like that!
Yeah.
After solidifying the strat that has corrected the problem from the first time they played Sunset. What a way for Loud to steal that one back.
And that's the funnies of the macro here playing the map right now. You lose position towards the back, you take position towards
And now
the
we
front.
see another back to default, back to playing very hard on A.
Talk about
with
pain,
rotation.
in their wallets. Another stinger blind.
Another fucking eco for
on that previous map.
AG. No tape placed on the map though, so they really are to. They are trying to get like a plan for as cheap as they can.
But this is probably just a ruse in the beginning, because now that it's open towards the B main, they're like, oh, it's easy for us.
And we have a big
in the future rounds,
like
we'll
retake.
But for Loud, it's going to be a 5-team retake with the focus on the market.
Market. The door is closed to prevent a lurk. They have the Omen looking top mid.
Nice shot there from APOTH.
And they're just gonna play with bigger weaponry, double breach ultimate. They find 3 kills, and it should collect the rest.
5 versus 1. Not enough bullets in this stinger.
Can only do so much with a stinger.
Boba is their kryptonite. EG cannot get past that area. Loud shut them down.
And it could be like 10 rounds for Loud. Which if you win the pistol, it's over.
When the flash went through, so they could then do a second
Like,
set of take on the site and get the smoke into the
very, very impressive stuff from Loud on Sunset.
Not seem to find the ground there. And Loud comes swinging back in. Deja vu on that take once again from Market Mejor. And Loud 7-1 now on map 3 here, keeping the momentum from Icepox rolling Vansili. This A hit. It's going to be a big flash through the wall. It's going to hit Sadak immediately, so he's going to have to back off. Or it's just a fault line. Still considering. Sadak's hardly moved.
Oh, they want to fight this.
Yeah,
Paranoia comes out too. Tui swings out, but not too much. They hear the footsteps. Now leveraging the one-way smoke.
And you see now we have a trip on B main.
On EG's side, though, they haven't used too much utility on their end, but
If they find it, that could be very weird for EG, but they don't push that far.
Really just focus back towards this mid play. They could actually even pinch towards the mid if they want to.
And that smoke not being a one-way.
How much util they have for sight? Haunt goes over nade, smokes. EG should be good to take here. The 5v5 retake. Get this a few times.
They ping, they know about the Sova.
Nice shot. Quick
That's done, the crawler to push away. Good kill for EG.
Great job to punish the amount of space that Loud has given them.
30 seconds left.
Didn't even get a safe plant. Might have to maintain and stay within the site now for EG. 2 versus 5, and you know, money's flowing for Loud. I want to go for these fights. Caught with a snake bite in hand. Less falls as Apoth gets the trade onto Jogimo as Tui's now moves in alone. Smoke available. Gets the dink through the wall, but
so the gun.
For the rest.
I mean,
and they finally score their second round.
A very important round here for EG. They have a long way to go for ultimates to really be able to cycle some of these rounds.
They
and make
still
Loud
have the
really pressured into something because Loud still
2 kills at the end.
Be buying, and we'll check that after the replay.
And we have a judge on.
Geniuses. Slowing it down
on the raise,
space together on that one. They
which suggests double satchel, fast out B main.
I think Loud's been able to do everything just matter of fact. They've had control of the site. When they use util, they can get the kills.
We have a ping for EG, so
wrench into that rotation where Loud
they're gonna tempo early on, see what util send their way, and then they're gonna press a big go button. Let's see how less can stop them.
We're really seeing this.
Might be a little bit easier to hold the pulse plant this
And he
time
just
around.
leaves.
As the off shot denied, off Apop gets the headshot. Less in the back of the site now. Satchels from Jogimo.
Oh,
and that Viper is dead.
And this time Boba's not their demise. A trade-off. Superman
wow.
Easy kill onto 2. He's hit by the fault line.
What a nice Omen TP. It reminded me of like Tens. Tens could have made that TP.
Similar to that first map. Not allowing Loud to really get into position for these retakes.
And the entry Cypher securing 4 kills.
Yeah, realizing there how much market pressure matters because it makes everybody in Boba have to turn around. You're second guessing who's coming up the long hallway from market to Boba, and Apoth held down a 4K from this position. So really trying to attack this same strat from different sides, or at least having a bit more to work with on the other side of the strat, and that was having Apoth in market this time. And remember, they all started in B main, right? That had to be a rotation out in Apoth timing, so great job for Apoth to get their ASAP.
The one way and the push mid. And they find Apoth. And now they have to go on A. They have to accelerate. And they know it. We see the one-way shot.
Somehow Loud finds the perfect timing to push down towards mid in round number 11 and get a player advantage. Nonetheless, though, the A site's open. EG could get a plant.
We don't have an ultimate on Phoenix, which would have been very, very strong.
The Phoenix ultimate here. Already down, trying to hold it with 4 in sight.
Oh, this is annoying. Look at
oh, they are dead.
The
and that utility.
One TP'd away, but there's still players flooding across. Shock darts coming through from the spawn site to still hit players down for EG.
And it's
Derek
over.
Again, alone, a 1 versus 3. Off by less coming out.
The blender. They put him on the fire. They gave him an aftershock. There was more coming through. They knew they were there. Paranoia on top of that. An absolute nightmare for EG to be inside at that point when Loud dumped the utility in.
Look at that.
Oh my, and this is actually what they kind of wanted to do on Ascent A take, right? That EG was preventing. We're seeing what that dump of utility looked like, and it's nuclear. Oh my gosh.
That flooded that default plan.
So much shit on my screen.
Almost feels like EG probably could have started typing in team mode. That's a lot of utility to play against.
All right,
last round of the half.
We're gonna have a fake A with a lot of utility and info.
We're trying to make a lot of noise for QCK.
And we're gonna have a out mid for EG.
His teammates to work towards the mid, the pressure towards that side.
And that Phoenix has his ultimate, jump picking B. They have 4 ultimate for the last round. They haven't dropped a Viper pit because the Viper is playing with an AWP. Which it's a weird thing to do when you have a Viper pit and it's your last round in defense.
That's gonna nullify, leads to,
oh, he's gonna survive.
So he's still alive.
He popped his ultimate.
Now for Loud as Sadat gets to pick onto Apoth.
And that's a 3 versus
I
5.
in a very long time.
I haven't seen that in
Your mate, you have no
long.
info on the map.
What a heady thought. Like I said, it's milliseconds that's going to decide this one between these two teams. Plays like that.
And we have
Fast fingers from
3
QCK
people
keeps
spawned
them
for
live. Now
Loud.
it's a 5v3.
Just
EG have
they
to hit
completely
the site. They
gave
have all
up
the
a
initiator utility they could want, and some
30
smoke
seconds
to prevent the retake. It's the best 3 really that could be alive here. They have such a tall task, though. Even Sadak, if he wants to rip off the Hunter's Fury, he can to prevent this and just cause hell for EG.
I don't think they've closed the door in Boba.
The dart comes out.
Oh,
Hunter's Fury.
And the time.
They don't get the stun there, so Knight might give a chance for a plan. Derek's gonna eat that beam. And the aftershock comes out a little bit too late. Nature in a forward
We have the
position.
Omen
all the way towards
TP.
the spawn. Cancel TP.
Point 4.
A flash. It gets cancelled by Nature, but he couldn't line up the other kills here with the Vandal. No old banks coming through. Superman and Derek. The Vietnamese duo with Derek with the first kill onto Les. Nightfall then coming out for some information, doubling up the fight back towards the A site.
Oh, he finds 2.
1v1. Him and QCK. 8 bullets left. The spray comes across. Derek comes in for the 4K in the round and keeps EG alive in this
What a
game.
strong clutch.
Incredible round from Derek. The awareness to keep moving. The idea that you have to understand that EG's rotations, EG's lurk, caused QCK to delay
Played
the
very
on
sloppily.
area from Pawn
Like,
Shop.
they were
That
very
allowed
sloppy.
the kills to happen in sight. What EG has been doing came into play this round so big on that retake, slowing down QCK from Shop. The rest of the shots
What a
we
very
saw,
smart play from the
absolutely incredible
Loud Phoenix,
stuff
though.
and awareness coming out of EG's Derek to win this round.
Derek is back, baby. Win this round, but still far away of trying to tie up the game. You needed some heroic plays to come through. But at least, win or lose today, Nature is very optimistic about EG's future. So let's have a listen.
Oh, I mean, successful for sure. We qualify. That's like the biggest thing. I think that we have the tools to do it. We've shown that we've had the tools to come back, stuff like that. We start hot. This is an easy qualification for us. But
No.
other than that, just show our hearts out. You know, like this is only the start of the year. There's a lot of progress to be made for a team that has 4 new players. So for us to be in playoffs feels really, really good. But let's just show that like we can improve from this map, like these maps alone, very well.
They have been improving from just these maps alone. Nature knows it. Nature builds the team up, and he's been doing an amazing job coming in as a new IGL.
Yeah, I mean, on the top of that, when you're looking at EG, what they did during the offseason, they didn't have too much time to be able to practice because of this whole jail situation for so many players that won champions last year. And this roster was formulated like, what, a couple of weeks before America started. But at least for Potter on her side, though, she was also mentioning that it didn't really matter too much that they had less time to practice because they had more time as well to be able to see other teams play and adapt to that play style. And then it just comes down to the fun and the vibes and hopefully to be able to bring it back. And the fun and the vibes definitely were shown here on that Derek clutch in that last round of the half. An opportunity now for EG to bring it back here on the defense. But again, it took a lot of big heroic plays for EG to get it to the score.
Yes, yeah.
Seems drilled and well protocoled to potentially take the series so far.
In professional sports, they say the best time to score on your opponent is at halftime. I'd say a 4K from Derek is one to get the blood flowing for Evil Geniuses here. And we're back now into the second half of our final map here, Masters Madrid on the line.
And we have an infiltration. Top mid.
As the map continues to rotate around a push here.
They're gonna find that.
Loud's just trying to delay so that this double flank could happen. Nature
so
with the jump
good.
spot gets cut off.
They found the Omen, but they don't know about the Phoenix.
But as he fights towards the spawn, they don't know.
And they're gonna have to hunt him.
Like a QCK already walked in, but elbow was not cleared by Loud.
He almost found one.
The foot back towards the spawn to give EG an advantage, but the plant still comes down. It's gonna be flank after flank again. Sadak from the backside. Frenzy took a bit, but Nature's from the spawn trades it right back. They also have information on QCK out towards the spawn. So less is
Good first
alone.
kill.
A 1v1 in this corner.
Good second kill. Less, very solid.
Once again. Nature at 8 HP. Aftershock to try
They
to
know
clear
where he is,
QCK
they know
back.
he's pushing.
But it's really well planned here for the last two players of
They
LOUD.
bait the
tap
spam.
on that spike, even hot
That
hands
molly.
in front of A, and less.
And a 4K to answer 4K. Very strong start for LOUD.
Yeah, but Ghost there.
They are better in pistols, for sure.
Give this man an arsenal, he will lay them down. Beautiful shots here from Les. They had to chase Tui's all the way back to spawn, causing more time for that LOUD to have insight. And the hits, through seeing that Hot Hands come over the wall makes you think of just how many walls Hot Hands can go over. Pretty low ceiling to the walls on Sunset, or you have windows to throw stuff through. So QCK have a field day around here trying to find places to line those up. 3 again pushed for EG towards A, but they won't have their B main control. Looks like they're still trying to tempt it just on the other side of that smoke. A lot of the times we saw Supermen get into this area in B main, whether he had a judge or he was backed up by APOD to take out 2 or 3 members of the opposing team. Here, EG's not really.
We have a very dry eco for EG.
Yeah, LOUD definitely has, as you can see, these 3 players working out towards that.
And now they are scared. Now there's the one scared about those top mid plays.
Won't really allow EG to get
Even though they have a
good position
Cypher.
here on their lurk plays or the sneaky plays from Superman with this judge, but we'll have to see in the later rounds now as LOUD gets the plant in round number 14. EG full classic mode.
They're gonna be aware. They're scared of mid lurk. Wow, what a nice bomb.
To really start funneling these ults.
Full classic mode does allow for a little bit more util retake, but EG's not really getting there. QCK pushed up well, Stinger dropped, not too big of a loss there. But nice kills, that down is a big one. EG.
He understood the flanker though. Aftershock then comes out, and now we're just, I mean, it's easier to spray. It's out towards the wall. That clock is taken down. There was some hope at some point until those 2 players towards that B main just stopped EG's really attempt to go for that retake.
I mean, they lose 3 guns, so it's gonna be a tough bonus.
Rounds. Solidified now by that side.
I kinda wanna see, yeah, we see the trip top mid coming from EG.
Necessary with the scoreline right now, and what LOUD will be able to force onto EG the way they've been trying to make EG play their game. The EG has to keep the momentum here, and they do carry Derek's 4K for that last round of the first half now into the second half. Guns around, still some stingers here from the side of LOUD. With those purchases, they are not able to go fully into the buy for the rest of the team. Shots, Jogamo, Derek, beautiful coverage on A for the Shark attack.
Definitely want to fight that back, not allowing these.
Noise here, a repeat of the gun on, with a lot of fighting, aiming. And the same thing happened in the pistol, except they had the lurk mid. He's gonna line them up.
3 away from an ult, and EG's 5 from tying it up.
That's a great point, getting those ultimates, being able to flex LOUD off
a weak bonus for LOUD.
Pressing R. And Jogamo, honestly, just holding these positions is fearless at this point. They have to be.
And I want them to start working mid instantly. Like, you saw what happened in pistol, you saw what happened in this
signing up for that right
in
now.
this round. You have to work mid.
Hits back just as hard.
You have a wall 4, you have an omen.
If they can find a few more.
You have all the flashes and the util, you have the Sova.
Towards mid to start. Napod's been in this situation before, in this position. First flash, he avoids it. Meanwhile, he lost his teammate
I
on
found a
top
kill, top mid.
Really on an island now.
Forcing the breach to rotate.
Looking for the perfect timing through the fault line.
And a Cypher being in front of his utility, basically. Like, if you look at the map,
They know
He's
now
in
that the
front
pivot's
of that
towards this
B
A
trip.
side where Derek has
They have to
ready.
be aware of Derek.
He's good for those three. It's clean.
And he's very,
Spike once again down at the
very
same
sharp.
spot. Trying to
Less
squeeze through now towards the left side of A main.
could be timing
Being spotted
here.
now by nature. Haunt being
He
thrown out
found
by
the
Daisy.
last two.
Decide to fall back and now want to play the power of numbers again. 4 versus 2.
He is the man to kill.
Apoth is even also flanking.
You just have to understand how much that shouldn't happen. And not an error from Loud, but Derek being able to place 3 shots like that without timing to get swung. And literally pulling everything out of the hat that they need to right now to make these rounds come true.
What?
Beautiful stuff from EG. Loud, however, never count them out.
Exactly. When you give them that space and that respect, Loud could take advantage of it. 12 seconds left, forcing out a Rolling Thunder on top of that. And Tui's made it
It's
through the
over.
smoke for that kill onto
He
Nature.
saw it again.
The run through. The bait! The flank from behind! What? Loud pulling magic out of a hat. And it converts around.
It's like they're in a playground. A is their jungle gym. How do you play that to catch Superman off guard, who's actually been having a rougher game than usual? Superman was him the past few games we see, but
Nah.
is not allowing that to happen in these 1v1, 1v2 situations. They are solidifying them with tricks of the trade or utility to lock it down for sure. We'll get back into it. Loud pick up another one. That's going to be so tough for Evil Geniuses. The money gets reset as they only were able to grab that 1 round. Back onto Stingers. Back onto a low buy.
Back to the basics. That's a camera trap play. And you see how Loud answers back to it. A wall comes up. They're still pushing through with this 4 buy.
Did we see a timeout for EG?
So front line paranoia. All well done here by Loud towards the
On
end.
the second half?
Superman trying to catch it
I know
coming
we
off
saw
the
one in the
outro.
first half.
Loud on their way to a flawless. Also map in series point. Madrid in the sights. As a plant down. Not even needed. Derek falls down.
And it's over. 7 rounds, you have to win
Honestly,
once.
such a strong first half
You have
on the
3
defensive side
ultimates,
has set them up
almost
to
4.
have this not relaxed second half, but one where they can stretch themselves, they can push, they can take these fights without really having to worry because they have such a padding of rounds. I'm sure Sadak has so much he could be using right now.
It's an impossible comeback for EG.
From the few, the push, the find EG, and let's bring the fight to him right now in Util Dump. It's really
Kinda
working
weird
out.
to see the
So EG's
timeout
pressing,
now and not
from
last
the few
round.
sites, they're trying to look at that B main control we just saw from 1 round. They've been 3 on A main most rounds, but Loud is waiting so long that early pressure from EG usually results in them going back to a defensive positioning, holding other angles with 1 staying out at A main, and then B main has to back up because they need market control now. So that little wait from Loud is really separating EG's fundamental base defense.
I think they're gonna try
Once they get out to mid,
to
control, EG kind of constructs a
send
little bit
people
better
mid
strat that stops
again.
them from
Like
pushing, but that mid
they were
control
very
has been tough to
successful
get.
with
We've seen lineups from
Cypher
Fault Line
Lurk
early on it.
sneaking
I
up
think everybody
mid.
knows it's going to be a trap once you get in there, so we have been avoiding it for
So
now.
we
Let's
could
how they
see
play this
them
one. Again,
try
towards B main to start us
go
off.
for
as
it.
EG, they're not really in a setup position right now, but they are going to be
Yeah.
looking, it looks like, to be a little
That
bit
camera
on
is
B
off
main.
map.
It comes down now to
Where the
Nature
fuck
and the
is
rest
that
of
camera?
EG to show their resiliency. 7 rounds behind to try to bring
We
this
need to
overtime
see,
now. I
like,
think
where
they'll
is
hold
that
their teams
cam?
now.
That
The
Cypher
pause has to be
cam
good.
is off map.
Confidence has to come back.
I'm very
That's
curious.
Superman moving out towards that billboard in the front of B. All of Loud continuing to play very passively towards back because of this type of play style that EG's been doing with this forward aggression on the extremities from time to time.
A little bit of a change.
Is it a top mid
So
cam?
they can keep map control. Kawanzine hits Superman.
They
though.
find
They
an
know
early
they can
kill.
find that fight normally. And it is Kawanzine to start us off the first blood.
They're gonna go like
His teammate just to
It's
clear out
free.
middle to make sure. Trying to leverage now the Nightfall potentially for a retake. Hunter's Fury out. Kawazine getting the wall bang. That's
two.
actually the Nightfall down.
Oh my gosh.
Now they're rolling Thunder out for the post plant as well, just to secure the plant down. There's only 2 players left.
It's gonna be
Nature
over.
and Apoth up against the whole team of Loud. In great positions now, needing
Oh my god.
and LOUD has so many ults to work with this round to make it painful for EG. But if LOUD could win a 2 versus 4, potentially EG can as well.
The stun as he's like gonna push. He's gonna go for the ace.
Ace being looked at by the fans. Nature with the kill. Kaladzine hunting him down.
No!
But 1 HP remaining
1
in
HP
that
though.
pit. There's still util out for the pulse plan. There's no time left. Sadak
Let's
gets
go
it.
down.
The sun sets for
As
EG's
predicted.
journey. But you do have LOUD qualified
I
for
still
Madrid.
think EG had a superior comp. Like I would rather play EG's comp than LOUD on Sunset.
Playing a new agent and still being able to find
But like LOUD is just a better team.
13 to 5 on our last map.
You can see it, like they time out after, like just look at the last timeout of EG, like they time out after the eco round. When you shoot timeout before, you have the fucking coach eating instead of like talking to the player during the timeout. Like it's already over, they've already given up, even though they have hero plays and stuff. Like they had 2 games, they had 2 series to win to get to fucking Madrid. Like they won against G2 with 1 overtime and 1 13-11, so almost a second overtime. And then they won the first map on Ascent, just because the classic comp on Ascent is just so strong. And LOUD kind of humble, but like EG doesn't deserve any special treatment. I know they won last World, but last Champions, but when you lose 4 of your players after that, like
an all-star, consistently good roster. From QCK all the way down to the rest of the other 4.
you're just not the same team. And being in a position where you only need to win 2 best of 3s to get to major events and stuff.
I think one of the things that
Like,
separates LOUD as well is once they
I
get
think
on
it's
that
too much.
defensive side, their decision making becomes so incredible. We see them again understanding a spike diffuse time
Like,
where they'll run and figure out where
you can
the spike
clearly
is
see
fully,
that
you know,
LOUD
they
is
don't
the
have
better
the time. They
team
have
by
the time.
far.
The way they consider how they can audible the protocols makes LOUD one of the strongest teams, and they remain one of the strongest teams right now. Congratulations to them.
Especially when you're looking at how that team has played from, and the question marks that we kind of had when they lost Aspas, when they lost Fraud on top of that too. Is Fraud going to be the same thing? But nonetheless, with LOUD qualifying to Madrid, it's unfortunately goodbyes to EG, where you could basically talk about this team. I think I agree.
So
to
we
what
will
Nick was
have
talking about in that interview at that
1 Brazilian team and 1 American team, basically.
A lot of unanswered questions for this team.
Because the next matchup
like a very hard fight on Ascent for basically when LOUD
is
was
a
like,
Sentinel
oh my God, they might be like the
versus
unstoppable
Energy.
And EG came out with a great
So,
strap look against them.
yeah.
It is wild. They have firepower.
My
on
money
that
is
team.
still on
They have
Energy.
knowledge on that team, and
I
that's a
think
team that is nowhere
gun power
near
wise,
the
like
ceiling, so it's
they are
gonna be really
very
awesome to see how
dominant.
far they go up from here.
So
What
as you
they've
mentioned,
shown
big congratulations to LOUD, commiserations
against
for EG.
Furia
Let's throw it down to the stage where Smix
and
is
against
ready
C9,
with the
I
Verizon
mean,
post-match interview.
they're just fucking above, man.
Thank you very much, fans.
Like,
Standing
what else you
here
want me
with
to
the
say?
Victor, Kaladzine, congratulations. What a crazy couple of weeks that you have had. It all started with a 2-0 over Sentinels, 2-1 over Leviathan, and now 2-1 over the 2023 World Champs and Evil Geniuses. You and the boys are going to Masters Madrid. Tell us what's going through your head right now.
Tudo começou com vocês 2-0 no Sentinels, 2-1 no Leviathan, agora 2-1 na EG, os campeões do mundo, e vocês estão indo para Madrid. Como é? Fala um pouco pra gente.
Cara, o sentimento de ir pra Madrid é muito bom. A gente já foi lá no Bootcamp, que a gente fez no
Muito
ano em
bom.
2023. E a gente já
Caralho.
aquele país é incrível, então, mano, eu tô muito animado para ir pra lá de novo.
Yeah, we've been to Madrid. It's very, we're very excited for it. We've been there for the boot camp. We love the country, and we're excited to go there again.
Amazing to hear, and
Tough
this
food,
series, I think
though.
a lot of people were looking forward to it.
Spanish
and
food.
we saw the start of it was you and EG trading map picks, and then luckily on that third map on Sunset, we saw you guys able to close it out in simple fashion. So talk to us about what was going through your head as you walked through all 3 maps.
Parece que vocês estudaram bastante, os times se estudaram bastante, vocês trocaram de mapas praticamente. Mas no final, no último mapa, vocês foram tranquilos ali. Como é que foi isso?
Cara, acho que de início na Assist a gente não tinha material deles pra estudar eles. E basicamente eles conseguiram dar um antitático na gente, a gente não conseguiu jogar muito bem. Mas os outros 2 mapas a gente já tinha material, que eles jogaram Icebox, se eu não me engano, contra a G2 e jogaram a Sunset também, então a gente já tinha material, então a gente conseguiu estudar bastante o jogo deles.
Yeah, for Accent, we didn't have a lot of material on them, a lot of info, so they did a very good map against us. But for the other 2 maps, we've seen them playing against G2, I believe. So we had some material on them.
No, we definitely saw that. And last question before I let you go, we were able to speak with Sadak and get his thoughts on what he feels about the addition of QCK to the team. He really loves the flexibility that he's able to bring. From your perspective, what is his addition to the team brought to the table?
E a gente teve a oportunidade de falar com o Sadak antes, e ele comentou sobre o QCK e o que ele traz para o time, né? A flexibilidade. O que você acha?
Cara, eu acho que o QSK somou muito no nosso time, porque ele é um moleque muito pra frente, então ele, mano, puxa a jogada, sempre comunicando com o time, e acho que era isso que a gente faltava um pouco, sabe? É isso que a gente precisa, e ele é bastante desse cara que tá ajudando bastante a gente a ganhar.
Yeah, KCK, he's a very aggressive guy, very straightforward, exactly what we needed, and he blends in really well on the team, and we're really happy with him.
That's amazing to hear. Congratulations again, Kao and Zine. As we see Loud making it to Masters in Madrid, we are going to head to a short commercial break. But when we get back, we'll have our final match of the day to see which is the second team. Will it be NRG or will it be Sentinels? Stay tuned to find out.
I'm gonna take a quick break. I'll be right back soon. Do I have? Yeah, I do. Okay, be right back soon.
And also for you folks at home, that you can get in on the action. Get your tickets for VCT Masters Madrid. There's going to be a little QR code. It's going to pop up here on the screen. There it is. Bam. There it is.
It's actually a pretty big QR code.
Yeah, quite massive. It takes up the whole screen. So go ahead, scan that bad boy, and you will be good to go. We hope to see you there. Go and cheer on your favorite squads from Americas. Heck, maybe from EMEA, from Pacific, from China. Don't really matter. We just want you there with us. Scan that QR code today.
We know the Spanish fans are going to be loud for the EMEA team, so we need some competition.
Excited.
Book your flights, guys.
Yeah,
Root
I've also
LOUD and
been working on my Spanish as well, so I'm quite happy about that, you know. Even though I'm Puerto Rican, I should technically know it, but hey, you know, that's a conversation for another day. In any case, so guys, we have two teams that will definitely need to brush up on their Spanish if they pick up a dub here today. Let's go ahead and get into this matchup. We have our play-ins winners, Sentinels. They looked solid in that whole play-in, and even though there was some silliness toward the end, there was nothing silly about the way Sentinels were playing. They look like a well-oiled machine, and that is scary at this point in the competition.
Yeah, and the only reason it was allowed to get silly is because they dismantled MIBR to open it up, right? That first series on the day set the tone for everything. Put MIBR with everything, you know, almost impossible for them to win. And Sentinels just had a fantastic map.
It's so drilled.
Yeah, no, and honestly, I just feel like the Sentinels we are now currently seeing is that, right? They clearly put in the time in the offseason. They had the time to work together as a team. From their set retakes to their plays on attack, they are so together.
It's the first time this team has looked like a real contender in like literally 3 years. It's been a long time running for Sentinels fans, but the disadvantage of getting to see all that excellent gameplay already from this squad is that they have had to play a lot. They've already played more rounds this tournament than every other playoff team combined, which is absolutely ridiculous and is going to make it, I think, pretty hard here going up against a team like NRG.
You can also play devil's advocate though, and say that, you know, they're prepped and ready to go rather than other teams are going to counter against it. Maybe that's a little devil's advocate you can
That's the counter offer is what just happened last series. LOUD had their funny Ascent comp that EG came in with VOD on and destroyed it. And LOUD came in against the EG silly Icebox comp and owned that too 13-7. So I think absolutely, yes, it's great to get stage games and that is fantastic as a team to grow. But for everyone to watch those games, oh boy, they are coming in ready.
The thing is, there's two goals. There's a long-term goal of building the best team you can for the season when it really matters, when you can make it deeper, make it to champions,
Marathon,
win at the end of the year. But also, this tournament is a sprint. It's exactly
there
that.
You go.
It's only a few matches. I mean, EG, if they had won, they would have only had to win 2 games to make it. LOUD only played 3. There goes my pen.
Yes, you're excited.
And I mean, here goes Sentinels, who's been playing absolutely everything. And now today, they're up against, kind of in my opinion, one of the most prep-heavy teams we have in the league. You're talking about Ethan back with his time with EG. Oh, he's so good with the counter strats. And Chet as well, from the core of this NRG squad. They never disappoint in that regard.
Yeah, I am thrilled when these two teams finally get to take the stage. In fact, we've had a lot of really good moments throughout this competition. Actually, this is one from Coach Kaplan. He was talking to the team during halftime while they were down. Let's go ahead and take a listen.
Great. I see this happen all the time in these late series where we're the one coming in. They're already warm, but they're tired. We're rested up, and it takes a little bit to shift into gear. Just don't lose confidence. Don't look at that 4 and think about it.
So much of coaching is not just the coming up with the pocket picks or the strategies. A lot of it is literally what you heard right there. It's digging players' mental from the trenches and trying to lift them up in moments where they're the most down-ender.
Yeah, there's the two different games. There is the on the day you have to be able to lift them up, but the pre-work in the week, that's what shined in this series. You can see it in a retake like this, how perfect the utility was drawn up to go back in there. If you saw that from top down, there was nowhere that you could possibly have played on that site and not been destroyed. And Sentinels also showed 2 different retakes.
Okay,
the first one was full flood from Shop. This is a full flood from CT. Both of them equally destructive.
There's a big difference between what Sentinels and NRG have shown. NRG has been playing really default comps, the old Ascent comp that everyone plays. Even on Sunset, they're still running Solo Sky. What I've been focused on more for them is how the synergy is working, how the mid-rounding is working. Sentinels through other games have already proved how good those fundamentals are. And what they're starting to show us now is that deep in this tournament, they have new new ideas, new prep, and are actually willing to take some risks.
I think
be ahead of the
energy
curve
is
on
so
the meta.
strong that
I
they
think that's
don't
the
even
best
need
comp you
to
can
show
play on Sunset,
anything.
and I think they implemented
That's
it
literally
beautifully.
why
This is a
they're
Sentinels
playing the
that
most
doesn't just have
default
those
shit
fundamentals, but also
ever.
has these creative compositions. And the question today
Like,
is if we're
why
going to
would
see
you need
more of
to
that,
reveal
or if that
stuff
was just something special for Sunset.
when you're
Well,
just better?
honestly, you know, with this squad, you don't. I mean, anything can be possible here. But one thing that I do feel quite confident in us discussing is Zekin's prowess on the server,
so good.
because he is having some damn good games. And Ender, I think it goes as far as to say that, like, this is the best that we have seen Zekin, and he was already fantastic last year.
No, the guy was an absolute monster, and specifically, like, it's not just funny big numbers, haha. First in kills per round, first
it's
in damage per round.
That's against every other duelist playing in Americas, and there are some amazing players here that we have already seen showcase. This guy is still a young player, but he has experience at this point. He's been in Tier 1 for at least 3, nearly 4 years now, and is just constantly leveling up. It feels unreasonable how much better he looks every tournament he plays.
Oh yeah, and like in the Sentinels dismantling MIBR, he was the factor. He had almost 2 kills for every death he had in server in that series. That's what the 2-0 was about.
Yeah, and I think when you look at Zekin's overall just like impact on the team, he's only going to continue to contribute like this. I mean, he's on a great path here, and it's going to be a tall order for their opponents to have to stop. And well, that actually brings us over to their opponents, because you got NRG now. And what's fascinating is Sentinels, you know, they really needed to just push their way through round after round, match after match. NRG, well, you know, they did it in 4. They're vibing.
They get to remain an enigma because they also didn't play really the new stuff. 3 of their 4 maps were Breeze and Ascent.
I just feel like that's such a bad thing, though, in my mind. I don't know why. I'm just worried.
Is it a bad thing, though? Because there is still time, right? They've had across this tournament, you kind of have like 2 weeks where you're not playing during the week, where you can be practicing, prepping, coming up with
That's
new
perfectly
things.
fair.
For me, I think it is a distinct advantage to have played less, especially for a team like this, where I have no worries about them really needing stage time with the experience you see on those 5 faces behind us.
Yeah, ultimately, they have shown in their 4 games they are the best at playing boring Valorant, the 2023 Valorant. But like that is the superpower, because we don't know what their read on the current meta is. Are they playing old stuff because they don't need to tap into new ideas? Are they playing it because it's comfortable, because the Sky patch came in pretty close to the league starting? Have they made any changes from then until now? Sentinels have no way of knowing. How are we supposed to know? The only ones that know are NRG, and until they're forced to show something, we're not going to know.
Yeah, and if you're playing boring 2023 Valorant, the player you want is the best player of 2023, Demon 1. He's picked up his performance from last year and just continued it here into kickoff. The guy has been lights out on the Jet. What I'd love to see is that it seems like his teammates every round, buy op Demon 1, buy op Demon 1. He's using it so much more, 26% more than he used it last year already.
And that's because compared to with Potter, when sometimes he had to play the silly smokes
Hey, get on Astra. Hey, get on Insta.
NRG only, like, I don't think they've unlocked any agents in the client apart from Jet. The man is playing Jet on every map. And again, Breeze and Ascent obviously
It's
plays
just fascinating. This is the same playbook from years prior.
But a Sunset is very unique because no one else is really playing Jet on that map. You're always seeing Raze. You're seeing no dive. He is still going for that Jet, having huge impact with the fights he's able to take. And again, upping as much as he possibly can.
It's going to be fascinating how Demon 1 navigates this, or whether or not he doesn't need to. And if his team is just like, do whatever you need to, and then just win us the game, you know? Of course, though, when you think about this squad and what they're going to need, well, maybe another world champion can help you out there. You got Ethan, who is, again, just continuing to show why he is who he is, why he is him. He's so good.
Yeah, I mean, this guy, there was questions around him coming in as an IGL, but to be able to be already quite successful playing that older style, you need an excellent mid-rounder, and that's exactly what this guy brings. The calls thus far have been really impressive from him. His synergy with Demon 1 is clearly excellent. I think of all the Breeze maps, so he's playing KO, where Demon 1 seems to have a perfect flash to set him up every single round. It's beautiful to watch. This duo is one of the big reasons why NRG is so strong right now, on top of just a great mid-rounding.
Yeah, again, because they have focused on things that have been so static for so long, they get to be really creative when it comes to their calling. Anyways, what we are looking at now is the two orgs and their history of performance at international events. The DNQ, that's a did not qualify. And you can see for Sentinels, it's been quite some time.
Yeah, the last time they made it to an international event.
Don't say Sao Paulo.
I mean, I'm not really counting that one, but it was basically 2021 when they were really making it into these international tournaments. The core of this NRG team has been to pretty much every single one. They have 4th place, they have 1st place. They are always on top. This is a chance for Sentinels to break that streak.
Let's see if this happens, folks. The teams are ready to go, and let's see where we're headed today. Let's take a look.
Hey guys, welcome to Map Pick Ban. Since NRG is our group winner, they get to pick team side, and they opted to pick Team B, so Sentinels will be Team A. Sentinels, you have the first map ban.
Ban Breeze.
Sentinels ban Breeze. And NRG, your map ban?
We're gonna ban Bind.
NRG bans Bind. And Sentinel, your map pick?
Pick Sunset.
Sunset. And NRG, your side?
We'll take defense.
NRG picks defense. And your map pick?
We'll go
Yeah.
NRG picks Ascent. And Sentinels, your side?
Defense.
Sentinels pick defense. And your map ban?
Yeah, we'll ban Icebox.
Sentinels ban Icebox. NRG, your map ban?
They're gonna play split. Ban Lotus.
We'll ban Lotus.
Okay.
Yeah.
She bans Lotus, and the default
And we have
map
the
is
3
going to
smallest
be
map
Sunset,
of
and
the
Sentinels,
map
you have
pool.
to pick side.
Defense.
Sentinels
Split, but defense.
Oh, split. Sorry.
Yeah, that's fine.
Oops.
Buy the bundle, by the way.
Buy our bundle.
Oh, you said defense, right?
Yeah.
Come. All right. Good luck, have fun, guys.
Riot Games Arena, it's time to introduce your first team to the stage. Sin City, give it up for your Sentinels!
Let's go. What are we gonna see? Sunset Ascent. Yeah, very classic comps. The sky on Sunset though, for energy. And the jet. And the Viper. With the Cypher. Huh.
And now, their opponents for this NA Showdown. Give them your...
And then Breeze Ascent and the same comp. Yeah, it's the classic KO Savajet, Omen, Killjoy. For SEN. Or SEN, they play very classic too, so. Did they play Sunset? I think they did. Yeah, the only map where SEN doesn't play like classic is Bind with the Yo.
This is it, the final spot for Madrid.
Outside
on
of
the
that,
line,
they
and
play
it's up to 2
Textbook.
North American teams to fill that spot. Will it be Sentinels or will it be NRG? And make sure you guys are out there supporting your favorite teams. Pick up those capsules while you go ahead and watch this awesome confrontation.
It is going to be good, and with EG's loss just moments ago, there are only 2 players from the championship EG roster that have the chance to return to the first international event of the year. That is NRG's Ethan and Demon 1.
But for the side of Sentinels, they have a chance to do something the organization hasn't been able to achieve outside of auto-qualified events in 3 years. It has been a long time since this team has representation at an international event.
And we have seen players re-qualify for Madrid after huge absences.
I'm not a big fan
Nokia,
of Sky on
Magnum,
Sunset though.
Panic Tech on on an international stage from EMEA. Tens has his chance now here as well today.
This is going to be the tournament where the old dogs are gone. It has been upset after upset. If NRG could make it here again,
They play Sentinel plays Gecko on Sunset.
Tournament, they would be a real contender for the title. Honestly, either of these teams would
You have like Breach is such a strong agent on Sunset.
And starting things on Sunset,
I feel like Breach, KO, Raze, Omen, and Cypher
in that first game on this map
would be the base comp.
A single round on their defensive side.
And if I could just set some emotional stakes here for a minute, it actually did get word. It's not just one birthday.
Or
We have
Fade
two
instead of a
birthdays
KO.
today. Ethan and Zelsis on opposite sides of the field playing against each other. Someone's going to get a really nice birthday gift today.
Yeah, but only one person.
I mean, they
Otherwise,
both
I
go
hope
to
there's
Madrid, so.
cake, I hope there's a wish, and I hope that they both blew out the candles before this game, quite frankly. Because if you wait now, it is far too late.
Let's talk more about the comps on this map, though. Last time NRG played the old style, they had a Sky, they had a Jet. That was their single initiator. I frankly did not love the comp. I think it gives you limited options to fight for a main. It's very reliant on Demon 1 as an individual, having high impact with the op. And I think that Sentinel's comp would match up really well against it, unless they're changing it up somehow.
Yeah, I do agree, and Sentinels are sticking to the tried and true. I would say the one benefit of running this Jet, especially against the double flash combo here, is you can sort of play outside of space and peek back into it with a dash to then escape. So I think if Demon 1 is playing around that, timing out the utility before pouncing, that is his
Oh
chance.
yeah, Zelsis and Ethan are both born the March 2nd.
Remember, Sentinels had a perfect
Damn.
defense when they debuted this comp. We'll have to see if they can do it again, as it's one more
Happy
slot
birthday
in the
to
draft
them.
between Sentinels and NRG.
Two of North America, most clouded teams are ready to duke it out. So let's go ahead and jump into the action. Make some noise for your casters. It's Doug and Baby Bay.
Thank you so much, GB Dre. Legends are made in moments like this, where there's just one match to be played and one spot up for grab at the international stage. This is what Valorant is all about.
Yeah, and Sentinels has been trying so hard, as the desk was saying, to get to an international LAN in general, other than the ones that they're already invited to. So a lot on the line, and they looked great this entire offseason. They did everything right, but it all does come down to this one moment, going up against what is probably the most stacked team that we've seen in NA roster.
Well, I mean, this is a roster everyone was excited about when the offseason hit, and we found out that these moves are happening, that Ethan and Demon 1 were heading over. Everyone went nuts, and there were a lot of questions about, are they going to be able to execute? They don't have an IGL. Who's going to be the leader? Who's going to be the caller? They've gotten to this point in the tournament. Again, now just one series away from achieving the international stage, but there's still so much before them. Sentinels on the attacking side. They're going to be running the Raze into the Jet combo on the other side. NRG already aggressive. The flash is out. The swing is there too, but second with the classic punches back. What can Demon 1 do? Trying to land onto a second. Nothing is found, but the damage has been done.
And Doug, both duelists going 2 for 0 right now, evening things up for each other.
I think there have been a lot of conversation right around Zekin, and we know the kid is nuts. He's goated. He continues to impress and continue to improve, but I think there's been this question. Now that the lights are at their brightest, now that the stage is at the biggest, how can he match up against Demon 1?
Yeah,
so far, so good.
Exactly, and Demon 1 has been known to outshine every other duelist, and honestly, out 1v1 any other duelist in this league so far. But Zekin, he's been putting his head down, putting the work in for years to get to this point. And it looks like this ace site will be free. A little bit of a retake from NRG, and this is what we saw a lot the last time they played this map.
30 seconds left.
Retake focus setups. Demon 1 sitting very healthy after that confrontation.
They find Victor.
Zekin with 3 on the round. All of them with the classic. And they get the spike down. Just Demon 1 and Crashies left to try to save this situation.
I like that proactivity from the likes of...
They're gonna get off.
Is this?
There's no way.
Wait, is there a place that they can do this? They're on. It's gonna get really close.
They got it. What?
And Zekin puts 4 up for Sentinels on the round, but Crashy's just sticking the bomb. And how many times have we seen this NRG roster do this? They just stick the bomb. They don't care.
Pause
so
on
much
fake.
faith in their team.
Is this
That's
what we're
funny
in
though.
for? Already. It's been one round. Already. They got pushed so far into elbow, they had to spit at their feet. They couldn't contest the defuse, and it just wasn't enough.
Look at Ethan, he's like, oh, you gonna give that to us? Big mistake, huh? Big mistake out of Sentinels there.
I mean, you'd kill to have that one back, but there's no time to think it over.
And they forced.
They've
Holy
invested-
shit,
yeah,
the
they've
ego
invested in the ground,
force.
you're right. Stingers and then a share for Sassy.
And we have a dog
Again, wanting to return
that
to the scene of the
connects
crime, investing
with a
and
big
turning their eyes
flash.
over towards A. Marv close by though.
It looked like they wanted to flood there, but something made Marv call that off.
Yeah, I think twice about it.
Good shot.
And speak of the devil, the demon is here.
Let's
Already
go.
getting 2 on the round, pushing the pace and dashing forward.
He already top bomb.
I mean, you've
He
got to
knows.
check it now, right? Surely you don't fall for that again. Demon 1 holding the line, or at least trying to. Ethan 1.
Let's show the.
Sticking the defuse, and that's another one for NRG.
That's such a great call that you just made.
Holy shit, that
They
pistol
have
and
to
that
check
force
if they're on
by.
the bomb now.
Oh, absolutely.
Ever since the first round, they're going to be worried
You need
about
to
that.
call an early
Instead of
timeout
sticking
for
the
Sen
bomb in a
after
2v3,
the
in a
few
2v4.
rounds still, but like
This case,
that
the numbers
mental
there.
is
Get Demon 1
it looks
already.
boomed already.
That second wasn't even his initial target.
Yeah.
Like, that was such a last-second flick.
Oh, what a great spray down from Crashies there. That was clean.
Wait, they're not really shooting back, bro. No, they're not.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I think it's a little too early to tell if they're shooting back or not, but, you know.
Zekin has so far.
Definitely.
A great start for the youngster, but it's a rough
And
start
that
to this
stop.
And remember what I was saying, Demon 1's so good at isolating the opposing team's duelist every single time he plays a game, and he's so confident in taking that duel.
And then, you know, some of the mind games become a factor too, right? It's not just the fight that's happening in the server, it's what's happening outside of it, what's happening between the ears of the players. And so far for Sentinels, this is a good start.
They're gonna get weapons though.
Look at how aggressive
Can they pick up
NRG
more?
has been playing
Yeah.
some of these setups. Trying to
They're
take the fight
looking
into
for
maybe
the
not after
weapon.
first barrier, but into those spots that
Honestly, you
Sentinels like to
should
walk
play
into.
the resource.
The second
You
line
know
defense.
they have weapons.
Marv
You need
has gone
to even the
exploring.
field.
And off all that commotion, he just pushed all the way through A, like you said.
An opportunistic
We have the
denial
lurk,
of space for the
Marv
controller.
with the dog.
gonna miss
They're
this
gonna
time.
realize that,
That should give the info that
They're
they are
gone?
working up mid here.
and you
Especially
can
with
see
trip
the
breaks.
Yeah, you
NRG
start to see some
player
pings on the minimap
moving
too.
up.
Suspicious of where they might be.
Last player standing.
It's gonna find two.
Mid.
He finds
They
the
waited
last
too long,
one
Marv not able
still.
to clean up the third.
Fourth, another TP forward from Tens.
Dwindles to 0.
Another
NRG
questionable
3
one.
on Sunshine.
Like,
I thought Marv for a second there wasn't going to turn. He was looking at tiles the entire time, but just looks to his left for a brief second, gets the 2K there. Little spray down with the Spectre long range.
and we have a knock for Demon
it's already
1.
here. Demon 1 snowballing off of every round. All the kills he's gotten with that Guardian. Now he already has an op in his hands.
Remain.
Oh, that's just so satisfying to watch.
Yeah. A great start for NRG. And again, it looks like it may continue. Demon 1 with the op in hand, blades in his back pocket as well.
And I really want to shout out this strategy from NRG where they're not playing for the first wave of util. They're playing for the second walk-in. And that's so important because that's just all prep work, right? They know that Sentinels likes to use the dagger to find close space, take control of areas early on. But they're playing for
What
that
is this
second layer.
Cypher
It
doing?
looks like Sentinels so far is not ready for that.
Looking up for the
See
cage.
if there's any
No
adaptations
trip
made from
behind.
Sen to maybe save utility on the first choke.
They are playing very deep
Ult used
for
to clear out
energy.
the site.
They're basically giving up the
NRG
site.
respectfully giving up all the space that they need to.
That's an amazing Gecko ult, Doug.
I mean, it just created so much space. They're gonna live to fight another day. Wingman should
He's
successfully
gonna
get the
pick
spike
it
down,
up,
and the
though.
crowd will cheer. Right on cue.
And not only that, but he gets to pick up the ult again.
Yeah.
The Saucy.
I feel like energy gave up too much.
It's quiet across the border now.
Tens.
What's
We
the
know
cue
he
for
plays
NRG to go?
that
You see some of
pose.
the smoke start to come out from the controller.
They're contacting.
All the way though? Not with second and 10s there. And again, Sassy still has his ult. Hasn't used it yet, but I think NRG might be calling it quits already.
Yeah. And I mean, I respect it. I respect it. You have it off on the board, right?
Yeah.
You want to see Demon 1 try to get an entry first. I mean, he whiffed the shot. He did get the dash out. So had he gotten that kill, maybe it would have opened up the entire site for the retake. But very clean.
No, they give up too much space.
To take the A side.
Alien.
I really like that ult from.
They're gonna play aggressive on A now.
Grabbing all the way around lane, going into elbow so we can pick it up again.
They went B again, but
for that post plant. Just the replay.
Unless they just gamble and every round and they lose.
Second and 10 did a really good job of holding the line.
And now we see a trip
from
with a cam,
peak as soon as the molly came out. He understands he can let it cook a little bit. He's not going to die right away.
the possibility of a very aggressive play. Meanwhile, NRG is just playing mid.
Little pop flash lineup for a second to get elbow control.
He does have his ults online.
I really don't like having.
Is there anything? Oh, the knife.
He should know.
He's
But it could be anywhere.
Yeah, it's almost too big. There it is. That'll connect. Marvel's a sitting duck, had nowhere to go.
They need to move their Cypher and Viper around. Like, you can't have both on the same side.
Still in favor of Sentinels as Marv and Ethan have both fallen.
It's just too
Still in the hands of the
defensive.
duelist, but again, not really finding
Like,
space,
you're
not
giving up
really
too
able to
much
convert
space.
any of this into some
They were looking mid with the Jet and the Sky early in the round.
The last time they played on this map was that utility on these A hits, but it looks like they're way more rehearsed now.
Yeah.
On utility, not
This
missing
is why I
anything.
don't like
I think in their
Viper
matchup,
on
they didn't even have
Sunset.
a molly lineup for the default
If you have a
today,
Cypher,
where in
it's
their
not a
previous comp with the breach, they would
necessary
always have the breach seed to clear that
agent.
area out. So now I think that they
I would
went for
rather
lab
have
and they
a
cooked up.
second initiator
Might be sitting on 0 kills, 0
and not
assists,
have a
whereas
Sky.
Vito's been getting
Like,
tremendous
you
value.
swap Viper and
The
Sky,
impact he's had on these rounds has been
like
tremendous.
KO and Breach or Breach and Fade, and I would
And
be
so
way
with
more
that,
happy.
Sentinels get up to 2. They keep things
Personally.
competitive, they keep things close, and it seems like we may be getting a really early timeout out of the side of NRG here.
Yeah, and I think so far what we've seen from Sen is they realize that Demon 1 and NRG's game plan has been to fight that early B control.
Yeah.
At some point, right?
They're giving up
But
too much
since
space on A. They have
NRG
to
are not
fight.
playing the initial barrier, they don't have the info on B.
They need to get the Omen one way and invest
and run into only one Omen, right?
and just get ready to fight.
had to try to get
They
a
have the
trade, but
better
KO
duelist,
was
like
perfect.
Demon 1 has
Ended
already
up being a 5v3 post plant there.
shown what it's capable of.
Dre, at this point in a series, a big series, there's a lot of hype, there's a lot of excitement and attention to it. You get through the first couple of rounds and teams start to settle, right?
Yeah.
You kind of lose some of those like early round jitters where everything is hyped, the comps slow down a little. Is that what you think part of this timeout is here?
I think it's just to stop any momentum of Sen right now and maybe make an adaptation to what they're doing. I think that you're going to see maybe Demon 1 go a little bit more aggro here instead of playing that passive up line that we've seen him do so far.
Yep.
And maybe even drop the op and pop knives and do it that way, right? So if you're not running into Demon 1, you're running into somebody else with the op, and there it is.
Like Marv, perhaps?
There you go, yeah. The 1-2 combo that NRG has been setting up for, I don't know, forever, right? Even back in Ye days, right? Marv and Ye.
Right there. See if they can find any success with that op.
But look, Sen has already pinged that there might be a mid walkout here. That's really important going into this round. Maybe already having a hard read.
I don't think they're pinging a walkout. I think they're pinging their position. That's where they want to go. That's what they want to play.
Gets all the info.
They found the Cypher.
They're aware now that this Jet was trying to go for the walkout mid, so a very,
They have a
very hard
deep
read.
cam B main because
And they don't know
NRG was contesting B main.
Oh, they know now.
It's a mid shot,
Yeah.
but it's a nope on the Omen, not on the
tiniest
Jet.
of pixels, the difference there.
Look, they just reset here, go to B main, but NRG should be aware that they saw
That smoke, that's
multiple bodies
very
crossing off of that
dangerous
mount.
for
I think what they don't
NRG.
Yeah, what I think they don't know is if the hit's going to be split through mid or not, because they just dropped a one-way back.
They're scared about like a push
They have
top
to
mid.
respect that. Start to see some of the flashes come through with the nades. Roomba on the way out, Dizzy.
Oh, he got knifed.
Now they have a paranoia. They're going to have to navigate around as well. Starting to make their way forward. Second on the first, the flash. There's the blades, but they're
Demon 1 very naive on this one.
Sentinels finding everything they could possibly want. And another situation where
They're
we're
gonna
just calling
save
the
Yo.
save.
Save plan.
I mean, the money is just going to continue to abound for Sentinels if this persists.
Yeah. And to be fair, I mean, there's not much
They
you
have
can do with
two
an op and
people
the
at
right side,
7K
right? They can
already.
do before. Yeah, Sentinel's doing a great
It's a
job
lot of
picking
money.
the right site off the contact that they did. And that second dagger, Celsius, gotta shout him out right now. Getting massive value with his dagger so far. He basically made Demon 1 useless this entire round. I mean, he got knifed twice in a row. Ethan got caught out there, maybe thinking that his team was gonna flood a little bit faster.
They're hunting these weapons. I mean, it's
as they should.
It's primarily just Celsius who's going to be the closest. But can they get there in time? No. So the op and the rifle will be carried into the next. And it'll be surrounded by a couple of other weapons that are purchased. The op goes back into the hands of Demon 1. And we get to look at that play one more time. Good night, that's so close.
And it's shots like that, missed shots like that, that is the difference between winning and losing a round, right?
Oh, for sure.
That one kill could have been so impactful. Here we go again from NRG, setting up for early mid-aggression. Is Sentinel aware this time, though?
Crash clears.
I really like that he breaks the dagger there.
Yeah.
Because it's going to make Sentinels overthink here and potentially have to use more utility to clear it. But maybe that Omen smoke was a giveaway that no one's pushed up.
No info on the other side. The orb up for grabs. Oh,
And another miss shot.
Just a little
Like,
short.
Oh, he had a second chance!
He legged him.
Clips him through the wall.
25 HP for the initiator.
But look at how much info NRG has.
yeah, and he doesn't have his
They have
ultimate.
him pinched.
Yeah, I mean,
So
they
no
can't get out.
suicide
They've
play.
lost all mid control. The only place they could really go is through spawn.
This hit has to be clean from Sen.
Second has gotten out a little bit, but keep a close eye on Ethan. He's tugged, and I don't think they know that Ethan's there. He finds two with the sheriff.
Found the wingman too.
Crashes with another. Saucy left alone. He's flashed. He's peppered. He's done.
What a crossfire, and he
Big
saw
round for
Sen
the
investing
NRG.
so much utility to try to push Demon 1 off the op line, but that opens up the perfect crashies to get trays for Ethan to have a crossfire with him. And he even took out the Gecko plant, so nobody could play in the main. Look at these shots. As the cage is coming up.
That first one is
He's
nuts.
nutty.
Holy fuck.
Both teams just vibing right now. Zekin sitting at 10 and 4.
Satcheling forward and continuing to push the
Oh.
pace.
Look at how fast he takes control of
That's
that.
really close. Whoa, he got him anyway.
This would be ridiculous.
know exactly. How does he get away with
It's gonna
that?
get spammed.
Massive numbers advantage for NRG. Oh,
Push,
still a
but
3v1.
good trade from Loud.
Zelsis
That
is
Omen
fighting
is
to
ready.
show two members of NRG on the other side, and he doesn't drop a single one.
Wow.
I thought the Gecko ult was going to tag him. I mean, right around the corner.
And this is what makes Demon 1 separate from the pack of other duelists. Like these split-second decisions where he just goes for that peek, lands the shot, and then also updrafts the actual Gecko ult. It's so crazy to watch this guy do these plays.
It's like he's playing a different
What?
game. He's just on his own. He's doing his own
Is
thing.
the fucking replay stuttering or
Always
some
disrupting
shit?
the hits. That's what you constantly have to be worried about when you're playing against this guy. And it's just so confusing because NRG conditioned from the start of the rounds that Demon 1 wasn't going to go so aggressive in the beginning.
And we have a
So when
SEN
he finally actually
timeout.
does it. It works so well. All these little mind games being played right off pistol round. And Sen here just trying to slow things down. You know, Kaplan trying to keep his team in the game.
We'll see where they go from here. Again, a 2-round deficit for Sentinels. The attacking side, they've shown some really cool ideas. Zekin has played very well to start this map. It's been more by committee on the other side of the stage.
Definitely. I do want to point out that Sen did struggle pretty hard on the attacking
And we have
side.
a Cypher on
Time around they played
A
this map, but their defense
for
was
NRG.
immaculate, so I think just a couple more rounds for them, they'll be very confident going into defense with how they played it previously.
They found the op and they are rotating.
They've lost it, what, once?
Yeah.
Including the offseason and all
He's
that stuff.
playing very deep even though
they're
they
obviously very
don't have the
comfortable
KO
in it.
ultimate and they're not close
Making
to.
energy, like have to prep for 2 comps is huge.
He's playing
It's a lot easier just
for
to
the
prep
knife.
one, right?
For sure, when you know what's on the other side. When you know
I
it's
think he
there,
heard
it
that.
simplifies the job.
He definitely heard
I think
that.
Sen soon will realize that this is a retake setup on the A side.
And they see the ultimate, like the free freaking Sky ultimate going towards A. He's gonna find 1-for-1.
Victor playing his position beautifully. Mark once again on the flank. Ethan's there to help, but they've got a trip keeping him at bay for now. No knife to bring it down or anything like that.
Yeah, they can
They're
delay
cleared.
that
Maybe
flank
Mark
for a
jumps over.
while.
Oh, I like that. It's just a dog. I don't know that they're going to be expecting a second. Now they know the paranoia tagging onto John.
What a great counter
There's a
flash.
Marv trying to keep them back. The spike ticking away. Meanwhile, a fight ensues on 2 fronts as the spike continues to get
man.
approached upon. Demon one's
Tipping
out.
back
Now he's
to
down.
elbow.
Marv falls too. That's another round for Sentinels.
Very
Heads up
calm,
awareness from the side of Sen on that
collected.
flank. Tens was sitting
Outside
on
of that
default and actually
Tens
still
ultimate.
open flashed A main for his teammates. Counter flashed. It was actually beautiful. This replay, this trade. It's actually a miracle Victor got that. Yeah. But Tens played this spot so great. Playing that counter flash and just keep staying tucked there. Jordan, Zelsis, pop flashing right after that. Understanding that the defending team has to walk into that space.
very solid
That
stuff
allows
from
John
Sen.
PT and him to double swing.
Dizzy's down.
So Sen right now,
I got you.
doing what they're supposed to be doing, winning based off of the utility that they're throwing. It's great.
And we have 2 people
Oh, the
pushing
defensive side is taking
mid.
a fair amount of space mid here. Marv and Demon One both past that mid smoke. Tens perhaps getting a little too curious. Sassy might as well. Nothing to clear it.
He's gonna get found.
Ah, that feels like a mistake. I don't know if Marv was looking tiles or what, but Dizzy wasn't cleared and Demon One pays for it with his life.
So smart from Sen to pick up that Gecko flash.
No. That's a misplay
but
by
look at
Demon
this.
One, by the way.
He saw him walking to B main.
I think he did.
He heard
But he
it.
didn't see
He
if
could have
there was people
dashed
in there, so
out.
Oh, he saw that now.
Saw him.
Oh, he's gonna go hunting.
did the dog hit? It did.
Celsius has no idea. There's no way he knows.
Wow.
They know there's
So
nobody.
they've gotten the prize they were looking for. They managed to get to
They
their
lose
prey,
the
but
knife.
The rest of the plays on the other side of the map.
The Cypher is in
And they still have the
place.
trips up from Victor. He has his ult online too.
He's trying the trips.
What kind of post plant, Doug, is Sen gonna do here?
I'd love if Zekin stays up there. They play a little high-low if you're Sentinels, but he drops down. Ten's waiting.
He's gonna TP on top.
Paranoia in hand. For just the right moment to strike. There it is. They both go right
It's
through
a
each other.
good
Ethan
flash,
got
but he
tagged
was
in
too
seconds,
close
one
already.
falls. Trying to continue to funnel out from the side as Victor plays his life, plays his time, waits for the right moment to strike. And it might all be too late. He's left alone.
It's
Creeping forward
GG.
with 3 before him. 1 falls.
He finds 1
Tied at
again.
5.
Wow. And Sentinels right now at this A site post plant looking so clean. I think they have a good read of how NRG likes to play this map, Doug. Based off of how they're playing these post plants. You saw in the beginning
Nah.
that they did.
NRG is just playing too loose. They are not respecting enough.
And now just playing crossfires onto the site. Understanding that NRG has been trying to contact in this lane area and punishing them for this.
Who's fired up? Into the next round we go. Ethan has a stinger. The rifle's in an op.
Found the jet.
The rest of the way for NRG.
I mean, you
And
see the
instantly
respect that
they
Sen is
go
giving
away.
Demon One right now. As they should, to not be punished by how he's been playing.
But the hope is on the Omen.
This time they're finding the op on the opposite side
And we
of
have
the map.
a
In the hands of
slow
someone
walk
else.
mid from
He's just as
Zelsis.
formidable with it.
Masking the op presence.
Told
Is that
you,
his
little
third ult
homie.
of the half?
He's gonna go after him. And they're gonna hunt. Yeah, they
I think it
can't.
is, and Marv gets tagged. He should be.
They are
safe
not
for now.
expecting the Cypher on site with how defensive he has been playing.
Just a bit short.
Looks like they're gonna have to find a lineup for that now too.
Victor's still playing on the
And
side.
now
He
they
hasn't
know
been cleared
about the
out.
Cypher on site. And you can see the
Wondering what the
lineup
flood is. Maybe
coming.
off the dizzy.
They're gonna isolate him,
Maybe
the
off
flash.
paranoia from Tens, but yeah, you're right, no smokes. Vic's still alive. He's a nuisance. He's got to be dealt with. He has to be cleared. Sean QT tries to and continues to push forward.
30 seconds left.
But you haven't checked this box. What might be the most difficult one to clear because Crashies is covered.
And Energy
on
is
the other
defending
side.
that Cypher deep.
Zelsis and John QT left alone, and it's all
And
on
he's
Leader
winning
now,
that
12
round.
HP. In the face of 3, none found. Wow.
Victor just a menace on this A site.
Last round.
He was actually
in the
finessing
half.
so hard there. So aware of all the possibilities. Not getting caught out by the spam either.
Yeah, I mean, there is pain and elbow,
Well, I think
like,
good on NRG too, to
he looks
understand,
one
like, they're gonna
side,
have to cover
looks
for
the
him.
other,
They
and
have
that's
to push
it, and
really
waits
aggressively to clear him out of
until
behind
someone can clear his back
And also, just
from
the start of the round from NRG,
from
massively
fucking
off presence,
City.
right?
Yeah, yep.
Demon 1 on, he got hit by that dagger on purpose.
Like,
he wanted
It's
to
fucking
know that he was
sentinels
there. So that
that
opens up the kill
don't know how to
from
play a
Mars.
site once
And they continue
they
to
don't
juggle
have a
the top
fucking
round.
free
Once again
site.
in the hands of Marv.
Got a smoked up mid.
Oh, did he see him?
No. No. Oh, but they know he's there now.
Oh my god.
My gosh.
10 seconds just destroys him. They've invested the ult. They're gonna head B. Crashies is here though.
The
And
door
he's
is
not
closed.
far off.
What?
And they've kind of been split up.
I don't remember the last time I've seen a whiff like that from Demon 1.
I mean, he failed 2 fucking op shots
I
a
would
few
have
rounds
smiled.
ago
Not
though.
with an op, surely.
So,
We've seen crazier things.
SEN playing a full post plant. Something I want to point out is that Tens has been holding on to his omen
Good
flash.
shot.
And speaking of Tens, just takes Victor's head clean off.
3
and
left
now
up
the
for
smoke,
defense.
the
As the timer
paranoia.
continues to tick away, there's that paranoia. A tap from Ethan.
They should be careful because Energy showed their willingness to stick it,
halfway there, 3/4,
and they're sticking it.
90%, he's gonna stick it, and he does.
And it's gonna end how it started.
Closing off the half, how they started.
Bookended the fuses like that. That's
Switching
nuts.
sides.
That's crazy. Stealing that one away was NRG. Very, very clean from both sides, but 5 rounds for SEN, based off of how they played the last time they played defense. You gotta think that they're feeling very confident going into this next half.
Yeah, there's a lot of room for confidence here. As we close out this first half, a 7-5 lead in favor of NRG, but Sentinels kept it close. They kept it competitive. And
I don't
feel like
know,
we're in for a fight, Dre.
because now it's
We're in
the
a fight.
Demon 1 show
Throw it down
with
to Ender, who's standing
all
by
his
the
team
telestrator
behind
with something
him,
cooked up for us.
playing for him, playing around him, playing to set him
Let's
up.
preview the next half by checking
And
out
it's gonna
Sentinel's
be
perfect defensive
over.
half versus G2, and it comes with the power of their retakes. In this situation,
I think
all 5 coming through shop, which is almost
NRG is
but the
play
utility, especially Zelsis
more
and Saucy,
tightly.
is just simply ridiculous.
It's a
How they
tool.
combo it, not with each other, but with their self. Let's check this out. Give me just a second on this one. Okay, focus on Zelsis first. We've got a knife killing the site. We've got a blast hitting behind slant, forcing someone off the angle. We've also got a flash in a second that's going to come and ding the Viper. All right, move on to the Gecko. We've got a Dizzy coming over the top, which is going to blind this player in Leaf, and also a Mosh that's about to hit right there, and I'll explain that in a second. Here comes the Mosh on down right there. Mosh lands here, and what it does, because they're all 5 coming through shop, they're effectively ceding control back here, so G2 could push for that space. Mosh means they're forced behind that wall, and they can't support these poor little players. There's a dude back there, trust me, on site, it's over for them. So, for NRG, how do they call around that? First idea is, well, they could put like an Omen smoke, some kind of smoke with a hat on it on site, and they can hide inside of that so they don't get blasted by the Dizzy over the top. They could also call their mid-rounding into it as well when they want to take control through mid. If you pinch into the site this way, you have control back there, and you force Sentinels to fight you in these locations. It's much harder, right? And you stop them from setting up for that perfect retake. The other option is you need to push for CT control yourself. But as we saw with G2, no flashes is tough. They only have 2 on the Sky and 1 on the Omen. How are you going to make that happen if you have to use it in a hit? I don't know. Let's get back to the game.
Thank you so much, Ender. A perfect foreshadowing of what may be ahead of us as we turn things around and as we see how Energy fills out the attacking side. You were mentioning, Dre, a little bit about how you felt like given the history for Sentinels.
Energy is just gonna play on Demon 1.
Yeah, and yeah, they were so solid, just like Ender said.
They're not in the mood to fucking
the name of the game for both these teams. Great
play
IGL
tactically.
They're playing in the smokes. They're playing in the smokes. Dizzy over the top. The KO flash there too, and now they erupt.
It's just a 1-for-1, and it's for it goes down for Energy. Important 1v1. Very
Just when it
close.
looked like they were going to find success everywhere across the map. Tens is there to counter just a bit. Is he going to find more? Oh, spamming through the smoke, but they don't turn.
Low.
Marcus just on the other side.
Pushing the lone.
Ghost puts him away. Now John QT in a 1v3. All of them weak. All of them tagged. The smokes were fresh. And the timing's just so he doesn't see
Wow.
it. John QT with one. But the double face is a little bit too much.
Good shot.
What was a clean shot from John? Gets counterpicked from Victor. But yeah, that fight kind of much.
And we have the
like
Guardian
Energy's
for
defense,
Demon
honestly,
1.
but way more aggressive.
With
and you
the
see
heavy
the prep work from
shield.
both teams now coming through. Both teams have such a good read on each other. I feel like going into this half for NRG, I think they're going to try to find sites that John is playing retake at and just trying to abuse that, much like how Sentinels was trying to find Victor. Where's Victor playing? He's playing retake most of the time. Let's go to the post plants, go to the retakes.
Early space
We have
denied
a
once more.
T-smoke though, and a ping towards top min.
NRG. I think they should be aware
Oh,
that Sentinels does like
Energy.
to put these trap plays onto the B area. That's why you see them taking mid. And honestly, this was the bread and butter of the last time they played. It was getting Demon 1
Dog for
trying
Boba.
to take 1v1s into mid.
Pushing the Omen away.
Area.
It's gonna
And that's why this team plays the Jet.
relocate.
instead of the Raze. They want to have Demon 1 try to get that pick and then dash out.
Are pinging top min.
Interesting decision was just made there by Sentinels.
So
They
they're
flipped the
gonna
orb. It could have
stack
gone in
A.
Sasi's hands, second hands, or Zelsis's hands, and they put it in towards Zekken, who's now the closest to having his ult online.
They might make it here in time for this hit. NRG not taking their timing, not taking the window. I think Sen have a hard
I don't
read.
really like that
It was a
slow
faint
walk
smoke in
elbow.
mid. Look at this, they're gonna have all 5 players here. A 5-on-5.
And we're all so quiet. John QT falls. Crashy's pushing forward. The flash on the other side of the wall is going to cause disarray across the site. Zelsis will not be around for long as NRG get another.
What a sick Viper wall, Doug. It splits the site in half. So not only does it allow you to walk up A main for free off a contact and take that elbow control, but it allows you to walk on a site and clear the default box. Yeah. And that's so important because we saw Victor even just there finessing, right?
Exactly. There you see that wall. And it was Crashy, I believe it was Crashy, who funneled in behind the wall as soon as they had that early contact. You're absolutely right.
Very good game planning around the comp that they have because they don't have all this utility to clear these tight corners and these places that people can be hiding behind, right? So they have to walk into spaces like that, and having that wall cut off CT is so crucial to do that. And again, a very slow round from NRG. It's really taking their time.
I mean, it's their bonus. They want to find as much stuff as they can.
But this time they've run into tens.
It's gonna be a tough one.
But he's already
Demon
got so
1
much
still
time.
alive.
John trying to turn the flash to clip Brent's dry, and Demon's there to greet him.
Flash. Can he turn it?
Phantom
Yes.
up. I think he's gonna stay on the Guardian.
They're gonna get the plant.
Yeah.
They have to go for the plant.
I don't think he likes the Phantom very much, Doug.
With Zekken behind. They don't know City is open. They might think about it now that it's
any challenge from the opposition. Now Demon 1 hold the line.
Zekken is gonna find him, and it's over.
Ethan in a 1v3 with the Guardian, and Zekken dismisses him.
And for a second there, I was kind of worried.
Good bonus,
You know,
though.
when Zelsis mollied the default box and made Demon
To
1
kill
go wide, I thought that's
the
what they
plant.
wanted. I thought they
It's
wanted
okay.
to punish him. Sure. But they're like, nah, forget that. We already have a win
It's an
con
okay
of
bonus.
Zekken flanking that entire round. Why even give a chance to Demon 1? So you can tell the respect that they have for this player, as they should. And it's honestly helped them in so many rounds.
Let's go, boys. Good job. Nice round, Tyson. Let's go, baby. Every round.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. 16 and 11 for Zekin.
Yeah.
All these questions about experience and can you handle the biggest stages, the biggest moments so far. I mean, he's answered the call and he's done so quite admirably.
Yeah, this entire offseason was meant for him to basically have, like, get that experience on LAN and everything. Take him over the edge. I don't think Victor knows that TenZ is here.
Shadows traveling.
This is a crazy timing. Maybe a hard read from SEN, understanding that Vic likes to throw this cam.
I think they know.
Oh, the footstep was made.
Yeah, he heard that.
In and out. Just like
John
that.
Cutie
He's been
should
heating up,
move.
Doug.
Like a thief in the night. You've got to cover John here. Gets out of the cam, feeling some of the pressure.
Oh, that smoke needs to go
Oh.
up. Just in time.
There's no flash on the other side of this, so maybe they double face? Or they just hold in the smoke?
I think John is aware. Will the mid players from NRG get first contact is the question.
They just seem so far away. No, it's Vic who's creeping forward.
Elbow.
The contact.
So
is
elbow, Doug.
What?
I don't know that he did.
No?
John QT toggling the camera, now spotting Demon 1. And now they know. Something is afoot. Both of them spotted. They've got trips, they have cams, the paranoia is gonna connect, but is there a punish? Is there something gonna capitalize on it? Yes!
Everyone hiding.
Finds everyone.
But Crashies has gotten behind enemy lines! Can he find any more value? No. Getting in, getting his kill, then quickly taking a step back. Marvin Crashies into 2v5 with 13 seconds left. The Spike still not in a comfortable spot as they crumble. A flawless round for Sentinels.
And another clean round
That
for
was
SEN.
so clean, Doug. Everybody jiggling, so hyper aware of every gap that was there and having crossfires on every gap. That was a flawless round to the T. From the start of TenZ just understanding the defense.
And Demon 1 is whipping
Victor and outplaying it.
like a lot.
Microplay like that gets you that first blood on the
Missing
initiator,
op
and then that
shots,
causes
missing
TenZ to have
1v1s.
contact everywhere.
Yeah, it's huge.
When people have their back
I just want
turned,
to point out that, like, Tyson right now, TenZ, I mean, everybody knows is by Tyson, right? He's been dominating these last couple rounds. Like, he's really heating up. I can tell by his aim, too. He's got that little crackness back into him. SEN is the script.
And it might be.
Oh my gosh.
A 2-round lead for NRG. They're the ones who call a timeout, perhaps feeling the situation slip from their grasps.
Yeah, they still have a lead here, but it's definitely getting a little uncomfortable with how these last 2 rounds have gone for the way of SEN. And just great setups, and honestly, all off of John there on default, playing that corner so well, jiggling sight, jiggling his wrap, and pretty much just staying alive. Yeah, like he probably could have committed on that Demon 1 shot, right? But the difference is he knows the 100% win play, right? Which is just sit in the back there and just stay alive for as long as he can, wait for the rotates. TenZ Omen flashes have been killing it.
I mean, they've been on point. They've been perfect.
They've been killing it. And he's been holding on to them. It's something that's very interesting. Maybe a little game plan read or something. Because even on the attacking side, he was holding on to it for the post plant. Wasn't even using it for the initial hit.
It's that same Viper wall out from NRG that we were talking about earlier. They've taken a lot of space mid, though.
Yeah, I mean, they have
buy is
fucking
lackluster,
Kyo
but the
and
space they've taken
Gecko.
so
They have
far
enough flushes.
could
Like,
prove to be the difference maker. Waiting on the other side of the Tribs, also throwing a little shoulder, showing a little skin, and then backing right on up.
That allows space for the 8 players to walk up here.
Saucy's there to greet on the other side. Meanwhile, TenZ got the best of Morphed. Oh, Saucy with 3 on the round. He's got another ult on mine.
And Zekin just running in there, but didn't have a target because Saucy just went nuts.
Yeah, they cleaned him up before he had a chance to fire the thing.
He hit a clip right there, and he's been relatively quiet in terms of firepower all game. So for him to be waking up at such a crucial time, it's very important going forward. And kind of dangerous from the likes of NRG now. Wow.
Big play out from Saucy. And the lead continues to dwindle away. Just 1 now. 1 round separating these 2 squads.
wow.
He's in the flow state right now.
The man has ascended.
What a nice timing.
That's why he's a part of this roster. Small little things like that, just understanding timings. But it works out for him this time.
And they have the luxury, too, of having such a big advantage with so much time left on the round. I mean, they can still play the map however they want.
Yeah, getting rid of that Viper lurk. They don't have to worry about this at all.
Right,
Just
exactly.
contact here. You'll probably see Saucy just jiggling this, but...
Do you observe that?
Here in market.
Got the step
Tense is
away.
close. He has a paranoia. You
We're
imagine
gonna see the
Suzo goes
knife.
down.
They should be ready for this.
Yeah, I think they're aware.
Great knife. Oh, it's broken though.
A better reaction. What are they trying to draw out of here? That's gonna be a lot of info gain from Marv. Yeah.
What do they do off of this though?
And NRG are playing this so carefully.
30 seconds left.
So quietly, so cautiously.
Tense is ahead of the cage.
Demon 1 pushing forward. Tense falls. Neural theft used. Wow.
That
They were
lurk.
down in numbers and they snatched
And they
this thing
just
right
punch them. And this is what happens when NRG just stop playing loose.
No
And
real
they
chance to
start
fight
playing
back.
tight.
I mean,
It's
what great
over.
mid-rounding. With NRG.
They are like fucking around and
without
shit.
the lurk.
And then they are like, okay boys,
Putting
let's
doubt in the
win.
minds of SEN. Off of that top mid smoke, yeah, they did have a cam that was holding that space the entire time.
I
but
wouldn't be
the
surprised
fact
to
that
see
they
a
put so much pressure on that
13-8.
B area, John
Like
had to
3
get
more
off that
rounds like
cam,
that.
and that opened up the
Where
gap
you
for
just
Jimmy Marv to come all the way back around top mid and catch that timing off
cut
the
the
B main
flow
contact.
and just play tight.
Just real quick, I gotta say, yeah, Tyson's been feeling himself the last couple rounds, but I think that kind of got to his head here because for some reason he took a timing in front of those cages that Victor threw and ultimately gave Victor a 1v1 and him dying there. That was a disaster. That opened up the entire map.
Take a look at that.
Energy.
We'll take a look at that opening kill one more
There it
time.
is.
Ultimately irrelevant in how things played out. I also love the little hezzy that NRG threw in there once they hit market.
Yeah, cutting noise.
Just pausing for half a second. I mean, it wasn't very long, but it was just enough to cause problems.
Yeah, and since SEN gave the A main line, they had no info on whether or not NRG was going back. So just that whole pause, just letting it cook in the brain of SEN, makes people move, makes people worried about different things. He gets off a cam. Another slow round here from NRG.
Just one gun fired.
You should understand from the audio cue that more than one person was seen by that though. But nobody moving from the likes of SEN.
Crashies is 1 point away from having his ult online.
It's a new Viper wall, by the way.
Yeah, it is a little bit different. The angle is, isn't it?
This is just to take all of sight.
The flash. Taking a little bit of info. Oh! But Tens again.
He commits there. He did such a great job getting the one. If he would have just gotten out, had a 5v4 with Omen Flash, perhaps.
Now they're gonna have to deal with this pick. The one
We're gonna
benefit, though,
see
for
their
Solos is that they have
famoso
the get-go.
retake.
And that's a perfect thing to try to clear out. Something like this.
Oh, this is perfect.
We'll see if it can find value. It's gonna tag him. Do they
Found the
flood?
Viper.
Do they capitalize in on this window as Mar pushes forward, expecting the aggression? The pick gets dropped. How much more can they find? They're trying to flash out and funnel
That
through the
flash
utility.
was very good.
3v3, Jonky T 1 HP as he falls. Zelsis left alone, 16 HP in a 1v2. Wow. Tries to get a free one in the spam, and it's just not going to be found.
That bunny
so
opening though.
clutch for this team. Understands that he has to push up there. He has to try to take out anybody walking into that Viper's pit, because if he didn't, Crashies is just dead and it opens up the entire retake for Sentinels.
I think the other thing too is Mark's understanding of the timing on that.
Exactly.
No, the pit went up, Crashies got tagged, and there was still just a slight delay before he dropped back down off that box and challenged the pit.
Perfect timing. He understood that the molly from Crashies was there at first. He didn't want to drop right away. And he's 17 and 12 right now. Really taking over.
Cover going out.
9, 14, 4 for Demon 1. He's really playing for fun, like. Dude just doesn't give a
I like
fuck.
this from NRG. These slow rounds. Not trying to get caught by anything aggro. They don't want the round to end in the first, 15 seconds, which, when you're up against the likes of these shooters,
We have another
Sentinels,
camera.
it can really happen.
Cam
that
top
fast.
mid.
And that's really been their approach the entire half.
Yeah.
Right? Meticulously
That-
dissecting and
that
devouring
crosshair is
everything
a
the
bit
defense
low,
is showing.
though.
I will say here for Sentinels, they've taken a lot of space A main. There's just a trip keeping them back.
That's a little naive though. Good trade. They know about like the
You see the
Gecko.
hours of odd review going in to these games.
We should see a
Against other
flash
teams, maybe Sentinels
from
will break that trip, but this time
Sassy.
staying there, not
Taking
breaking it.
toe, see if people are
Understanding that
walking up
energy likes
A.
to rewalk into space.
But instead he's gonna play elbow.
And usually Zekin in those scenarios just blast packs out. So again, like I just feel like Sen is making these small
And because of
mistakes
that we
staying
see a
into too long.
Nominute going out.
If he tucks the first,
Good first kill, good second one.
Omen flash right off of that.
And the dizzy.
Oh, this guy's.
Yeah, he's. I mean, well, it's Demon 1. He gets his first.
Isn't that funny?
10 seconds left, though. A flash in his face, a spike in hand, but just no room allotted, no space found. They continue to swarm and pursue him from every single angle.
What was that, Molly? But they really throw the whole kitchen at Demon 1.
You have to.
You can tell they don't want him to get anything going, not even at 3K. They want a one and done.
Yeah,
They want to trade him instantly.
And I think it can be looked at two ways, right? Like one of them is, oh, respect, and Demon 1 is, great, and all those fundamentally true. But I think we can consider the other side of it as well. Is that's just the intelligent way to play around him.
Yeah,
right.
Especially in this comp too.
Exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
This comp is meant for lurks. It's meant for contact plays. And here comes aggression here. A change of pace from NRG, but the knife,
Another
initial
knife.
reaction slows down the entire push.
And the dizzy from a punish. Second was there on the swing. The timing is gorgeous.
That pick was
Sentinels are
weak.
not done yet.
Like
Refusing to
the
relent on
jiggle was
Sunset.
fucking weird.
Marv, Ethan, and Victor are left alone.
These are the dangerous rounds from NRG.
That is true. They have two rifles too.
When sound is cut and nothing is being shown, they just finesse their way. Look, they're sitting behind the trip. They break it. Now what? What's the next reaction? That's Victor coming out.
There's still one more on site.
And John was here last time.
They know.
And he's alone. And there's help maybe around the corner via Celsius. He's just now finally starting to arrive, but the leader's overwhelmed.
Can't be trading.
Now weapons upgraded. All three of the members
3v3,
of
they
NRG
don't
have rifles.
plant.
They haven't committed to getting the spike down quite yet. Celsius popping the ult, Ethan committing to the plant, and it looks like it's for main.
Planted.
They don't have any post-plant utility.
So patient on this retake. This Sen.
But is the patience going to be their downfall? Is it going to be too much? Second with the first. Color me shocked. Second with the third on the round, and Celsius gets it back. Danger and disaster
Retreat
avoided.
from Sen. And again, NRG, they got ahead.
Set it up perfectly. They're so dangerous.
And they started to play like they didn't give a fuck. Like, they need to stay focused all along.
Just going back to their fundamental play style of playing the retakes on this map when they're up numbers.
Like, I feel like
This time closing it out.
NRG
Big
plays
Marv in that
with
scenario.
too
He
little
got jumped by
respect.
Zekin there, but still stayed on the angle. Gets punished. Still such a close game. Anybody can take this away.
Second has his ult. Off of the paranoia! He doesn't get it off! The fuse is extinguished! And the payload isn't delivered. An early attempt at a strike at aggression from the defense. It's instantly popped.
Demon 1 was the one that got punished in the previous round with his ult out. This time clapping back.
I know exactly where you are.
And again, Dre, the DNA is the same. They cut noise, instilling just the tiniest fragment of doubt, creeping into the minds of the defense. They have to play elbow because of that Viper wall. Sassy can't give up the space, and he's gone aggressive. He's ahead of it, and he's punished for it. Another one down.
And a block turns. He's a dead man walking.
You wonder if he's aware. Oh, the
Finds two. That timing.
continues to push forward, but with Molly at his feet, ultimately cannot persist.
Spike planted.
Celsius and John left alone. There is a challenge from behind the box as the wall goes up.
Oh, this wall is so good. He gets out.
I thought he was going to hit that shot. Celsius now flashed. Decayed. Paranoid.
It's not planted for them, though.
They still have so much time. There's nothing keeping him back. He's gotten it to half. That's all it's going to be. Crabshoes will through on the round with the shorty. NRG gets a map point.
Match point.
So clean from Crashies. And Demon 1 to open it up like this. Wow.
Party's over.
Dude, Marv was out of there. Like, I'm leaving. Good luck.
And honestly, if Demon 1 doesn't hit that shot, his dash was not primed and ready there.
Yeah, he was done. But not only to hit it, but also to hit it before it goes off, so it's not a 1-for-1. It's just insane.
He's so confident in those moments. Those millisecond timings where it's make it or break it. And that's why he is a champion. NRG now. Match point. They have really good ults coming up online. Crashy is getting his Viper Pit. I think you're going to have to see SEN playing more aggressive in these mains on this round, but will NRG read into it? Because they understand that once that...
Yeah, keep your super serious
thought. That thing is disturbing, bro. That thing freaks me out, man.
Continue what you were saying.
But if this Viper Pit goes down, I mean, that could be the nail in the coffin.
Right.
For Sentinels, this map.
Oh, and it looks heavy, eh?
NRG, I think they understand that this A site has been played on retake quite a bit of rounds.
Also, keep an eye on Marv's ult. He's been so aggressive with his TPs. Demon 1 already falling. I love what they tried doing there. There was a deep smoke into B main into spawn, and the
putting a
TP
not
perhaps
traded
suggests that's where he was going.
But Celsius's knife just denied all of that. He actually canceled the Omen ult as well.
Very good spam. Doesn't find the kill, but...
And they get the pit down. Crashy's getting healed up, but not to full.
And he still doesn't have it. Marv just tucked. Not.
Oh, no.
Not from here. Oh, every single shot misses.
No.
And second doesn't. Sentinels just continue to push forward.
Wait.
Crashies and Vic left alone.
The duo.
Against the trio of Sentinels on the other side. It's fallen to one. And Tens gets two more.
Life for Sentinels. All up is Celsius's knife. There was no smoke that was able to come out lane here. And that gets Demon 1 to be punished, losing the 1v1 against Celsius.
One enemy remaining.
And that was that retake that, yeah, that was that retake that Ender was talking about.
Yeah.
With the Gecko Flash over the top. So NRG, no answer for that when they were down numbers. Everything riding onto this round. And Marv sitting on a stinger. They gotta set Crashies up.
They just don't have any guns, bro. Ethan has a classic.
Keep in mind that the dagger did just hit Crashies here, so they are aware.
Poison orb emitting.
Crashy started on the side of the map. What's the reaction from NRG? Still cutting noise. Putting doubt in the minds of SEN.
I mean, their approach does not change.
Here we go, they're starting to gear up. Walking towards that B site, but I like this proactivity from SEN. This should give them the info that this will be a B hit. And I just gotta say, the IGLing from both teams so far has been immaculate.
Oh, it's been a treat to watch.
It seems like they always pick the right side.
First trip cleared, the dog went all the way around the pillar! Tens does it again! Intense on OT! But can they counter? No! Tens with 4. Second gets the last. OT on the cards.
Was that all ADS?
It looked like it. The 3K? Yeah, it looked like it.
I'm flabbergasted right now, Doug. What a beast, man.
And the crowd comes to life.
Oh no, man. I still feel like NRG is trolling.
That's the 10s we know. That's the 10s we love.
That's vintage 10.
What is this? Oh my gosh. It's like his bullets just have like a magnet on everybody's head.
And that was to force OT.
Yeah.
I mean, he gets picked there. Map's probably over.
Single-handedly takes out 3 members and the Viper ult, which was so crucial for NRG to win that round. Momentum in the hands of SEN right now after that.
But OT means a chance to reset. An op in the hands of Demon One. And it doesn't look like there's a challenge early.
These passive lines that Demon One has been playing all game long. Makes you think maybe reading a little too much into it.
Vix here. The Cam's gonna feel a lot of the pressure. He's gotta tuck tail and try to get away. But Zekin's gone hunting! Victor's there with 2!
Spike down A.
The tandem falls, crumbles at the feet of Victor, and Demon One finds value at the op. What can they do to counter? Tens and Zelsis. Spike not in hand, position surrounded.
This kill on Demon One would be
Last
everything.
player standing. Spike down A.
As I say that, Crash, he's just one tap Celsius.
NRG take the lead back.
Victor going huge there. He had to win that 1v1 on Zekin.
Yeah.
Match point.
Jumping the gun a little too early was the youngin. NRG won the round and they're the ones that take the timeout, so really trying to make the Sentinels players soak into that moment of the round that they just lost. And perhaps trying to cook up a hard read here.
And you imagine maybe the conversation is going back to the second half of regulation, right? Where things kind of got away from him a little bit. Maybe that's what he's trying to address. But one round away from taking Sunset is NRG with this timeout called. I mean, everything is up for grabs.
This is Sentinel's map pick, so for NRG, if they're going to take this one away, they're feeling very confident going into the rest of the maps in the series.
Man, they've only lost it once.
Yeah.
And it was to Paper X, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, with the comp that they're actually playing right now.
Round A.
You take a look at some of the highlight moments from that previous round. That's disgusting.
See ya.
That's just gross.
Little pixel. All he saw was the tip of his head. Nice shot.
Yeah, I mean, that's the line.
Like, different here from NRG. I think we're going to see
it's
another
a
slow
headshot
default.
line. The fuck you want?
But that's a different wall. A wall after Crash, he's sectioning off mid, going deep into their spawn.
Suppressed. There.
Crash is getting hit on purpose there. It's SEN, not even worried about it. Just complete retake on that side of the map.
I mean, look, yeah, and also they're investing 3 to hold the middle of the map. They have to respect the wall. They have to respect the possibility of a flash on the other side of it and then deep push mid.
NRG really cooked with this, keeping 2-3 players in mid with just this one wall.
And dude, the mind games continue. Marv just smoked
insane.
market. There's nobody there.
All signs leading to top mid, but we've seen Tyson here before. This time not on top of the box.
Shadows traveling.
He's got 2 trips to play off of.
They must know now. Oh, what's afoot? Ten's waiting on the other side of the smoke. No! Victor drops him. John going exploring.
Here.
He had the moment, not clutch this time though.
Flash deep into spawn. The spike committed.
A spam
They
kill.
found Crash.
Did he hit the trip?
May have. Ethan flash. He's got 2-3 flashes in his face. Now Zekin's there. Numbers in favor of Sentinels.
Oh my gosh. But look at Marv.
Marv just on the flank.
The rewrap, Doug.
But is it going to take too long? I mean, the onus here is on Sentinels. They have to take some space. They have to do something about it here.
Oh, the Gecko's
Wingman got half. Wingman
standing.
gets you so close, but can Marv get a 1v3? He's gonna have to finish it on his own, and he can't. We're going again.
Wow. What great utility from Sentinels there.
Switching sides.
Punishing anybody that was still on the site, getting a spam kill on the Crashies.
We feeling good? Hope so, hope so.
Ethan, he couldn't go anywhere.
Yeah, he had no choice, man.
There was a nade behind him. He had to run into the flash. From Saucy. Poor guy, just full blind. And that's where you see the Gecko just get so much value, right? On these retakes. Having the Dizzy defuse the bomb. Tap the bomb, right? So that you have 4 guns just holding.
Fighting, yeah. And so double OT on the cards. These two teams, it's just been the first map, but they're really pushing each other.
That flash made contact with Crashies, but Crashies is so deep in mid that I think that Sentinels now might have to overthink this and use another layer of utility to clear out close mid. So I think you will see the second flash in mid perhaps. Off the cooldown. It's just silence across the board. No one really showing any early aggression anywhere.
No, I think there's a real good chance they wait here and regroup B for Zelsis to get his knife back online, and then they go.
This is what I was talking about, the great IGLing from both sides. Always picking the site with less numbers. These IGLs have a hard read on the game right now. Especially when they're on attack.
Start to see some of the flashes out.
Oh,
both of them
volley.
through. And look at Marv! He's up top!
They really don't know or what? Like,
They managed to get the spike down though. Second is fallen.
why are they not holding above the smoke?
And there's no late flank, at least yet. Look at Sentinels, they're not wanting to play off site. I mean, they can't because of the Viper Wall. They have to play on site.
What a nice shot on that dog.
Buys a little bit of time. The dash is forward out onto their left. Tench trying to hold him back, and he can't. It's all on to Zelsis. A 1v2. Jumping up on top of the box, creeping forward.
They should be aware.
Huge. Zelsis cannot convert. NRG with the lead again.
Look at both teams are so good at retaking. These post plants are what's making the difference. And also just Marv there, understanding that he just needs to get his one and get out to set up that amazing retake potential that they have. Both these teams so far so evenly matched. But NRG, match point once again.
This is what, the third time now?
Yeah.
They've had this opportunity.
And they're doing this mid wall again, it looks like. This time, do they actually use it, is the question. Maybe a mid to A.
Oh, it seems like they want to. Oh! I think he was a little behind the flash, just a little late.
Trying to find a timing, maybe thinking that he had a hard read on the setup from Sentinels in mid. A bit of a gamble.
And we
but
see
you know
5
what?
people for SEN mid.
When you're in the driver's seat like this, you know, sometimes you gotta go for plays like that to try to win, you know?
I think part of that goes to
They're
how
gonna
they
push
showed
that.
how they played around this wall in the previous OT.
Good Viper bite.
Previously, it was a threat. Maybe just banking on the fact that they might not believe.
How does this guy just keep finding these timings?
How far up does he go?
By the way, Victor has been an absolute freak on this B side of the map, walking into space.
Yeah, he's been a proper menace. Gunfire erupts, his bodies fall on both sides.
This is this slow mid round again. But this that peak right there will be the read.
What?
That this will be another one of those slow rounds where they end B.
That knife tagged both. Wow, Vic with a lot to do and he can't find any.
That was huge.
Sentinels with the numbers advantage. And the very likely possibility of another round of OT. Oh! Molly soaring over the sky. Marv getting spammed through the smoke. Ethan left alone. And he will ultimately succumb to the pressure.
Triple overtime.
And honestly, it hasn't been close. I mean, NRG have had map point a couple of times, but it never really feels like they're a kill away. It's been pretty decisive.
Sen was so confident there to give all of B. And it's kind of a, like, It's kind of like a mind game, you know, like Victor has all that B space, so it kind of makes you want to end B. But Sentinels was aware, Tyson was aware that he could be in sight that entire time. Just great control of emotions and not overheating this time.
I feel bad. That guy keeps getting beat up, man. I feel bad for him.
We have a timeout for SEN.
Timeout for SEN this time. What can they cook up in this round? How deep is the playbook? And honestly, SEN has played so many matches this year, this offseason.
On this map.
Yeah. So they actually could pull out a playbook from another comp if they want. Try to make it work.
Again, every time a team has had map point, it's been for NRG. It's never really been Sentinels who have had the advantage. Kaplan conversing with the boys, seeing if there's a change in pace this time around.
I just want to briefly talk about Ethan so far. Like, yeah, he's had great IGLing this entire map. But now is when you see that, you know, that rumor, a facade of IGLs being able to frag while they're IGLing, yeah? He's having a little bit of a rough time in that department.
Is that a quiet map?
He's playing fucking Sky.
A lot of space taken from the defense
Tjung
across the
fucking
middle of the map.
suck.
Sentinels just looks like they're really
Outside of
professional,
split,
but
it's like unplayable.
I think Zekin made an audio cue when he got off the
The only reason why they have to play Sky is because they want to play one initiator comp.
He has to look.
And double smoke.
Right at him. The gun barrel's gonna give him away, and he gets the kill.
Wow. So smart.
Will this finally be the moment that Sentinels are able to push NRG to map point?
And now he's just going to be the human drone. As I've said so many times before.
A pesky lurk.
He's going to get all the info here.
And Sentinels are glad to just hold, right? They don't have to make a ton of noise.
So smart from SEN to come back to the A site. Might seem like it could be the obvious play, but...
Well, it might be to Victor, because he's really far up. He's hearing everything. Does he try to peek ahead of the room? But no. They're taking a step back. It's a great nade. But somehow, honestly, Victor doesn't get away with as much damage as I would have expected.
There it is.
The spike sunk into the soil of the site. Wow, he fits feet. Saucy's there.
He has to pick that.
His post-plant utility is so clean.
And Tens is on a late flank. Keep a close eye on the minimap. Can they hold them back? Second on the first. Demon 1 falling.
One enemy remaining.
And Tens is the last to clean it up. Sentinels get to map point.
Switching sides. Match point.
I really like that from John. Getting the pick in mid on the re-clear. Just intuition. He heard that dash. And knew something was up. Someone's got to be here in mid.
Yeah, there's no way it was just that.
Yeah. And we've seen SEN on these A post plants just be so cold. Even NRG, honestly. I wouldn't be surprised if NRG tried to end A here, just like Sentinels did. That A post plant, so strong, so hard to retake that.
The dastardly duo of Tens and Zekin both flirting
There's
with
a
30
camera activated min.
She's just absurd.
I don't know where it is. Oh, it's behind.
Great performances so far from them.
4 members of Sentinels A.
Yeah, and I think it's what I said. I think
Smoke.
they're trying to read into this. Understanding.
So we have the
NRG has had
yeah,
a lot of
is
success on the A post plants and not
thing
so
on
much on the
the
B.
cam info.
I mean, they still have to reckon with that
Dog.
wall.
If I'm not mistaken, utility was used to re-clear this A space. NRG is aware.
We have Demon 1 alone, completely alone. Like,
I think they have a good idea.
he's gonna play a lurk,
This
but
setup could be disaster. There's 4
there
here.
is the
As
cam.
soon as there's contact, there it is. Zekin gets ahead of it though.
they're flash and
I
they're
think
gonna
because of
get
that,
down
Tens
in
is able to hold the
utility.
flash. But there's a flank. Oh my! Demon 1 behind enemy lines.
30 seconds left.
Can I get 2?
Tenz is gonna stop him.
16 HP, spam on one side, the cam on the other.
He's very
4v4,
patient.
Saucy spamming into the smoke. Tag. Tenz does it again! Tenz in second, once more, delivering for Sentinels. A 3K for the duelists as they take map 1.
Good shit. Honestly, NRG just completely extinguished. Like,
He's so aware of everything.
they started so strong, so flashy and stuff, and then they slowly like
Not showing anything, understanding.
just lopped away.
Completely, not show his gun barrel anything.
And the only time Sen was ahead was during the overtime, and that was when they won. Like, it was last round, it was the 15-14 round. Like,
Just spamming away.
and once they got ahead in the map, they just win the map.
That was just map 1. That was insane. And look at this stat. Second
Very
and 10
weird
first
stuff.
bloods.
Like, I wonder how the mental is for NRG.
Unbelievable. 16-14 win. First Sentinels Ascent on the other side of this break. Don't go anywhere. This series will continue to deliver. We'll be right back.
But yeah, NRG can bleed apparently.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I'll be right back.
A small structure keeping them apart. Victor with 2 on the round. The swing on the classic. That's 3 for Victor.
Rustling around. And yeah, he's just dropping into his face.
Smick standing here with Coach Kaplan after what must have been a very stressful game for you to watch, but we had so much fun watching it. You are now 1 map away from giving Zelsis the best birthday gift ever, a trip to Madrid. But let's talk about that last map, because what a nail-biting series. It was the longest OT game that we've had in the Americas thus far. You called a timeout when the score was 14-14. What do you tell your team?
Yeah, I mean, I think we were doing a pretty good job cracking their default. So really, that was just a bit of relaxation and, you know, micro adjust. We kind of knew the plan we wanted, but I was like, hey, let's just take a minute to iron it out. Great thing about OT timeouts, you know exactly what half you're playing next. So I spent some time talking about what I think I said I think they'll try to end A here on defense. And so we had a plan going into the defense round too. We, you know, double dipped with the timeout. Always love to do that. And then the guys always put the icing on the cake. I say a big idea, and then Tyson's like, let's play 4A. Forget B, I'll just sit here. And he nailed it. I mean, it was a sick play from the guys. They were really patient. I'm really proud of them.
Certainly, and the fans were cheering so loudly as well. Congratulations again. Best of luck on map number 2.
Thank you.
Sentinels managed to fight back, pick up the first map here in a match that is pivotal. Win here and you move to Madrid to represent the Americas region at a Masters event alongside LOUD. And what a game to start things off with here, guys. At the beginning, I thought NRG was looking like NRG, and they were going to start cooking, and they were going to start doing the thing. And then Sentinel showed us why they're in this position to begin with.
If there was 2 players to be the catalyst to come back into this one, it is Zekin and Tent. They call them the kids on Sentinels, and those 2 guys were electric on that second half, especially on this defense and in overtime as well. Zekin winning a ridiculous amount of opening kills, and Tens continually clutch as an anchor on the site, kept Sentinels in this to even get to OT.
Yeah, honestly, this was, and I'm not usually a stats guy, but this was Sentinels owning in the numbers, in the important categories. In first kill, first death, Sentinels were up 19 kills to the 11 of NRG. So much of that was to Tens and to Zekin. But even more than that, it came down to gun versus gun rounds, where they got smoked, honestly. That's 14 out of 23. My math isn't great, but it's 14 rounds to 9 rounds. And it comes because primarily NRG won so many rounds because they won both pistols, and also Sentinels were trying to force up in those second rounds. So they got a lot of buffer early on in the halves, but it was Sentinels convincingly dominating rifle v rifle.
It absolutely was. But beyond just how good the individuals were, I think this was a clear game where both teams really understood their win condition and played to it quite well. In particular, I thought that NRG's mid-rounding to contend with this heavy retake comp was great. This round, one such example where you see NRG isn't really going for aggressive, using a bunch of util to take space early. Instead, they're slowly inching up, taking space after space, and not allowing Sen to set up for these floods.
Yeah, and they know that Sentinels, their prep for Sentinels is Sentinels like to play deep, and Tens like to play on that high box.
Yeah, they are absolutely ready for that stuff. And you see here again, in this post plant, they're pushing forward, they're finding space. But on the other side, for Sen, when they were permitted to play these more set retakes that you were talking about in that halftime telestrator, that is when they were owning. When they get to pull out this preset stuff, they absolutely ran over NRG. They just didn't have enough counter utility to deal with it.
Yeah, I mean, I like when Marv is able to find those openings. As the flood comes in from shop, he's fighting back in towards alley. But then you see the power of the retakes. Again, this utility just insane. Although Sentinels are still showing some different layers on this as well. In previous attempts, they actually would go for a late wrap. You can see it here from Tens as he goes late back through alley to pinch in with the rest of his team. In previous iterations, Sentinels would commit all 5 players in. In this one, they had the pinch, and it was those tiny wrinkles that gave them the upper hand.
And it was literally the end of the game, too, right? Yeah. I mean, just Tens tucked in a corner. Really smart play. Not trying to overcommit, not trying to show too much. It was just discipline.
And don't forget that it was Tens that completely saved the game when he was on top of the box in market, sees over the smoke, mows down 3 players. NRG are looking around like, where the hell is this guy? Like, we don't know.
And it goes back to that interview as well, where Kaplan's talking about giving a big idea and then the boys coming up with these little adaptations on the micro. I think that really showed here. They were doing the same big ideas of playing into these set retakes, but the small adaptations, positioning a player in a slightly different spot, setting up a bait for 10s. That was what was make or break in such a close game.
I couldn't agree more. There's so many pivotal moments in that matchup, and the good news is that it's just a start. So let's go ahead and see where we are right now. If you're just joining us, you missed a whopper of a map on Sunset. It was a fun one without a doubt, but now we move forward, and I think it's the Ascent next is what we're going to be getting here. So, and again, are we going to be seeing any, funsies here? Could we potentially get a little Phoenix? I don't think so. Not after what we just saw.
I'm a little bit less of a believer. This is also a map where NRG played the tried and true, but this is a map where Demon 1 must step up. He got beaten in the opening kills, and after a pretty good first half, he got trounced in the second half. This is his map. This is Ascent. Jet has to be dominant here. If he's not, it's Sentinels going to Madrid.
This is also where the pressure is going to fall back to Ethan. I thought in the first half the mid-rounding was really excellent back on Sunset from Ethan, but Ascent is where that absolutely matters. We need to see some of that magic in the first 4 maps from this NRG squad, where they're playing the mid-round to perfection, where the flashes to set up Demon 1 to find that success we need to see are on point. Everything needs to be hitting for NRG to take this home.
All right, there is your agents. No funsies. Pretty much what you would expect. Yeah, I do like the Cypher, actually. I'm a big fan of that.
Yeah, I think the Cypher is very good on the map now, ever since the buffs to give him the extra range on those trips. Very powerful, and a better answer into KO, because he doesn't have the range gap that a Killjoy does. He can play away from that KO whenever the ult's on.
Yeah, those anti-KO setups are really powerful. But this is the moment where Sentinels can break a streak. The last time they qualified to a Masters or Champions level event was Champs 2021, a completely different team. So much has changed since then, but this organization finally has another chance to make it to a global event. They're only a map away.
And if EG lose, 0 players from Championship EG will go to the first international event.
Whew, boy, a lot at stake here for Sentinels to get this 2-0. They will certainly need your energy like a spirit bomb, but we'll see if that's going to be the case, because NRG could actually stop them here now and force that map 3. Let's send this over to your casters. It's Doug and Baby Bay.
Thank you so much, GB. What a perfect setting to potentially close out this series or extend us over to Split. We talked about the comp changes with Destin a little bit. I'd love to get your thoughts. The KJ for the Cypher, what do you think?
Yeah, just in general, I really like how Sentinels is being comfortable, changing their comps. And, I mean, that just puts a thorn in, any prep that has been done for the likes of NRG or any team that they play against. That unpredictability is so important going into these games, because if you can catch people off guard and win a couple rounds, cheesy rounds here and there with the comp, I mean, that's the difference. We saw it, right? That's the difference in winning a map that goes into OT and not. And John is also just so comfortable on the Cypher role in general. Why not, right?
NRG on the attack. Knife hitting back sight. And B is littered with Cypher utility. Oh, John staying alive though. There's the trip. The dart too, but they're gonna get away unscathed.
It's the classic Sentinels blueprint. Play retake on the Cypher side.
And that's just gonna make for a chaotic attempt.
Yeah.
Add a retake, a 5v5. Crashies is taking a little bit of damage. Ethan has 2.
I like this from Crashies, but it looks like Saucy is aware.
Those two
could be this late B main flank.
Yeah, those two are just gonna sit side by side while the rest of the fight ensues on B. They're all huddled up. It's so close, and there it is. It's a 2 for 2. Finally, things starting to crumble, but Ethan trying to keep him back, trying to hold the line. Saucy from up top disposes of him. They know it's just more, but the clip runs dry. No way. Oh, that was so close. What a start.
It comes down to just ammo. Not having enough. He dinked him so early on. It's a miracle.
That he stayed alive that long, yeah.
Saucy just in the Matrix in that moment. Oh, it looked like he already wanted to invest into the Odin, but changes his mind, and I like this from Zekin. Bringing the Outlaw into play here. First one of the series. And what a better spot to be at than here on Heaven at A. Just free kills if A main is not smoked.
And they've got to know there's a lot of pressure here at Tens and Celsius. Locking down A. Demon 1 on the other side will not be around for long. And they've got the spike.
And I know I stated earlier that Sentinels was playing with a lot of respect towards Demon 1, but now kind of feel like that narrative might change, especially with Zelsys just challenging him there. He was one-shot headshot to a classic, but takes the fight anyway. Look at this trip. What can you really do?
Yeah, I think at this point, Energy is just trying to get out.
Did he?
Guns out of the hands of their opponents.
I think Marv tapped the door on purpose.
Sounded like it, yeah.
Oh, to open? Wait.
I heard it too, I don't know.
What door did we hear? Maybe not this door. Maybe that might have been the A door. Potentially.
One enemy remaining.
Either way, Vic falls, Marv left alone.
Ooh.
That's one weapon found.
you saw on the player cam. Saucy just laughing about the jump peek that Marv just did. Giving him props. That was a nice shot. I like that. You know, having fun out there, super important, especially to play at a high level. You got to be able to tap into that and enjoy what you're doing. And honestly, when you're in that kind of zone, you play even better.
He's just
play a little bit loose.
Hang on. I don't know if he's not going to keep his weapon, right?
Keep him alive!
That's amazing. Not feeding him anything.
And now he's regretting dropping that Bulldog. Look at his money!
Wow.
Wow! And like, as a player, I'll speak about it after this replay because these are some nice shots, but as a player, this is something you joke about in scrims. Oh, let's keep him alive, you know?
Yeah.
Keep him alive, but his money will be bad. I don't think I've ever seen it actually happen in a match on purpose. They all deliberately hid from Marv there.
Zekin still has the outlaw. There it is. Once again, besting Demon 1.
Good trade from Ethan, though.
I love what I'm seeing out of Zekin, though, man.
That's a fast KO all. I didn't even realize that Ethan had this online already.
He still has that outlaw. They've got to know he's back there. There's no way he got out of the sight, but he gets a second with it.
Placing alarm bot.
This is a doable situation, albeit difficult.
And already very costly for NRG. And I think if I'm SEN here, at some point you gotta just make the play. Maybe we don't go for it. Maybe we just ruin the economy altogether.
Well, Zelsys did just got a weapon. Managed to pick up a Spectre. Spotting the first, just a little ahead of the flash by the narrowest of margins. Now 10's feeling the heat.
He should really just try to get as many as he can before he dies here.
I wondered for a second if Energy were going to be able to keep any.
Yeah. Yeah, they very well could have lost all their weapons if Zelsys and 10's in that scenario decided to just play crossfires. But I've been hyping up the Outlaw so much, and this is the reason why. Even if he doesn't get any of these kills and gets a 140 tag, that makes the round so winnable for anybody. Even a classic, right?
Yeah.
A classic one shot.
It just does so much damage.
I'm very surprised that more people haven't been using it.
Light armor on 4 for the defense. And NRG back to their similar antics from Sunset, a slow, methodical approach to the attack side.
Great shock dart there. Getting crashes off the drone, taking chip damage as well. And there's the info. Demon 1 is in B main. Already Zekin leaning towards that market area, playing anti here. Does he peek off the timing of the Cypher cam? I think he does.
I think so too.
But look at the setup from SEN. They're so ready for the speed up on Cat.
Yeah, and NRG are trying to potentially clear out trips that may be controlling mid. It's often an alarm bot that's there, but given the Cypher pick, the approach is just a tiny bit different.
So important here for NRG to break this cam and get out.
You also got to be careful here if you're Zekin not to overcommit. Not to over-deliver, but he doesn't make any noise. He doesn't get the kill.
Wow.
Or warning shots. But is that going to be enough Zekin might be in trouble. Yeah, he's dead. He had nowhere to go. The TP back B. Saucy waiting. As aggression continues to trample forward, Marv's gonna fall. The spam trying to connect onto another, and nothing's found. The site wide open. Zelsis and John have to try to take this back. An attempt at a flood is denied. Crashy's weak. Quiet, his footsteps now pushing forward. Ethan disposing of the IGL on the opposite side.
He woke up.
Yes, he did.
Oh my gosh.
Yes, he did.
That's the Ethan we know. Maybe taking what I said a little too personal, huh?
He heard you. He saw the clips in between maps.
He's like, oh, we need me to shoot? No, I bet.
I mean, if he had gotten that kill on the Demon 1, I think it's such a different setup. But not only was that the problem, but again, Zekin had nowhere he could go.
Yeah, it was really good fundamentals from the side of NRG, because if it was a flash play, anything like that, you had Ethan bottom right of mid, you had Victor bottom left of mid playing anti, like jiggling in and out, holding for Demon 1 to just get contact there. So they kind of had an idea already going into the round that there might be a trap play around that mid area. And honestly, Zekin was lucky to even get out alive at all.
Just pistols for Sentinels. Saucy with his ult.
Yeah, and this is just pretty good IGLing from the side of NRG, but Sen reading into it, understanding that NRG has had that B site for free the last couple of rounds.
I wonder here what they do here if they try to clear out Wine. Is that smoke?
That's a really good timing on that smoke.
Yeah, they have to clear it, and that's exactly what Demon 1 does, but the paranoia dissuades for a little bit.
Oh my gosh!
He jumped into it. He jumped into it!
Oh,
they're trying to get something else with these pistols, but it's just so hard. It's so labored. 1 HP.
Oh!
Takes the fight anyway!
What a nice shot.
That's Demon 1.
1 HP. That's what the 1 stands for, huh?
30 seconds left.
Things slow down just a little bit, but NRG have so much room.
This is doable for Sen.
13 HP between Demon 1 and Victor.
Two players at 1 HP. You have a Deagle on the board. Marv, one-shot headshot to a Ghost. This is very, very doable. And they might get spammed with this dart.
When does he use it?
Does Marv swing off this turret?
Oh, so many options.
Second guessing yourself, but it's perfect.
Oh, there's one! The second fall!
Nice, two.
Vic has 12 HP! Oh my gosh! But he does have a gun. Can he hold him back? The first.
Why does he turn?
Victor once again trying to do it all on his own. Dancing around Jenny. Saucy.
He saw him off.
Time is short. He's playing with him. He's bought so much time. What a play from Victor, the Red Bull clutch.
Victor is so cold in these moments where he's just finessing around an object. The last map, it was A site, default. This time it's Jenny on A. His movement is just too good. But Sentinels is feeling really good about that round. Yeah, they invested the Sova ult, but they had a chance at winning that. That was so close.
Eyes up. I mean, 12 HP was the difference maker.
Yeah.
And so we go, NRG with 3 ults on the round. One of them was just used, the Blade Storm online.
Wow.
And it's neutered for just a moment. Delayed by the Blade.
Very, very interesting change of pace from NRG.
Drop the spike.
And I do wonder if they were going to actually commit there, or if the whole plan all along was to fake that A main aggression. But look at how proactive Sentinels are right now. Tyson reclaiming that A main space, going into Wine. That's so much info gathered, but they're not moving on the map, not reading into it. NRG did just enough to keep Sen guessing on this A site. And you know what? That goes into last map's mind games, right? Where NRG would cut noise and still re-hit the same site. That drone should be an indicator, though, that there is a lot of pressure here towards B.
You see some of the mind games already. That shock intended to clear the cam. It was there a couple of rounds ago.
Yeah.
Here.
Should be a free B site here.
Yeah. Demon 1 not finding any targets.
Oh, what an interesting trip.
But it'll delay and it'll buy some time. Second has an op, and Odin in the hands of Sasi. And another explosive attempt at a 5v5 retake. On the cards. They're taking their time though. Wow. Demon 1 with 1, that's all it is. Zalsis on the trade. Spike continuing to tick away, and Victor's in such a good spot. All he has to do is spam! Tens with a shorty? But there's still so much to do.
No, second whiff.
And time is short. They've got to push forward if they want to take this thing back. Ethan and Vic left alone.
Nice knowing you.
15 HP. There's the Ernie challenge. He ultimately falls. Second is not going to be able to get out.
And honestly, a couple of shots there from the side of Sentinels, specifically Zekin. I think he had a chance to get 2 or 3 op kills into that round, but just not connecting. And this kill was so insane. That just makes you think maybe, you know, maybe we swap the gun of the op to somebody else so Zekin can run in with the rifle and entry.
Sure.
With 10s there, because if he would have been right there, he could have gotten that trade maybe. And that could have opened up the retake. Small things like that change the outcome of the rounds. This is a very, very old default that we used to see NRG do, I mean, a couple of years ago during chamber meta, getting Marved up on this box. If anybody peeks cat, they're dead. He's holding that line down. Now looking deep into mid. Looking for even a jump spot from CT, looking for anything.
Oh, nicely done. Spotting one.
I like this though.
There's still so much time in the round though.
Yeah. Here comes the counter, Jones. Trying to reclaim the info game in mid.
Can Zekin find any value with these blades? It's not set up off of anything. There's not a flash on the other side. This is a duelist on his own. Looking to find a thread to pull on.
Knife doesn't connect on anything close, B main. So the trips will and should stay up.
Zalsis has ult, but he's on the opposite side of the map.
Here comes the blender. You're gonna see Sova dart off of contact with these trips and spam coming out.
There's a dart. It's only spotting one though. Nicely done, but the spam is there. They have to understand. Meanwhile, Zekin with the blades finding one from up top. Had to have gotten high ground, but Demon 1 pushing forward. Disposing of the opposition. Ult invested. 10 seconds left. They've got to go fast.
The bomb is down.
But you've got to clear out John back.
It's over.
Beautifully done.
Almost a very scary round for Sentinels. Honestly, off of whiff, like a whiff from Demon 1. Even the previous round with the knives, usually in that scenario, we see Demon 1 get 2-3 in that case. But just not stringing multi-kills together today, it seems, is Demon 1. Just getting a lot of one and dones, getting traded out very fast.
It was quiet map 1. Seems to be continuing that here map 2.
But the way that NRG set that round up, Doug, was so clean. Getting that late lurk down.
What? What was that? Talked about him whiffing a few shots in the previous round, not this time.
That was cold.
And he knew. I mean, you go back to the beginning of the round, the crosshair was expecting the jump spot.
I mean,
you should run.
That was for anybody. That could have been anybody from NRG there on the jump spot. They're dead. But who better for Sentinels than to take out Demon 1?
Especially in a light buy situation, a rifle in the hands of Victor, but that's it. He's gonna go re-exploring. If he gets a timing mid, he's gonna get both.
Oh, and he hears him running up cat too, so he will have the time.
Oh, and Marv gets 2! I thought it was gonna be Vic to blow it up, but the classic from Marv is the difference maker for now.
And this is the perfect bait. Oh, but Marv, or Victor whiffs.
Time is so short. Time is so short.
It's over.
What a round! Is he gonna keep the op? The Spike will do the dirty work for him.
NRG. 5 rounds already.
Marv again.
Do we see a timeout?
Oh my gosh.
That's dirty, bro.
Very accurate flick. But I will say that that jump peak was a little bit too wide out, honestly. You still got to hit that shot, though. But I think most of the time you see players jump spot that. A little bit
Damn.
lot tighter.
And it was an eco for NRG, and they just send SEN in eco now.
But that's really it. The rest of the buy is not great.
5 rounds to this half from NRG. It's really good.
Yeah, it's a great attack side.
And a lot of them were towards that B side of the map. I think we've only seen like thrifties on the A side from NRG. Something to note maybe for SEN. The Cypher just so far not getting too much value on the defense side.
And again, silence covers the site. Just quiet.
They love this door smoke.
From NRG,
They
nothing.
Dude, 3-2-1 in the smoke?
Yeah, not even a footstep. They're not worried about it. As the spike, excuse me, the smoke goes down, the spike pushes forward, the flash and the dash. Tens is playing in wine, but that's it. John trying to find some value with the classic. That's a big
Freaking
ask.
KO running in front.
Oh, they saw
just
that,
to
right?
take the kill.
Start to see some spam come through.
That's
As
funny.
the defenses of Sentinels crumble once more. I'd be curious to see how NRG play this because there's plenty of time to hunt this op down if they wanted to.
Yeah, and while they're hunting, you see on the map, everyone's moving right now. I want to point out that I think NRG had a hard read into this round. I think they understood that Zekken was opping B because they made contact on Cat. Didn't get any op shot baited out or anything like that towards that side of the map. So understanding that these bad guns will be on that A side and just taking their time, waiting for that smoke to go up door, not dying to anybody from sight. And lining things up to condition in the future rounds.
Yeah.
We've seen how much of a menace Marv can be in that garden area, the garden cat area. He kind of owns that spot. Look at Ethan, man. This guy has 14 kills, man.
Yeah,
He's got another ult.
He's had an outrageous half.
I mean,
so obvious, man.
See?
Open the upper,
You were right,
upper.
I knew it.
Yeah, you were right.
Having a field day right now as NRG, and it looks like SEN will be taking a timeout. Very wise to do so because this game is just slipping away.
And very quickly, too. I mean, they've found some success with Zekken having the op. They weren't able to carry it over into the next round, but I think they should have enough money to invest it anyway. I think on the other side, if you're NRG, this slow, methodical approach to the attack rounds just continue to cost fits.
Yeah, their game plan is to just try to find out where the op is, where the Cypher is playing. It's very much like the last map that we saw. And
Yeah, that's true.
Hitting the weak side is what they're trying to do.
Yeah.
Especially on the gun rounds. On the last eco round, obviously they walked into a stack, but they were aware of what they were doing. They did not want to walk into the op at that time. So just a masterclass right now from NRG on this attack.
6 of this last 7 rounds. I mean, the rounds have come in bunches. And given some of the tools they have at their disposal, they could pop very quickly.
Yeah, that's something I want to touch on actually, is how oppressive a KO that is going off, that is popping off can be. This guy has a second ult.
Yeah. With a Hunter's Fury over the top too, man, like, that's a bad day.
It just feels like any round you win, this guy already has an ult up. And if they win with that ult, their economy is already broken and into shambles.
Zelsis as a judge. They're managing their money in such a way to where Zekken can continue to get an op.
Yeah.
There's the challenge.
Oh. Zekken wise to just show an arm there before he peeks out all the way.
Yeah,
That shotgun.
There's a judge on the other side.
Way!
And just disposed of.
That was such a good peek from Demon 1.
It was
Going
just
wide.
It was effortless. It looked so easy.
Looked like he knew. Peeked it perfectly. And here you go. You get the kill. You cut noise. Again with the smoke on door. I think this is all fake.
Well, just for a second, it looked like...
And it was just enough. There's only Zekken here, and he has to go huge for his team.
He's got the op. At this point, you imagine he's just kind of playing to stay alive. Oh! He's got it! The spike's on the other side, but he peeks ahead of it and tries to get a second.
NRG is so smart right now. They're so dialed in.
70 HP, trying to dance around.
Oh, wow.
But he got the job done. Spike is planted. And now things slow down. A 2v2 as you hear the dart soar across the site. Ethan playing in a position to where he can impact things at the end of the round. Leaving Vic to his own devices. That ult's gonna be big. Can Vic keep him back by himself while Ethan starts to move forward? Drops Saucy. John by himself will not deliver. He cannot.
NRG look like they're taking this map away with them.
Dude, they're speedrunning their way to split at this point.
They are back in fucking
And you see
save.
the different layers that they have on this map now and why they condition
Oh,
that
small
door
buy.
smoke. This time opting to fake and go back to the B site, investing the KO as well. And had Ethan not gotten that trade onto Tens, who killed Demon 1 there, maybe a faster rotation would come out from the likes of SEN. But they were not able to make it in time. And Zekin just got overwhelmed. Like, he can't deal with everything, right? Omen ult back sight.
Right.
Sova's running out to trade with Killjoy.
That one way is not kind. But honestly,
I mean,
Tens with 2 HP.
Yeah.
Just walk B main. Lul.
Wow.
It looked like they were trying to
What a good
set up
plan.
Zekin on some really aggressive space B main too.
Just fucking walk
I really
out
like
B
the way
main.
NRG's just played that map. Or just played this round, this early round. Showing aggression in A main. Showing that there's multiple players there. And that ultimately led Sentinels to try to claim some space at B.
And Zeds is in the
flash
same fucking
play.
spot.
Lulled into their death Celsius with the right click on the flash. Thought he was going to get ahead of things, but 3 members on the other side, and now NRG can push forward.
Look at the mini map. Just like you said, nobody on this A side. And look at how cautious NRG is still being.
Yeah.
Look, he's clearing everything out. Still committing the utility. They don't want to get cheesed right now.
Yeah, they're playing this round by the book.
Man, this is a masterclass.
I mean, Sentinels have already decided to save.
Yeah. And this is a disaster half for the side of SEN.
The
What
disaster
adjustments need
class.
to be made?
I think it all starts with the mid area of the map. I think when Zekin was able to get those early kills in mid, they were able to actually get something going for themselves in the mid round. But without any mid control or any mid re-clear, SEN is just not able to hold these hits or anything.
Right.
So I think we need to see more proactivity from the side of Sentinels. But it just might be too late, Doug. We're too deep in the half. I mean, this is a 3-8, almost a 9-3. Does NRG give them this round to dodge the 9-3 curse?
Round before the switch.
That's the question, because at this point, I think that's all that's stopping them to take this map away.
17-5 for Ethan. I mean, the timeline tells the whole story. Sentinels have struggled to find success.
Yeah.
And now Demon 1 has an op in his hand.
This is the last round of the off.
Got an op up for Marv, and this is what happens when you
Two
win so
open
many rounds in a
Odin.
row, like you were talking about.
Yeah, there's luxury in this.
Drop yourself a rifle, showing up on both extremities.
Can't use that.
Try to peek ahead into this.
I mean, and just having op presence on attack makes you just play so differently as the defenders. You're scared to jiggle, you're scared to hold certain lines.
And that's tough, especially when you were just calling for perhaps a little bit more proactivity
Yeah.
from the defensive side.
It causes massive hesitation. Oh, great Molly though.
So dead.
That is the proactivity we needed though, and I'm glad it was off utility, making sure we don't get picked by the op.
That's one down.
And that was crazy that Saucy just went for the 1v1 with an Odin against an op.
Because the op. He's picked it up, and he falls. Meeting the same fate.
I guess the counter to the op is the Odin.
It seems to be the case.
It's a big kill, though.
Yeah, but a 4v2?
Fucking crowd walk.
Maybe.
Defense is spread out, though. 2 and 2. If they actually group up here, it will be an even fight on either side.
30 seconds left.
Looking to see if he can find any info with the knife. No one playing backside.
Yeah, Ethan's doing all
They
this
saw
on
the
purpose.
spike, did they?
Drawing attention, trying to allow Marv to find an opening. That jiggle, I don't think it was seen.
Start to see some of the spam come through. 10 seconds left on the round. Celsius with 3 and Sentinels gets a 4.
Yeah. And NRG, yeah, I think they gave it to him. I would say they gave him the round. Yeah, they wanted to dodge the 9-3 curse.
We'll take a look at it again. I think, jokes aside, I think when you think about how well matched up these two teams are, one round really can make all the difference.
It can.
That's not an insignificant round.
Most definitely. And it was all based off of what I was talking about, like trying to re-aggro in mid, and they actually caught a timing to punish.
Earlier, we spoke with Victor about the legacy of NRG's core, the original NA super team. Take a listen.
I think for our core, or our old core, myself, Austin, or Crashies, Marv, then Jet, I think we're kind of used to that perception of us. People have been calling us the best team in North America since like Optic and like late 2021 when we were still known as Envy. So I think we're just used to it. And for the other two, Ethan and Demon One, I think they're also used to it. They've been like considered the best team in NA for a little, or EG was considered the best team in NA for like most of last year or most of last season, and they won champs. So I'm sure they're used to it. So as a team, I don't think it bothers us. If anything, it just feels good that people like are slightly scared of us. If anything.
Sentinels might be up a map, but they find themselves down on a set. And I think it's really interesting to hear Vic talk about the core of NRG and how, yeah, I think there is an element of respect that's shown to this squad. And
I mean, you see it in the game.
Good reason, yeah.
Yeah. Sentinels trying to play proper, you know, trying to play fundamentally sound, using utility. That couldn't be more true. Two Titans in the server. I mean, both these teams are so good.
Yeah, they've matched up super well. I think this feels like, I mean, this has to be what, the biggest gap we've seen in the series?
Yeah.
4 rounds?
Yeah, it is. I will say it is on NRG's map pick. And if you're picking Ascent as your map, you have to be so confident in your attack because you already know every single team is going to choose defense first. Right. It's the most defense-sided map in the game right now.
Right.
But to be that confident, like that's what makes a good Ascent team, is that when you do start on attack, you control the pace and you're able to condition certain things and run away with a lead like this on a map where 4 rounds is great. You get 8. Like, you're feeling great right now. And if you're Sen, on the flip side, you got to win this pistol. Everyone towards B here.
And quiet.
Yeah. And that was the cue.
Expecting the knife, dodging the knife. Crashy still has his dart.
The thing is they haven't shown anything towards the A side of the map.
Oh, it tagged him. They're going to push him. Second dashing forward, the Paranoid trying to hit stairs. Seconds there. Drops Crashies. A window open. And Sentinels barge through.
That was a sick knife.
I mean, he never was able to get the dart off.
Here.
That trip.
Spike
So
planted.
impossible.
He still has cam up to watch the
Cleared up by
walk in.
Oh, the flash was
Nice
perfect.
flash.
They've dealt with main. But the bigger issue lies on the site, lies before him.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, Demon One's pushing forward. He's managed to slip the net.
Oh my gosh!
He does it again.
Just when we
Good
thought that
shots.
Sen was gonna take this pistol round and have a chance. NRG just sucking the life out of them. Demon One getting way too much real estate there on that catwalk area. Too much value there. It hit the flick on the guy back sight. Are you kidding?
A snowball continues, and you mentioned just how important it was to win this pistol. Take a look at that again. A clean one tap.
Oh, that's a feels bad, man.
Yeah, you can see it on their faces, man.
They know they had that one. That was such a crucial round.
I'll keep them quiet.
to get any type of momentum.
Now, barring some sort of thrifty, we're likely looking at a 10-4 scenario.
All those shocks.
They don't feel good.
Only hit one, though. But Zelsis sitting at 4 HP. They do not like what they're seeing, but I like this from SEN. They're thinking of the comeback. They're thinking of the long con. Trying to farm up this KO ult already. Not investing. They want a full buy.
I mean, this would be a ridiculous comeback.
Yeah.
Down 5 rounds on the attack side.
Yeah, it'd be crazy.
But as you and I have talked about, I mean, you just take it a round at a time.
Yeah, exactly. And when you're losing like this, like any round matters. I've said this before, but every round that you can get truly does matter going into the next map.
I think you can even see the objective, the way that Sentinels want to play this attack half. Zelsis is so close to getting his ult online already.
Holy
he just got one step closer, now 2 pins away, upgrading a weapon.
Ew, Doug.
I mean, it's still, there's still a lot to be done here.
Yeah.
Cage triggered. 30 seconds left.
But honestly, I think playing in the long term, the closer Zelsis can get to getting his ult online, the better. I think that's key here. He falls. John QT, 2 HP left.
He has bomb.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
Ethan with 3 on the round, make that 4.
Let's go.
Second
No.
standing.
10 seconds left.
And he will get cleared. NRG gets to 10. And now the game begins. And potentially the final round of the map.
I mean, decent damage done, but Ethan gets KO off of that.
23 and 7.
This guy had 9 kills in the last map. So really taking it personal.
A night and day difference.
Not allowing what happened in the
I
last
like
map
how
to
he
happen
shoots
again,
the
what was going
the
through his
door
head
instantly, and then he
was,
sees the
if I
spike,
would've been
and
there, we could've won that
he's
last
like,
map.
wait
We
a
just could've been
second.
2-0.
That door helps me.
Must-win round for Sentinels.
Demon 1 with the Guardian. Ethan invested.
Nice.
As he should. He's been popping off all game.
Nice smoke.
They know. How do they know? He still gets the kill. Wow. That was such a cool idea, smoking off Vic so the dart doesn't tag him.
Yeah.
But they still had an idea.
Because he tagged him. What? He saw him.
Saucy took a lot of damage there in that opening scuffle.
Marv's first contact here.
He's really far up.
Did he see him?
No. But he falls anyway.
That's a gun diff.
That's now 3 HP. 3 members left for NRG as Ethan continues to farm, continues to frag, and continues to frustrate the opposition. He almost hit that second shot.
Yeah.
Ethan and Crash, he's left alone. He's gonna find a time and gets another.
Spike down.
Fortunately, disaster averted as Zelsis cleans him up. But now Crash
he gonna
is
get
left
it?
alone. He's got full
No.
util. He's got plenty of health.
And
What he didn't
tens.
have was a shot against Tens there. So the must-win round for Sentinels comes through. 1 round at a time.
And something I'm noticing right now.
That's the
out of
bonus, though.
Sentinels, specifically Zekin.
It was an okay
hesitation
bonus.
On his initial peaks. He
3
even
kill.
jiggled Victor there in the bottom mid before he swung out. And then you saw him actually get punished in A main, jiggling Heaven against Demon 1. So maybe doubting himself a little bit right now. And that's not what you need. That's not what you want. He needs to be confident for his team to make this comeback. And maybe that round win could be the confidence that he needs to get some of these initial duels. Demon 1 has had a Guardian like the last, like, what, 4 rounds? 3 rounds?
You look at the money that they have. There's a real good chance he carries an op into the next.
I mean, I don't know what happened on the A side of the map, but...
Well?
Good read. Good adaptation from SEN.
Yeah. I mean, both threats in this round. The 2 Guardians sit harmlessly on the ground.
That's the confidence I was talking about.
Yep.
Zekin needs to tap into that. Don't doubt yourself. But I understand, maybe you thought there was an op online. I get it. You know, there's a lot of things that go on in the mind of a player.
You see the protocols there for Sentinels as they were taking the side. Ultimately, there's no one there, but the idea was evident. The drone swings out. Tens is ready with the paranoia if there is contact, and then they can flood, but he's able to keep it and carry it into the attempted retake, if there is one.
Yeah.
You see for NRG, they don't have much.
And they want Saucy to get closer to his ult here. So even if he goes down, it's okay. Their economy is fine. They'll be all right. You gotta go round by round anyway.
This is such a long runway. You really can't think too far forward.
They do want to get that Sovault online for next round, though. So maybe you'll see a B main default out of Sen or an A main default. Try to get the orb on to Saucy. Try to explode on a site with that ult. They want to string some rounds together. They want to snowball. And that's that initial contact. Ooh.
Nicely done.
Nice readjustment there from Zekin.
And so they get to 4. 10-6, still in favor of NRG. Ult online for Ethan. And I don't expect anything fast here. But there is an op online.
He is passive offing this beeline again. Seems like that's the name of the game for Chet here against the Sen squad, playing these passive off angles. Now he's going to get re-aggressive now in the mid-round. So really playing for that second layer.
And they're doing such a good job of trying to set him up. You saw Vic to contact. There's a turret there. And then he can swing.
Is Zekin ready for this? Oh, he's dialed in.
He looks ready.
Just one.
That's a footstep.
Difference here.
He's got to know. He spotted a hand. Demon 1 shoots just a little early. Yeah, he's stuck. This is very reminiscent to what we saw previously. Zekin gets him.
Wow.
Not able to dash away. Not able to find solace. Oh! Ethan filth again. A 4v4 though, as the brakes are thrown on the round. Expecting aggression.
Got some pings,
Ethan's
and he
done.
finds him.
That opens up the site, Doug.
Does it?
Vic is trying to hold from spawn though.
Yeah, they're smoking. They're
smoked
gonna
off.
go.
He's making a huge
That
here.
timing.
What? Did he just one-tap him through the smoke?
Yes! And now Crashies find success too. They're gonna
Wow.
snatch this thing back.
Oh no!
Contends do it again.
Planted. My ultimate is ready.
1v3.
Desperate need.
They're not gonna give it to
Pull out a
him.
miracle here. Vic is weak. The first one falls. The second doesn't. An attempt was made. Crashies just hit 5 HP. But NRG get another round.
I would love to see that back.
Just
from
run and jump.
Victor's POV.
Lol.
I need to see how he killed Zach in there, because that was crazy. We heard one bullet.
I think that was all that was fired.
I mean, Sentinel set this round up so good. They had it. Oh, one step off of one footstep.
Yeah.
Enemy remaining.
Unreal.
Oh no.
And now a timeout called from Sentinels. Still down a fair amount. Still a long road to recovery.
I just can't believe Ethan's sitting on 26 kills, and I mean, he could go for 30 right now. No one else is even close in the server.
He really could.
Like legit, no one's even close. Just great play right now from NRG. Sentinel's losing a lot of these micro fights. But like, I mean, what can you do when you're just getting spammed through a smoke like that, you know?
That's tough to say, but Kaplan seems to have a lot that he wants to share with his team right now. Very animated. Trying to will things back.
Yeah, maybe trying to make the Sen boys maybe just calm down a little bit. Understand all the steps they have to take. Don't skip a step, you know?
The little
like,
things, yeah.
Like that even just that little footstep that Zekin made or break the round, right? So trying to make everybody hone right in, and now you're seeing John struggle right now, who normally plays Killjoy on this map, and he's looked pretty good.
We have a small buy.
You know, I just feel like
for Sen.
Not really getting anything going here with the Cypher.
Zekin will have blades online. Demon 1 with the op.
Get out of my way!
And guess who's waiting on the other side? It's the duelist. Zekin with blades. Smoked off for now, but he's gonna cross.
Everything's showing towards A right now. A main control. Bottom mid smoke comes out with a mid dart.
The drone B main also clearing out.
And the knife to get even more solidified info. If I'm Sen right now, I need to show something B or just go for a B hit. Because there's too many people here on the A rotate. Everything they've shown so far.
Is the Cypher gonna walk mid?
And that's why they're
He's
stacked up
looking
pretty
like...
aggressively, right?
Look at all the pings on the map.
Here.
Yeah, the hit's gonna come through, but we've seen Marv here before, Doug.
And we have an exec on A.
Blade still in play. Oh, he's flashed, tries to land the shot anyway. He's gone hunting, not able to connect on the right click. Marv falls though. Zekin with the Guardian now, able to upgrade a little bit. And he's trying to land the shots onto the op, and he does. Crashies and Vic left alone. It's all on to Victor now. It was decisive in the face of the rotations, in the face of the fact that NRG had a heavy presence here.
He's gonna
They
go
find
and
success,
save.
They find space. And once again, the thoughts and the possibilities of a comeback are flirted with.
Yeah. Not making it easy for NRG.
And I've got to stress again, yes, it's a round, it's an important one, but there's still so much that has to go their way, especially on the attack side of Ascend.
Yeah. And Victor's getting close to this KJ ult as well.
Should be able to keep the op into the next.
Crowd's going crazy right now.
No, there's just one guy, I think.
Yeah. Not ready yet. He is the crowd. Like that wide swing from John on Cat.
Yeah. So it looks like Vic will carry the op into the next. Sentinels will get to 7. And the money's not great for NRG.
They did save the op though. I wonder now if we're gonna see Demon 1 buy a Guardian, because he does have funds. He should have the funds to be able to do a light buy. So maybe you have Demon 1 with the Guardian and somebody else on the opposite side with an op.
Marved or somebody, yeah.
Yeah.
Could be the case.
Historically, it's been Marved.
And that might be part of the conversation right now as NRG calls the timeout.
Yeah, what can we do right now to get a cheese round win, you know, or cheese first blood to try to have a chance in winning this round with a bad economy? Yeah. Oh, I didn't even realize Demon 1 has knives, so maybe a couple more guns than just that. But nah, I think it's just going to be knives and the op. And I think you're going to see maybe Victor playing a retake A setup here, playing off of his util in heaven to delay. If he gets a kill on the actual site hit, he can have that KJ ult to retake. And perhaps on the other side of the map, an aggressive play in B main, maybe a flash dart with jet knives dashing in, maybe tiles, something like that.
Yeah, causing some problems, wreaking some havoc.
Trying to funnel Sentinels into that A site. But we'll see after this timeout. That is a preset play that a lot of teams like to do. Look, I think they're already gearing up for that. I think I was right on the money.
I think you may have been right.
I mean, it's what I would call if I had jet knives. I'm gonna keep it real.
4 rounds separating these two.
What's interesting here, though, is that KO isn't mid to do this flash tiles.
Yeah.
But Sen is already read into this as well. Now
it seems like a different flash, and they have a paranoia potentially to crunch B.
Yeah, no one there though. Very wise from Sen, but this is all on Vic right now.
That's a deep
Will
smoke.
he get the entry?
There's the paranoia. They're taking all that space B. The question is, will Sentinels take A while they can? He's got the op in hand. Not gonna find a timing window. You're right.
Oh wait, this would be huge.
He's reaggressing. Oh, he lands a shot on Asasi.
He needs to live. Now it's winnable, Doug.
Demon 1, Blades online.
And look at Crash, he's in spawn again.
He's so far back.
I think he's gonna ult the back.
I think so too.
The only gap.
There it is. Tapping onto Zelsis. Oh, just narrowly missing. And ult repositions, but 3 players are detained. Demon 1 pushing forward, looking to find another, and he does. That's the 3rd. John Cleute left alone. And once again, the seeds of a comeback fall upon a barren soil. Just when it seems like they have something that they could hang on to, something they could use to push back.
My camera is destroyed.
NRG pull out a miracle.
It's not over.
Sentinels was even ready for that. They had all the info. You had John set up outside of B with the cam so he could see it.
It is over.
It's just such a strong.
They're gonna
setup when you're
find
running
3
into the
more
off.
guns.
And
They only lost
Victor for
1
actually
guy.
going for that peak.
And hitting
What
the
a
shot.
strong
Yeah,
round
too.
for NRG.
It made the round so winnable. He knew what the win con was and he acted upon it. Nice thrifty.
He got his one and he got out.
All those jet reps from last year. Playing the jet on Breeze. You see it coming to fruition now. Opping on Killjoy. It's so funny how things work.
And honestly, not just him, you know, we talk about him getting value with the op and whatnot, but his lockdown secured the round. Yeah. It closes things out. There's that early aggression. You see the dart into tiles, the flash up to try to challenge. Still guns on the side of Sentinels. There's still a chance here. There's still hope.
He almost found
You see Sentinels poking and prodding, trying to find a fight. Demon One's on the other side. He gets
so
the best
1-for-1
of Zek and Butt.
Fine
Can Sentinels
Ethan.
punch back? They're gonna get the sight. Zelsis has ult.
Does he invest the ult here? I mean, I kind of almost want him to keep it for any.
You have the
hopes of a comeback,
main
but
and a
you gotta do what you
tripwire
gotta do
for
to win the
market.
round.
Yeah.
Dart flash, not in sync.
Just a little behind.
That's something a little bit uncharacteristic from what we've seen out of SEN. Normally they synchronize those together to make sure they get a scan.
Well, I don't think they're keen on this, man.
I think NRG's just going for exits.
Yeah, I think so.
Just trying to get damage, get more ult orbs up. That's a big kill.
That's a huge kill.
It's a huge
He's
whiff.
got plenty of money.
And they don't opt to grab it, the op. And that was a fast round from SEN. Kind of sending Zekken up mid and Cat to just be a lone warrior while the rest of the players hit B. Just a distraction.
Oh, and also putting the game in your duelist hands. Go get a pick, go find a kill.
Yeah.
And so again, Sentinels continue to push the possibility of a comeback. And my concern though is, I mean, there's really no room for mistake anymore. It's got to be perfect from here on out.
You have to find the right reads. You have to get the max value out of this KO ult.
And this is where I think John really will come into his own. The calling has to be perfect.
I like this. Smoke bottom mid, knife A main. All signs leading towards A again. Last time they did stuff like this, they actually committed. But Ethan looks like he's ahead of this.
The drone tagged one.
Now they're contacting in with the KO ult.
They gotta go fast here. KJ's on the other side, so they're still gonna be able to pop these mollies. Holy smokes. They wait out the mollies, they take the space. Where's the challenge? Where's the re-aggress?
Oh my gosh.
They try to hold back side on their own. Crashy's falling.
Oh my gosh.
Or at least staying alive for now. Flash in his face. He tries to turn it. Zelsis sucker punches him. Demon One and Ethan left alone, but they've gotten it down to 2. Spike's still not planted. Can they find the space? Time now becomes a factor.
Tag them up.
Just barely. Cover going out. The 2 implants, the 2 new additions to this squad, with an opportunity to take us to split. Oh, that dagger. If they can drop tens and Zelsis right now. Ethan creeping forward. The first one falls. Zelsis having to clutch, and he cannot. Split on the cards as we're going the distance.
What?
And what was a blunder? From
That last shot was
before he peeked. Maybe a misclick or something.
Potentially, yeah.
He had a 3v2 done.
interesting.
Maybe the pressure getting into the heads of Sentinels in the moment. A lot of micro mistakes were made.
But again, honestly, man, given the stakes, given what's up for grabs, for things to settle on split, I wouldn't have it any other way.
Yeah, NRG historically pretty good at split, and Sentinels this year has been absolutely dominant on the map. We have Andy Miller saying one more.
There were so many close moments, and again, I think ultimately the problem was Sentinels just kind of ran out of gas at the end. They continued to push the possibility of a comeback, but the runway was just too short.
Yeah, adaptations made a little bit too late.
Split on the other side of this break. We will see you guys in just a few moments. We'll be right back.
One. And we know what they play on Split, right? They've played Split before, I think twice or once. No, they haven't. No, they played Ascent Breeze and Sunset Ascent. Well, they probably play the same thing as Sunset. or something similar. Viper, Jet, Sky, Cypher, Omen for NRG. That's what they play, right? Let me refresh. Yeah, that's what NRG played on Sunset. So probably something similar on Split. And for Sentinel, they play Viper, Omen, Raze. Yeah, they play that comp, except they play Raze instead of Jet, which on Split is expected. Yeah, Cypher, Sky, Omen, Raze, Viper. I feel like that's the classic comp though. Like, some team would play Astra instead of Omen. Some team might play Jet instead of Raze. Although Raze is a very strong Sentinel. Some teams don't play the Cypher and they play Double Initiator. Like LOUD, they play the Breach instead of Cypher. And SEN has won all of their split games except the first during their opening match against LOUD. They've lost 2-0. Right. Yeah, they won split against MIBR and against G2. They won. That was the decider. Oh yeah, it was the fucking boring ass map. The map where ZZ showed his fucking classics and shit and...
A small structure keeping them apart. Victor with 2 on the round. The swing on the classic. That's 3 for Victor.
Rustling around. And yeah, he's just dropping into his face.
Getting out of the group was harder, talking about like the pressure that we felt. So I think we did everything that we could possibly done to be here right now. So we just need to enjoy the moment.
They need to enjoy the moment and focus on the task at hand, which is qualifying.
Yeah, I mean, they're already in Madrid,
For
so...
NRG, they have managed to keep themselves alive in this competition. And I would even go as far as to say in comfortable fashion. That was a 13-8 closeout from NRG. Couldn't have asked for a better way to respond after what was a very intense OT matchup.
Yeah, that first half for NRG was absolute perfection. The mid-rounding out of Ethan was great, and Ethan was just unbelievable. It's unfathomable how good this guy is. He just takes over games. He's on a team with Demon 1. Don't care about that guy. This game was won and lost by Ethan.
Like, and in any moment, whether it was finding some opening kills, whether it was just being dominant inside the clutch, like, the guy was absolutely on form. All throughout the last game, we were talking about, oh, it's the 10 Celsius show. They're taking over, right? And then all of a sudden, Ethan is like, I'm going to be better than both of them. And by Celsius, I meant second.
Yes. 333 ACS, 3.0 KD. Those are some big numbers for a reason. This guy is ridiculous. In particular, on those post plants in the first half, he was so impressive. Sentinels won 1 out of 9 trying to make it back in. This NRG team was really good at calling the right mid-round to get into a site, and they had really great synergy when they were in those positions to just pick Sentinels apart. But you can talk all day about that, but I feel like what really mattered is that Ethan, you want to call it a life game, but this guy will just, he just delivers maps like that
I do
sometimes.
feel like that's just like a day in the life of him. He's so effective.
You roll the dice, sometimes he just hits a nat 20 and he goes was crazy. That was a joke for you.
Thank you so much. I do appreciate that. One day we'll get you in there. That being said, though, on the NRG camp, I think we were really paying attention to Demon One because, you know, it's Demon One. We got to see what impact he has. And it's actually been quite fascinating, Ender. It feels like, you know, it was really a tale of like, well, I would say two halves, but also Demon One really went online at the tail end of Ascent, and it really did started to feel like this team was finding Demon One's spot in there, at least in map 2.
I mean, a little bit towards the end. I honestly think like Demon One is not living up to like his full potential today. I think that's just like fair to say. He was not dominant on Ascent. He was not dominant on Sunset either, and that's why you need a guy like Ethan absolutely stepping up, because there were a lot of moments where Demon One, especially on attack, was like the first one in. There was a flash coming from the other side. Sentinels were fighting off of it well, and Demon One was falling. But even with Demon One falling early on, Ethan was stepping
Bro, what
up,
the
and
fuck
that's what
are
is so
those
ridiculous
feats?
about Ethan's
Like,
performance is that he, in a lot of those
motherfucker,
rounds,
he has a
was putting, like,
turtleneck
two
and a
people. Like, he was
fucking
taking everyone on from Sentinel.
that fucking trash bag of a jacket.
Who's kind of having a mediocre, fine performance, especially on a map like Ascent 2 Take It Home.
Like,
but that does really put in context how impressive energy
and the
winning this one is.
fucking
But still, looking ahead to Split, I think
Will's
it's going to be absolutely
glove.
pivotal for Demon One to turn it around and have a Demon One map, because I think Sentinels look a lot better on Split. It's their most played map this event already.
I would say that if Demon One shows up, I have very high faith in NRG, but also this shows the class of NRG. When your duelist is not having a great day, and you can look down the line and say a few different people could step up and perform, that's a team that can perform on the highest level.
And you see that heritage on the screen in front of you. NRG has made every international event since Masters Berlin. The core of this team always goes to globals, and they always perform well. Look how many 1, 3, 2s, 4s, top level placements this core has. There was an expectation of them making it. And on the other side, for Sentinels, if they were to win this final map and make it to Madrid, it would be a new step in this organization's history.
It would be TenZ returning after so long, which would just be incredible to see, especially
Sassy back on an international.
Yeah, I mean,
Sassy
even
back.
Second back. We haven't seen him since
I mean, really, you know, it's exciting, but it's also, you know, for NRG, what a statement it would be for them, because I think coming into this, there were a lot of question marks. Is this team going to live up to the hype? Are they going to live up to the players that they signed? And here they are contending for that spot, and they are in a very strong spot to potentially prove those doubters wrong.
Yeah, I mean, when you sign 2 champions in Ethan and Demon One, you better believe that the expectations are minimum qualifying for Madrid.
Yeah, you have to believe if they don't make it, it is a disappointment. We're looking at the agent select now. No surprises for Sentinel. Same comp we've seen from them before. One concern is that solo Sky. A lot is relying on how Saucy's using that utility. On defense, you can run out. That can get the better of you. On the other side, Victor locking in the race. That means Demon One's on Omen. They're looking like EG out here. I'm excited to see what they have prepped on Split, and if it's enough to take NRG to another global event, or if Sentinels can qualify for the first time in so damn long.
Yeah, it all comes down to this. Riot Games Arena, let's make some noise. It's the only way that this matchup could have ended, and let's send it right back to your casters to call the action. You got Doug and Baby Bay.
Thank you, GB. All bangers must end on Split, and this is no different from the norm, Baby Bay.
Yeah, and I mean, I think this is Demon One's debut on Omen.
Yeah, it is. First time. We've seen him play the Brim, we've seen him play the Astra, but Omen's a different beast.
Yeah, I had so many questions about what NRG would do when it comes to a map that you have to play Raze
So they
on,
changed
like
their comp. Wait, no, we haven't seen them play Split.
To have that Raze. And we're seeing it, so it just
yeah,
looks
it
like
was the
old
decider
EG where
in
you put him on that
the Furiaga
controller
scary,
role.
but
now on the Omen,
it was
more
Furia.
like a duelist. You know, maybe you're gonna see him opting a bit more than when he was on that Astra previously on EG.
Aggro TPs, flashing for himself and taking space. I think he gives him a lot more creative agency, for sure.
And how dialed has Victor been on this?
When they play LOUD team
because we
comp,
know the potential that he has.
they play the LOUD
on this
comp.
role. And already a fast A default here. All 5 members.
Dude, the Omen flash, the Sky flash, and the kill for TenZ.
He just gets spammed. He just gets a spam kill through the smoke with a classic.
So Cypher on the
and there's a gap in the A main wall.
on the Sentinel side.
Victor's already gotten back.
While we have the breach.
And disposed of as Demon One
And then on
continues
the
his fragging ways.
on the NRG side.
Dug that gap in the A main wall. ended up being the demise.
Oh,
but
what a good find.
Second gets the spam kill on Ethan.
Vic's pushing heaven. Vic's pushing heaven. Tags John. Applies pressure. Now they have to respond and they have to deal with him. Marv utility out with a classic in his face. Tries to tuck tail and get away. Somehow survives. How much more time can he buy?
What is this fight?
He falls. It's all on to Demon 1. He's got a classic, but they're weak. 21 HP. Too many targets to deal with. Sentinels get the pistol.
And even for Demon 1, it's too much of an ask.
Yeah.
With just a classic. But honestly, all off the second getting that kill on the bomb planner. I think it was on Ethan. Just spamming him, knowing exactly where to pre-aim. That actually opened up the entire retake and gave them a chance back into the round. Oh my gosh. But look at the smoke. Like I was talking about, actually ended up getting Demon 1 2 kills. One on Heaven, one on Elbow. So almost disastrous. And I think right now, SEN is definitely telling Zelsys to fix that wall. Because that almost was huge for NRG.
Those little things can be the difference maker. Not just in rounds, but ultimately in series.
There's a lot of spam mid
And to set the
and
stage
be even.
for those of you who may just now be joining us, Madrid is up for grabs. There's only one spot left for Americas at Masters Madrid, and it comes down to this match.
Oh yeah,
Gets to
they
go.
are not qualified.
Who's packing bags and
I'm
who's sitting on the
retarded.
sideline for another
The
month?
team that wins is qualified, but then there is a series tomorrow.
High hopes for
The
those
final
squads
is tomorrow.
leading into the season.
I was like,
Sentinels
it's the
finally
final,
figuring out their
dude.
roles.
And no.
Finally having an IG
There is
out
still
they're more
LOUD
comfortable with, and then
a
NRG on
bit.
the other side.
The only
Obviously, you
team
have this blockbuster
that's
edition
going
of
to
Ethan and
Madrid
Demon 1,
for now is LOUD.
putting Americas on notice.
Couldn't have said it better, Doug. Two Titan just fighting at each other. So crazy.
Legends are made on stages like these. It just comes down to who answers the call.
It's just so slow.
Just so respectful.
Trying to
And
get a feel
Zels is
for
giving
the
up
defense setup
fucking heaven.
is
Like,
NRG. Trying to see where
30
the
seconds,
setup
the
is, see where
Viper is not
utility
going
is,
out.
See where the gaps are.
I mean, they have 3 members of the defense almost playing spawn.
So it's gonna be an A.
Saucy now rotating backside.
We have the smoke, nothing screen. And time is running out.
Should be impossible.
Yeah, Saucy should be able to hit a good flash, but they're planning safe. On the other side of the pillar, he's the last one alive. Sentinels get the second, and they do so in flawless fashion.
And they do get bombed down, which is
a little money.
Very, very good, yeah. No guns out, though, so not the most successful eco round from NRG. And we have not seen NRG play split yet with this new roster, so we don't know what they're cooking up. And we've seen tons of footage on SEN. But even so, Sentinels have been so good on this map. The only loss they had, they already bounced back. Like the day after they lost this map, and already made so many changes to what got punished. I feel like Sentinels is one of the best split teams I've seen in the game at this moment of time. So yeah, NRG. Yeah, they have the blockbuster team. Yeah, they have all these star players, champions.
I mean, in NA maybe.
Good flash. Victor dead. They've done such a good job of playing around these Viper walls. I know it's early, but you're already seeing the game plan. They're just not
And they are
really willing to give up any
destroying their
space on A.
bonus. Like,
And you see the change of pace. They were in spawn previously. The last 2 rounds they were in spawn, no contact anywhere, and now they're going aggressive. Tens with a deep TP there into the corner, catching Victor off guard. That was all set up from a flash from Saucy.
hello.
Now what do you do as NRG? We know they're so good at mid-rounding. They're great in these man-down disadvantages.
They're just gonna walk.
It's no value though.
Flash around the corner. There's just so many things that they can use to get out onto the site, to take aggressive space, but this smoke, they're just playing on the other side of it. That paranoia is so good! Another gorgeous use of utility by Tens. It all falls down onto Crashies. Sitting on the other side of a trip, spike out of hand, a bonus for Sentinels.
SEN played that 5v3 advantage perfectly, not giving any first bloods, not giving any picks to NRG's contact plays, understanding that they're going to util dump, waiting for their moment. Off the tap, they Omen flash. Very, very clean play right now from SEN. Chaining utility together.
Let's go.
Peeking off of it, having crossfires on top of all that. They're a hive mind right now. Some love for the young gun.
Aggression again from Vic. Very similar, very reminiscent to what we just saw them attempt on A.
Yeah, and this mid aggro opened up the lurk for Marv on this A ramp. Let's see what he can do with it. There is a cam there though. SEN.
There are two people mid.
Set up on A. Oh,
The dog, they know about both.
Crashes can't find anything.
Nice try, Crashes.
He got stuck in between trying to figure out who he wanted to fight there.
Yeah. Such a difficult situation. Maybe Marv with...
Oh! I thought that was a collat.
I thought so too.
And he gets re-swung.
I mean, Zekin's feeling it. And he knows they have a gun advantage. So why not push the
He's gonna
pace?
come.
A deep smoke. John with much to do. Spotted. Caught him 4K. Rotating back out onto the side though as Vic gets the spike down. Ooh, this is aggressive from Demon 1. TP's up into heaven. Vic tucking.
Oh, that's so good. He actually setting up Victor so perfectly here.
He's ahead of that smoke. The problem is, right now, if they strike in this time window, he's by himself. Spamming onto the second, almost hitting it. Oh, they were divided.
Honestly, with how Demon 1 is playing, NRG deserves to play to lose. Like,
he was looking elbow with that, and then he flicked him right off of contact. Didn't know he had.
he is so underwhelming.
Take a look at it again. The buy wasn't great.
It was so close.
You see the paranoia and 10s on the swing.
That 1v1 is so important.
Yeah.
And Demon 1, who I truly believe is one of the best players that I've seen take 1v1s in general.
Yeah, for sure.
I feel like in this series he's been kind of lacking in that aspect.
Yep.
Flash is traded. Spike sitting back in spawn.
Just very slow play here. NRG trying to field out what's happening. I think they're a little cautious now because Sky has been shown.
And a second flash.
I mean, the smoke is the only thing keeping them apart right now. You've got the Roomba and you have the dog clearing up, taking space. Do they fill in what was previously vacated?
Does NRG have a read into this?
They've taken some space, and it seems like Sentinels are comfortable to give it up.
We see, no, they are waiting for the Viper to come back, to rotate. They're gonna be...
Has a paranoia in hand, too. There's no combo, though. There's no one that really
That smoke on... What?
With him because of the rest of the defenses have already pushed into garage. Zelsis taking the best.
That smoke on the garage push from 10s is
Keep a
like...
close eye on Zelsis, so he continues to push the pace into main, into garage.
Win. And now he's like isolated.
Situation. Shot has to be clean. Flash in his face. Tries to turn it and stay alive. Zekin now.
What a weird play from SEN.
Landing it onto Vic. The spam is just too much, though.
They are being traded, and it's getting dangerous.
You can't afford to just leave him
Yeah,
there.
because now
Finally swinging out, getting to safety.
every duel is...
Spike not committed. Spike not planted. Finally, an attempt will be successful.
Spike planted.
2v2. 10s gets another. Crash, he's left alone. Can he pull it off?
The crossfire was set
No!
up.
10s with 3 on the round as the crowd erupts.
I thought NRG almost played that near perfect. Yeah, they knew Zelsis was stuck there, but they had somebody holding him the entire time. And that opened up the picks onto other players trying to rotate in for NRG, but 10s. I heard somebody in the crowd say 10s is not overrated. He's not.
Spike planted.
Look at this.
The guy's had an outrageous series.
7-2. Full steam ahead is SEN. And it looks like NRG will be taking a timeout. As they should. Things are slipping away.
I'm just glad my dude didn't get hit in the crowd again. He's gonna walk away with bruises by the time this is done. I mean, what a start for Sentinels. 5-0.
Yeah, they've showed so many different looks. They've showed passive holds. They've showed aggression. They've showed a mid hold, and then the next round they're giving mid. There's so many things they're doing right now that is making it hard for NRG to get a read on positioning and how they're set up. And where the different players are.
Is
Even just
huge
having
on
that
Split.
Sky showing
Like,
presence in B main.
he's actually probably the most impressive player on Split.
A lot of layers
Sassy
to this
too.
map.
Sassy's old
He
with
Sentinels
his
has so many
guy.
reps on this map.
A 5-round lead. Full momentum. 10s with the op. Meanwhile, for NRG, nothing but a myriad of questions.
I mean, they have a
It looks like
they have
they're
a
leaning
raise
towards this B
rocket,
side
so
of the map, trying to maybe get this raise rocket in this area because of all the corners and cover that he can have. Here's that Sky again in B main, but this time it's all faint. The setup is retake on B now.
I don't know if
NRG
it's
checked it. They
retake
have all info.
with the
There should be a good
Cypher.
read from NRG.
They're not going to clear him.
He's gonna found.
Oh, this is the he hears him, he sees him! Again, disaster!
See, that's what I told you. Like, I just told you, Celsius' Viper on like Split is huge.
1v1 is everything.
Like, he plays mid so well. Like, if you wanna learn how to play Viper on Split, just watch fucking Celsius.
Demon 1 can reposition.
He's a fucking
If
gold
they commit,
mine.
the paranoia is there. No follow-up yet as they're traded. And now, the Rolling Thunder comes through. Waves crashing into the opposition. A little bit of buying of time as John QT plays his cards as perfectly as he can. The cam is still up. He's gonna find the timing! He gets them both! 3 on the round for the leader! Ethan left alone. Can he pull off this 1v2? Attention divided, 9 bullets left, 32 HP, and he cannot pull it off!
IGL versus IGL. And he has time!
1 second left!
Get the hope.
Oh my gosh, all off of this kill. Great awareness from Zelsis. And John, he's so smart to wait out that smoke and not jump the gun too early. That's what sets up the entire round.
And honestly, to go to step back, remember, he was wise enough to take a step back from the fight with Demon 1. He
his
understood,
presence.
yeah, he understood, forget it. I don't need to win this fight. I'm gonna provide more value later on. That's a leader's play.
And you saw it the entire time. Ethan was worried. He was watching B main.
Yeah.
But John played that to a T. The timing was perfect.
Pushing ramp
Desperate
early on.
need for any sort of momentum, any sort of success for NRG.
That's brutal.
It might not come this round.
But look at Marv. He understands that Oppers like to reposition. Oppers like 10s like to reposition fast. And that gets him this timing in event.
He's so far up, but you see the respect that's being shown. Zekin's playing back in spawn. He knows that Heaven may be a weak spot, a vulnerable area.
Did that see him? I didn't.
I can't believe that. Saucy pushing forward. 2 members there, none found.
Oh, this is gonna be so hard for Sentinels.
The next duel,
Still is up, knife out,
stuff in
utility
hand,
out.
and he finds 2.
And finally, NRG seem to find some
Huge
success. They
flank
seem to find some
from
space.
Marv.
Tens is still alive here.
And he still wants side with the up. Trying to land the shots. Oh, no! Missing everything, going wide. He's out! And now John QT shows up
And he pushes back.
Spike planted.
Tense, persistent in his approach. Relentless and reckless abandon. As he re-aggresses and re-peaks.
Oh my gosh.
Now with the shorty. Still.
Oh my gosh, it's not planted for him.
It's gonna be a 2v5. Can Demon 1 pull this off?
Oh!
Can he pull it off? An angel of deliverance is instantly clipped from his wings.
Wow.
Tens is on another level right now.
I don't know about the other level, but like,
Call of Duty.
energy look fucking.
That's not the same game. This guy's playing a different game. And Demon 1 is supposed to be that guy who secures the round with the late lurk. Marv set energy up perfectly for this moment. How does he live?
Gets away, man.
And then he goes through again. I mean, you can't teach that. Even the pre-fire on the Ethan from John. This is all intuition plays, and you can see on Chet's face.
Back into the action we go. Marv already tagged.
Is he gonna move towards his...
Oh! Okay. Turns out Demon 1 is still good.
He's gonna move
I mean, Dre, this has got to feel like quicksand, no?
Yeah.
I mean, nothing is working. Everything falling apart. You're slowly being suffocated out of the map.
I mean, they no doubt in my mind, to anybody's mind, we thought that NRG was winning that round.
Oh, he played anti. Oh my gosh, okay, he was spotted.
He was checked.
Oh,
Again, a little bit of room found.
Nice.
You got him good there.
Now, it was a 2v5 last time. I know that the chances are ridiculous.
Last player standing.
But finally, it seems like NRG are going to get on the board.
Just say...
Wow. NRG
Maybe
needed this
defend
round.
some
They
weapon.
needed it, especially with the circumstances
So they don't
of the
go
last
up and
round. I
pick
mean,
them.
I just got to break it down even more. They even had multiple layers. Marv knew to take the timing right away from the previous round because the gap was there. That's the plays that he's known for making. That's what made him a champion in the first place. And he even got 2 on
He's
that
pinging
large.
the tops.
You have Demon 1 set up to secure the round if everything goes south, but he couldn't close it out.
But John QT has like
they played it to a T, but the
so many
individual
defense
prowess of
setups.
Sentinels just
Like we've seen
they wanna
him
close
like
this map out. They
play
wanna go to
mid
Madrid.
right now
They can feel it.
with the Viper beat. We've seen him play fucking A, fucking B. And he has multiple setups. We've seen him play A11, which is different than
There is an op online for them.
A only.
Oh, that's crazy. He looked like he wasn't even aiming at him. Just understands where the bullets are gonna go. Big entry from Vic.
Where
there.
the haze is gonna go.
A thrifty round, heroics proved to be the difference maker. NRG still down 6 and op in the hands of Demon 1, and you imagine that means we're in for a slower round.
Yeah. And look at the buy from Sen. A lot of light armor. It's like they were up 7-0, but every round has been so costly that just that one round win from NRG put them back. They had to go for light armor buys.
It seems like they also really want to continue to lean into the op, the defensive op. So maybe.
Yeah, and I liked what they did last round.
I feel like John QT, the Cypher, they know about the Viper's position.
Could have changed the entire game.
They are aware.
Dog, Roomba.
Dog, and they're pressuring Zerxis.
And Marv's job here
And
is
that's
just
the
listen to
sign
rotates,
for
try
Marv
catch this
to...
Viper off guard.
He's really far up. Still has a trip that's keeping him at bay for now.
He just breaks it now, and now they're wrapping vents.
And he's gonna push Zerxis, but he loses the 1v1.
Like a thief in the night.
And
From
now
his POV,
we have a...
That's going to give away a lot. John playing from safety.
We have a...
Now pushing forward. Yeah, this
An
is
ultimate from the...
well,
That's a
normally,
funny one.
For regular humans, that's a difficult angle to deal with. But they just continue to push forward and demand the best out of each other.
10 seconds
Like
left.
iron sharpening iron. Oh!
He saw him,
Pushing each other
nice
to their very
turn.
limits. They've got to get the spike down. There's no flood. They're so weak. No armor. Less than 50 HP on both.
Oh.
Celsius is dropping down. John close by. Spike ticking away. No way.
Nice
Crashies
bomb.
falls. Demon 1 with the op. 2 shots to hit. First one.
What?
Hit.
Dude,
Sentinels get another.
That looked like it was
Demon
right
one
on.
is...
He missed by what? Like a centimeter? Maybe less than a centimeter.
That looked danger close.
But so smart from Sen to double swing there, and honestly, just finding all these crazy kills. The awareness to spam the smoke, just everything going Sentinel's way.
It just seems like they can do no wrong.
And we have an energy timeout. Is it the second timeout?
Dude, how?
All he sees is the gun barrel, and he gets a headshot.
I
Look at this. Oh,
like went under his arm.
He just flicked to the right. He thought John was gonna keep moving.
Yeah.
I mean, that's so micro. It's so sad.
And honestly, I think as I think over that replay that we just saw, it's really kind of indicative of how things have gone, haven't it? You see Crashy's trying to like 1v4 his way out onto the site, getting his kills clean, and then you got Zelsa spamming smokes on the other side and getting kills. It really just seems like for Sentinels, everything is falling their way.
I don't even think NRG is playing a bad map right now.
No, I agree with you.
They've had great rounds. They've set themselves up great, but just like these weird, wacky kills that Sentinels have, and that's what makes this team so dangerous, Doug, is that they have the option to do crazy things like TenZ staying in A site for like 10 light years, TPing out, running through the smoke again with only one up bullet, quick scoping somebody. It's like these are the ways they can win. On top of the fundamentals that Kaplan has introduced into this team and the rest of the coaching staff. John, he was quiet last map. This is just a playground for him.
Cover going out.
So many different setups. Now he's backside at B. How do you read into this? Double trips for him.
And the classic cam.
SEN. I mean, NRG already moving away from the Cypher site. Not trying to walk their way into John's crosshairs, who's been having a heater of a game.
Patience.
Heavy mid here, hold here from SEN.
Which makes sense too, given how much NRG have tried exploiting that map, or that area of the map.
Now they give it up. Perfect timing for NRG right now.
Do they capitalize?
And I like this. 50-second mark is hit. All right, let's back up. Let's not give him any kills. We know a site hit's gonna come soon. And that's why you see a site set up here. Zelsis getting into site at A.
There are 3 here.
Another cam already up for John, so he has the aim. He has the B main line.
30 seconds
Fall
left.
line set up to help take ramps.
Oh, this is perfect for Tyson.
Is this another classic TenZ moment? One falls. No. The second will not join him. Saucy from backside though gets all 3!
Spike down A.
And again, another explosive moment.
Seconds left.
He had no idea that Celsius was there the whole time. 9-1 in favor of Sentinels.
And that should just not be able to be done. A 3K spray down. He's one of the players that controls his spray so well. Usually that gets traded in a heartbeat, but every bullet would hit its mark. That was insane. I mean,
this is such a tight angle.
I mean,
too.
what? Just no chance for a trade. Every shot was on the mark.
And then even this.
Yeah, you're right. Jordan didn't even have to move an inch.
No, he was concealed the whole time.
It was all a bait.
Back into action we go.
Oh,
as
no.
the round has already started.
Frustration out of NRG. Team flashing now. The rollouts aren't even there. It's all falling apart, Doug.
Plenty of cause for concern.
Oh, John. He's so slippery.
Honestly, I think in moments like this, we find out what this roster is made of. The roster who has plenty of experience and was only joined by more experience. Now left head scratching and looking for answers. And normally, Dre, we would look towards Demon 1 to be the one, to be the spark, to be the catalyst, right? To get things going again.
Yeah.
But the truth is, aside from a couple of small moments this series, that he hasn't been
They
the
saw
guy.
each other.
Yeah, it's... And you know what the crazy thing is? He's still been playing great. Just not to the standard that everyone holds him to.
Yeah.
That he holds himself to, even. Like, second just stays. The disrespect is here.
They have the spike. It's over.
A complete dismantling from top to bottom. Sentinels have had their way with NRG this half.
It's just hitting every shot, every
remaining.
timing, every spam. Oh, Demon 1!
Right.
There's a
10
chip here.
seconds left.
Hang on. We missed the clip.
There's only 5 seconds. This
Yeah.
is just too much to ask for.
Yeah, I mean, he's not winning the round.
Tough.
10-1.
Straight over flick.
I mean, when you give a team
That's
like
such a
the
dominant
confidence
half.
to make these crazy plays,
For
they can get out of
SEN.
hand very fast, like we're watching right now.
Remind me of
Staying, going
I
for
think
the
it's
one.
Lotus
Jordan on the rope.
that Casey played,
Timing on the peek up too.
where they just
Knowing that Tens had a paranoia
extinguished
coming.
their opponent.
So insane. Nice shots from Demon One, but
Just too little, too late. Yeah.
Oh wow,
That was crazy.
10-1 is brutal.
They have 4 ults on the attack side. The desperate need for anything.
Yeah, I think it's Lotus when they played
Gone
Team
through this
Arctic
barren wasteland of an
yesterday.
attack side on split.
Technically,
It's just so hard. I feel like SEN have just been, specifically John, has just been in the flow state of calling, changing up the setups, and everything's been working.
And it's not even just calling this
And look,
game.
Sachi on B side of the map, he flashed deep B main, now he can take the line.
Tens is holding mid, and they have
Everyone's
3
moving
members
in.
A. Second is ult. Does he hold? Oh my gosh, he doesn't tag anything. But he still has so much util he can dump down. Victor playing in hell. Trying to find some space, trying to find some value.
One for
Duelist
one.
he continues to push forward, trampling towards elbow.
Oh!
Spam 2 people through this screen smoke.
And the one onto Victor, potentially the most valuable, potentially the most impactful.
Another spam!
Demon One left alone. The potential last round of the half. And the potential of an 11-1 lead.
30 seconds left.
Oh, he made a stop.
He's been heard. He's been spotted. He's been found. 11-1
Yeah.
for
This
Sentinels.
reminds me of the Casey Arctic first half on Lotus.
What a performance.
I mean,
Very impressive
John
from
spammed
Sentinel.
2 people right here.
And deserved, like, they are both clearly
The other
like,
one was the rocket Q. I mean, you can't make this up.
Demon One hasn't,
And I had questions of
like,
how NRG would play on these raised maps because I feel like it's been a while since
he
we've
hasn't
seen
shown
Victor
anything.
play. But
It looks weak. We'll see what the desk thinks about that very question.
Completely
Take it away,
extinguished.
An absolute trouncing from Sentinels as they have a dominant lead going into the half. And the stakes, again, could not be higher here. For NRG to find themselves in this position, Ender, it's actually quite fascinating because, well, if they end up missing Madrid, we have no EG representation at Madrid. They were the champs.
With EG losing earlier and only Ethan and Demon One still standing.
Yeah.
Those 2 players that are not black and white on your screen
Seems
right
like a
now.
Back to the Future.
No, but those 2 players broke away from EG
Yeah,
along with
true.
so many on that team in order to do better on their own, right? To join NRG. NRG was a team built to dominate, not here on the world stage. Like their expectations are sky high, and the fact that we're already here and it looks like it may just be over. Yeah, we're only a month in, but that is dire for NRG's hopes.
It's an oof.
It absolutely is. And they're up against the Sentinels that no one really had the expectation of greatness from them. This is the organization. The last time they went to a global event was more than 900 days ago. That was also the last time they were in a regional final. This roster for the last 2 years has had teams, has had players that you expect greatness from them. We haven't seen that yet, but now they're just 2 rounds away from their first international event, their first regional title, or their first chance at a regional final in almost 3 years. If they could win here, they would make history for themselves and for this organization.
Tens won the very first Masters, and if he wins here again, he'll have a chance to repeat it in Madrid.
Yeah, we'll see if this is going to be the possibility, the reality for Sentinels. But NRG have a tall mountain to climb in order to come back into this one, and Sentinels are right there.
Dude, if
go ahead and send it
NRG's come
over
back,
to Doug
like,
and Baby Bay.
if NRG's come back, like,
Madrid on the line.
I don't know, I'm gonna shave my head or
Not
some
that
shit.
long ago, just go back to last year. Sentinels was a shell of what they are now. And now look at them.
picking up John QT in the offseason.
With how they've played, it's like
participated in.
impossible.
Questions abounded last year. They struggled
If
with
they
having
win the
leaders.
pistol, they already are in OT, like, and then there is the eco to win.
Between Kaplan
So
and John, it just looks so good, along with everybody else on the roster.
And obviously checks when they come back.
And they were so ready for that. They four-man swung him.
And honestly, to go back to a little bit more recent, remember at the beginning of this year, this wasn't the roster that they had. It was Pancata who was in the works.
Yeah.
For them to traverse all of that and now find themselves here.
And Jordan, he earned his spot. He had to earn it. He had to step up to the plate and be that guy.
And when he had his opportunities, he delivered. And that's exactly what Sentinels are doing now. Flirting with changing the landscape of North American Valorant.
I mean, this is going to mean so much to them if they win this pistol. You know they're going to
30
be
seconds left.
popping off on all cylinders.
Oh!
Marv has something to say about that. What? Oh my god!
Let's go.
Does he go for more? Ah, he's taking a breath here.
The amount of drop jaws that I just saw in the crowd is ridiculous.
I think everybody felt like it was going to be in Sentinel's hands, but Marv has something other to say about it. 4 headshots. He's done it
Do
on
they
his
expect him
own. He was
even?
ready to take the head off his teammate.
Yeah.
Can he finish it?
They saw him.
Oh!
He's
Wait
given
a
his
second.
opportunities.
One shot?
Oh, he's gonna rob him of it.
Wait.
We're just playing a mini game right now. Oh, he gets the ace, and he does.
First ace.
The eye by power.
Wait, no. Well, there's... I think there
As
was
that was,
an ace
good
earlier.
night, they're still down so big.
Didn't Sassy ace? On like
take a look at
Ascent
it
or some
again.
shit?
Oh my gosh!
Yeah, I've jokingly always said that the Ion Sheriff was like automatic headshots, but I mean, that looked like truth there. Make sure you follow Eye by Power on socials where they're giving away a free PC every time there's an ace.
Oh,
and
yeah.
whichever one of you wins it, thank Marv.
Keeping his team in the game.
I guess, yeah.
Single-handedly.
Yeah.
Oh! Speak of the devil.
He's just gonna put the game on his back.
And that's what you need. You need that pop-off moment.
Dude, but it's still so, I mean, it's
Hello?
late.
Give him a Phantom. Now this would be just something, this would require some crazy antics for Sen to bring this back. They do have a Phantom to do it.
I mean, they have numbers on B. The defense is split. There's the Phantom. There's the spike.
It's not even a bad idea to save this if you're John. Seriously.
Here. Yeah, sure. I mean, you do have a lot of room to play with.
Yeah, go for it, but...
Oh.
Shameless.
And that's your plug to buy the team capsules.
Still having fun with it, even though
30
they're
seconds left.
2v4.
One enemy remaining.
Gun here.
Let's take them down from Celsius. Demon 1 gets his 2, NRG gets a 3.
I gotta say, I just feel like this entire series, when I've seen Demon 1, I've only seen him with an op and a Guardian.
Yeah.
Like, he loves that gun, man.
You get a couple of good, feel-good eco-frags from Marv as well.
Yeah.
Going back to the pistol
left.
and now this.
One enemy remaining.
Gun here. Sometimes your teammate getting an ace can be that spark.
Dude, they need more than a spark.
That brings
They
it
need
together.
They need a whole freaking fire.
Yeah.
So it's just such a large deficit they're staring at. But they persist, or at least attempt to try to defy the odds. And those are some massive odds they're up against. They have guns though. Ethan with the Stinger. Crashies as well.
Hello?
The odds.
What?
And those are some massive odds.
Just noise being cut across the board from Sentinels.
What's
I
my
wonder
internet
too,
doing?
How this moment, how this position impacts Sentinels and their playstyle. You know, we talk, so, you know, sometimes about, are you playing not to lose or are you playing to win?
Yeah.
And you wonder here, if Sentinels peel back a little bit, let off the gas a little.
I like what they're doing here. I like how they took A control early. They cut noise. They contact back up mid. They're showing stuff.
Those fucking smokes are...
From NRG, and that kill should
What a
definitely
nice
Look at the
find.
players on A.
Instantly rotating.
Oh, Marv knows to stay.
The rotation is not clear.
Line jumps across. He's got a flash to work with too. The satchel out onto the side. Nice shots land though. 13 seconds left. The spike's still not planted. Marv's still not cleared. He's gonna challenge the orb. He's gonna challenge the smoke.
And another nice find. 2 smokes for Sentinel.
How much more can they find though? Crashies left alone. Can he pull this off? He's gotten the first and that's it. Riot Games Arena, bear witness. The era of Sentinels very well may be upon us. One round away. One round.
And we're gonna have a loud Sentinel emerge. Like, I feel like NRG trolled the first game though.
He held Mouse 1 down.
Like, they could have won Sunset. They dominated Sunset. They were ahead of Sunset for the whole fucking map. And they lost. As soon as they lost the round advantage, like, Sentinel came back 12-12 and shit. They had the OT, and the first OT they lose, they lose the game. So
Last map on that ascent.
they definitely were in the driver's seat, and they trolled. You could see that they played without any care. Like, honestly, Sentinels deserve, with what they've shown, they deserve to be the one going to Marine for their consistency and all the work they've put in. Like, Zelzis is huge, fucking Sassy is huge, John QT is huge. Like, all the members are good. It's not like one individual. Like, as a collective, they are like very impressive.
And they freeze. They hold. They reset.
They can taste it.
I mean, the bags are half packed at this point.
30 seconds left.
Oh, they're so patient. And look, that causes NRG to worry about a lurk.
Yeah, but this long? Now, committing. The nade there, he's just succumbing to his death, coming to terms with the fact that he's done.
Nice.
A 3v2 number still in favor of Sentinels. And now quiet across the map as the spike ticks away. Ethan with a flash in hand, having to make a play. The flash not connecting as the wall goes up. Crashies gets one. Ten's trying to keep him back. Sassy joining with him. Oh, looping around, having to reload. Where's the cover? There it is. Crashy Sassy, a 1v1.
Oh, he's so confident.
4 bullets left. Switches weapons. Time is of the essence. And that's all.
Congrats.
It's been years that fans have had a reason to celebrate. But
Congrats.
Sen City burns red. Welcome to Madrid.
Let's go Sentinel. I guess.
What a moment. For Sentinels. What a moment for the league.
They are going to Marine. And I feel like it's deserved. Both teams are like... Both LOUD and Sentinels are teams that play as a unit. They are more than just a part of their player.
So close, but not
So,
yet there yet.
GG's.
More time needed. A complete subversion.
Demon One didn't show up at all. Like,
feels like we may be at the doorstep of something special.
and NRG clearly had it. If they had focused on the first game and played better, like.
They continue to believe in their core. They have reason to smile now. Over 900 days. As the Sentinels faithful greet their players with nothing but smiles. A massive moment. As again, I can't help but think that the landscape of America's Valorant has shifted in a massive way. It's early, but there's a lot of promise. And yes, it's just been one tournament, but the poise these guys have shown is impressive. We got to go back to the beginning of this tournament. In the group of death, they had Loud, they had Leviathan, they had 100 Thieves. They get through all of that. And now a victor's pose.
I mean, they played the most amount of rounds of any team in the last, what, 6 months during this whole offseason up now.
Molded
team play.
I mean, so impressive. Molded and crafted by fire. They say it brings out impurities, and all that's left is the best of it. And that's what we have. What a birthday gift too, huh? Unbelievable.
For Zelsis, yes. For Ethan, no.
18-7 for John to close that out.
It's crazy.
And honestly,
it was crazy.
To continue to roll back the tapes a little bit, there were a lot of questions about, was John the guy? Is John the guy? Is he the one who's going to be able to change the tides for Sentinels? What a moment.
He is. He's the truth. John is the truth. Him and Kaplan have an unknown chemistry, or maybe a known one for those of you that watched Challengers when Ghost was around.
Yeah.
But now they're back together in full force on the main stage. Now they get to see how they're going to perform up against international teams in Madrid.
Sentinels has never looked better, and unfortunately because of that, we do have to bid due to NRG. The roster looked hot from the very beginning, and I think obviously there's still a lot of promise. There's still a lot to look forward to.
100%.
But quite frankly, they were dismantled today from top to bottom, and that last map, what an asterisk. That's ridiculous.
Okay, so Sentinels LOUD tomorrow.
I mean, there's so much to look forward to.
I don't know, I think I'm gonna go.
Just put together like a month ago.
Maybe stay for the interview.
Every
and
match, it did seem that they got better and
put
better.
it
And I
after.
think they truly just need more time under the belt and to figure out what they're gonna do on maps like this, where the raise is being played and you don't have Demon 1 on that jet.
We're gonna throw it down to Smix, who's standing by at the stage with the Verizon post-match interview.
Thank you very much, Van Silly and Riot Games Arena. Give it up for Zelsis and the Sentinels!
It's birthday, man.
Zelsis, first and foremost, happy freaking birthday.
Thank you. I'm an old man now.
You can't say that in front of me, man.
Oh,
You
sorry,
can't say that in front of me. But what a birthday treat, and what a team to take this win from. You're up against NRG, you take the win, and in 930 days, Sentinels is finally going to a regional final again. In 932 days, Sentinels is finally going to a global event. Tell us, what does all of this mean for you?
I mean, we had to save the organization at least once, right? So, you know, no, but I love Sentinels. The guys and I, like, we've been working really hard. So, you know, to make the event like this, and especially against NRG, you know, I would like to have done it against FNS, but this will have to do. So, I mean, I'm pretty happy, yeah.
And going up against a team like NRG, everyone was talking about how they're the powerhouse North American team. And what was it like in preparing against them? They had so many more games of yours to study. You know, they're a team that has such strong fundamentals. It's really hard to almost pick them apart. So what was that preparation process like? Because it paid dividends.
I think for us, it's just like a big thing is just doing like what we practice. Obviously, like anti-striding is like really important in this game, but I think it's kind of hard because it's like Valorant. Anything can go wrong. It's like, you know, someone could get like a molly kill or like a flash. Like it's just random. Like it's pretty random. So anti-striding is like pretty hard, but I think our main focus was like we've just been playing a lot. We trust each other. We, you know, are focusing on our environment as a team. And shout out like Cap for doing a lot of our like. Not server stuff, but just like overall team stuff. Like he does a lot of work, and I think he deserves a lot of credit. Same with like John, but Cap does a lot for us, so that's like a big thing for us in our preparation.
We certainly see that in the games. You talk about team synergy. Tell us, you've now played in so many different rosters. You've had highs, you've had lows. What do you think it is about this specific roster you're playing with? I know you just talked about Coach Kaplan, but if you could just share a little bit more on why you think you guys are able to come together as seamlessly as you do.
I just think we're a team. Like, I think a lot of people say they're a team, but like we really are. Like, we really focus on like hanging out with each other. We really focus on like building that bond like in and out of the server. And it's like everything we do in the server, we do it together. Like everyone trusts each other. It's like if someone calls something, they do it. It's like I just think like we're really a really close team, and like we all want to win so badly. So it just works out.
We We certainly saw that today. And now you have this final raid boss. And it's going to be LOUD. And you know, Sadak has just done amazing work as the AGL for that team and incorporating QCK. What are your thoughts after seeing a couple of their matches? You're smiling.
I mean, I think the first match was kind of a fluke. I said it again. I'm sorry, Brazil, and I'm sorry, LOUD fans. But I think the first match was kind of a fluke. And hopefully, you know, we can pull out the best of
I don't know about that.
Sounds good. Thank you very much.
I think LOUD
Once
wins.
Again, happy birthday. And with that, we have our second and final team secured.
They were shaky today, though.
Be the Sentinels.
But it's understandable. Like it's the last fucking best of 3 before Madrid,
the
so...
good times don't stop there because we got Kaplan joining us here for the post show, and oh my word, brother, that was a tumultuous match there, a little up and down. I guess, you know, just want to get the temperature check from you, right? How's your heart rate? You know, like you checking the pulse fine? You good?
I'm doing all right. Look, if that last map was close, I'd be
you'd be worried.
A little different. But, yeah.
Were you feeling confident about the split going into when you saw the draft? Did you feel like, okay, if we make there, we'll be all right?
Yeah, I was pumped. I mean, we got side choice, split defense.
Yeah.
It's our turf.
Yeah.
I think that's 9 series straight, maybe, that split's been in the veto for us. So.
Wow, a lot of confidence on that one.
Yeah.
Look out for that, people.
Yeah.
What do you got there?
I wanted to ask, I wanted to kind of rewind the clock a little bit, because this is your first year as a head coach since you were on Ghost Gaming way back when. So compared to last year, where you were working under Psycho, where there was so much turmoil throughout the team, what has it been like this year to have all of this time to really kind of get your vision across fully for the team and kind of be able to fully implement that?
Yeah, it's been an absolute pleasure. I mean, I have all the pieces that
that
we
fucking
need to do
fit
that,
for
and
under.
Sentinels,
Like even the goes, nothing goes.
The right pieces and gave us that trust.
He's
And it's
just
been a lot of
looking
fun,
like
right?
fucking
last year was
trash
so bumpy,
bag.
and there've been times this year as a coach where I'm like, I don't know
That's
how
crazy,
I got through
man.
it. Like I'm so much more excited to work now because I've got the right pieces. It feels like a complete team. The personalities add up in the right way. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, and it showed in the server. What was your approach coming into this tournament? Because this is very different than the normal style of play that we see, where it's like
Except he doesn't have handles, I guess. So he's less practical than a trash bag.
Those things. But in this format, you have to get it right out the gate.
Yeah.
So what was the approach? And especially considering how many games you guys have played compared to other teams, how did you manage to pull that off?
Yeah, exactly. So I think looking at the format, I thought, wow, if you don't make it out in the top side of your group, you have to play an unreal amount of games to get through. And there was so much talk at the start of the year about people, oh, gimmick comps, everyone's going to do gimmicks, everyone's got all these new surprises, new meta, and like, I feel like we really figured out the way we like to play a lot of maps in the off season. And on top of being in the group of death, if we ran a bunch of gimmicks, like it's going to fall flat when you have to play so many games through the play-in if you don't make it out top. So. Yeah. I felt like we really focused on playing our game, trusting our comps, including ones from Korea, right? You know, that split comp's been around a while for us. And a lot of our talk game to game has just been about iterating on our own stuff, both in terms of atmosphere and, you know, trying to deny other teams anteing what we're doing.
Yeah, I'm also curious because, like, there was the big patch, right, that dropped just a few weeks before the game with the sky changes as well, which obviously I think a lot of some teams like didn't react to it all, it seemed, or were like very comfy to keep playing the same things. Some teams started switching things up. Like, how much did that affect you as a team and sort of like refocusing yourself, maybe coming up with new ideas right before the season started?
Yeah, it didn't affect things too much. Like, I think a lot of the Sky nerf is about a Sky player adapting to the new changes, right? You see some guys that are just wasting flashes still, and they don't regenerate anymore. Like, we had to think through the micro of that, and Saucy really stepped up and adjusted. You have to play a lot different as a Sky, but at the end of the day, like, you know, a map like Split, hey, does double controller and Cypher still make sense for us? We still thought it did. I still thought it did. And at that point, she's still the best solo initiator, even if she's worse. And so, you know, we just looked at it map by map with her changes.
Sure. I want to narrow in on you and John QT, because you played with him previously on Ghost Gaming when you guys were in Tier 1, Tier 2, whatever Challengers was back then, and now have reunited with him on this iteration of Sentinels and have kind of gone back to that same IGL coach duo. How have you two grown as individuals and as a duo since that time back then?
Yeah, I mean, it's been a ton of fun reuniting with him. He has grown so much as a leader and as an individual player, right? He's always been a really talented player, but he's, you know, he doesn't waste time. He doesn't skip around on working on his own game. And he's done such a good job. You know, seeing him come from M80 with something to prove, he really developed as a leader there. I think he has a lot more ideas about how things should be run, about systems, so he really collaborates with me on that, and I just think he's grown as a person. I mean, he's definitely one of my best friends. And
what does it mean to get to go to Madrid together?
I never, if somebody told me we'd be going to Madrid together on Sentinels, you know, back in the Ghost days, maybe I would have believed him. I don't actually know, but it's something special, and it never would have happened without him. I mean, I'm so lucky that I got him as my IGL, and he means the world to me.
Well, I think a lot of Sentinels fans are happy about that, too. I mean, my guy had a massive game and just constantly showing up. But we do got some questions from the chat, so let's see what we have here. Pirol says, how much does SEN focus on anti-stratting versus just playing your own game?
Yeah, I think that depends on the team, right? So with NRG, like, we looked at their Sunset, we looked at their Ascent, but they play a pretty loose style, and I would say they just move different things around a lot. They don't look super structured. So I don't think we anti-stratted them as heavily. We thought about their comps and how they play stylistically, and a lot about how we've been playing, what maps we've been showing, what we need to look out for changing. But then we'll play some other teams. You know, for example, I think, you know, some of the teams like Lev and MIBR have more of a clear playbook and things they're running. Yeah. Maybe we have a few of a certain map to look at, and then we'll lean harder into the anti-strat. So it just depends on the type of opponent you're against. And, you know, we're in the position where we're the ones getting anti-stratted, right? Because we came in from play-ins and played more rounds than all these
300 rounds or something insane.
Yeah, was there a worry about that? Because, I mean, you know, kind of bold. Just because you guys were really just focused on having the players build camaraderie, it felt like, right? Was that the objective of that more so than like getting strats down? Because it feels like that paid off big time for the players.
Yeah, like after every game, we would talk about what could be done better and differently, but a lot of that had to do with our atmosphere, our energy, how we were talking, how we were engaging with each other, how confident we were. And I mean, the guys really like bought into focusing on those goals game to game. And in a lot of ways, I don't know if we would have won this had we come in through top seed. We learned a lot from those play-ins. I mean, every game was kind of a level up for us.
Bold.
Do you hold the off-season in the same regard? Because you guys played more than pretty much any other team in Americas as well.
Totally, yeah. I mean, we got so much team. Like, you know, we worked out a lot of our quirks, and we knew what our problems were going into the season, and we just bonded so much. I mean, going into Korea, we spent a week after having a ton of fun after winning. Like, yeah, we would not be here if it weren't for working hard in that offseason.
Hey, well, we do have one more question. Sorry, Ender. I know you wanted to jump in here, but from Twitch.
But this one's going to be way more insightful.
This is going to be a really insightful question. Yeah. I will have a follow-up on it because it's not insightful.
Are you going to go bald if you win Masters Madrid? Thank you, Drifty, for asking the real hard
I'm really glad you interrupted him for that question.
Honestly, look, they just tell me what to do. I'm a parrot. What do you got here?
Hey, man, I'm going bald either way. Esports coaching, I'm going bald.
Yeah, welcome to the club, baby. You'll look good, though.
You'll look good. It's going to take a while.
Okay, insightful question, Ender.
In Madrid spirit, though, now that you have to play tomorrow, of course, but you have a chance to like sit back and relax and prepare. Not that long. Are there any, because we've seen a lot of teams like play like very unique styles, whether it's LOUD with their triple flash, double smokes, the icebox, EG as well with the deadlock, even Carmine Corp are playing the combo with like audio denial plus teleports on split, which is super sick. Are there any teams now that you are going to be facing off against some of those on the international stage that A, you think have a really sick read on the meta, or B, that you want to play up against?
I mean, it would be fun to play Carmine Corp because the hype around them's crazy. There's just a storyline. Like, I just think it would be a fun game. As for teams I think look really good right now, I think Gen G looks incredible.
Yeah.
Based.
I would love to play Gen G.
Yeah. I was very excited to see them make through. And it also just to do it the way that they did it as well, which was really, really cool, for sure. I mean,
you know, we always talk about like the cloud match in NA, but I think Sentinels Carmine Corp might be actually the most clouded match physically
clout
possible.
overload.
Yeah.
Just too much clout for the stage, and then the stage just succumbs under the pressure of all that clout. I can't wait. It's going to be incredible. Let's go ahead, though. We still have a little bit more, though, to do in this tournament. Yeah, that's right. We have a finals for tomorrow. Even though LOUD and Sentinels have, in fact, punched their ticket to Madrid, it is going to be settled in a grand final. Who gets that top spot coming out of the competition here? And you're going to be facing off against a LOUD team that looks fantastic. Yeah. They look prepared and drilled for this, but, I mean, I got to say the same thing. Are you just excited for that game?
I'm pumped. I'm going to go work real hard tonight. in some ways, unfortunately, for my mental health and stress levels, it's not just like, oh, a first seeding thing, right? It's worth a bunch of points toward champs. It's worth a lot.
Yeah, like this game has a lot of value for everyone that's playing on that stage.
I'm pretty sure it has the same amount of points as winning Masters. So not going to kid around.
Yeah.
We're going to work hard and make sure we win it tomorrow.
It absolutely means a lot. I did want to ask, in reference to preparation for tomorrow, what's you and Drew's relationship like as the coaching staff of this team? Because you two have also been working together for a really long time now. What does he add to Sentinels?
Yeah, he's got a great eye for details, and I don't. I really like the big picture, the macro strategy, and the emotional side with the team and the leadership. And if I didn't have Drew, so much would go under the radar, and you know, he does a great job looking out for that stuff, looking out for the specific player tendencies, lineups, small adjustments, small mistakes, and obviously with the anti-strat, like there's just so many maps to watch that you have to split the workload. So we both split up, and then we come back together with what we've looked at. And
well, you guys have your work cut out for you tomorrow. You have your work cut out for you in Madrid. But I think if one thing that we have seen here, it's that you guys are more than ready to answer that. And congratulations, man. Seriously, like I know how hard you guys have been practicing and working toward this, but also just doing it in the way that you did it is quite impressive, man. Quite impressive.
Thank you.
Do you have any message for the Sentinels fans now? Because it has been 3 years since this org has made an international event, and I mean, you and the team have brought them back.
Hey, thank you. I mean, we're always the crowd favorite, and we always have such passionate fans. You know, even when we're doing bad and there's a lot of hate, it comes from love. I get it. I get it. I watch our games, and sometimes I'm so angry at the things I'm seeing, so I can only imagine when you guys see certain things or see me not call a timeout or a timeout. I get it. But, you know, it's all support and love to me in the end from our fans, and they're really patient, and, you know, they're the best fans of Valorant. And it's the best part about coaching this team.
Sentinels is going to Madrid to play for a Masters championship. Hey, man, that's pretty damn awesome. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And congratulations to the rest of the Sentinels team as well. I mean, a massive achievement there. But, of course, we have plenty more to come because tomorrow it's the grand finals. And you heard it from Kaplan. That match is going to mean a lot for these players. So make sure you're joining us here to watch what is surely going to be an epic grand final for the VCT Americas kickoff. Thank you so much for tuning in. We'll see you mañana. Take care, everybody.
Thank you, Kaplan.
Thank you.
Hasta mañana. Yeah, so that's it for today. Tomorrow we should see LOUD banning, because there is 7 maps in the pool and it's a best of 5, so they only have 1 ban each for like the maps, and then they are picking the side. So we should see LOUD has been banning Breeze consistently, and Sentinels has been banning Icebox consistently, except when they were against MIBR and Aspas, and against NRG this series. Where they ban Breeze because I feel like they are scared of a big Jet or player in Aspas and Demon 1. But since LOUD is gonna ban Breeze, we should see Breeze and Icebox ban tomorrow. And then it's gonna be both of them pick, so we should see Ascent split, ban Lotus and Sunset. They've played each other already on Ascent and Split. LOUD won both, they won 2-0. So I'll look a little bit more into it, prepare some stuff for tomorrow. In the meantime, stay safe, stay chill, and yeah, bye bye.